Arthur Conan Doyle, The Hound of the Baskervilles. Summary and review. Introduction. The legend in the beginning. The story begins at Baker Street in London. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson are visited by a country doctor, James Mortimer. He brings with him an ancient manuscript dated 1742, which describes a terrifying curse upon the Baskerville family. According to the legend, a wicked ancestor, Hugo Baskerville, was torn to pieces on the moors by a giant spectral hound after he attempted to kidnap a farmer's daughter. Ever since, it has been believed that a monstrous dog haunts all heirs of the bloodline. The reason for the doctor's visit is the mysterious death of his friend and patient, Sir Charles Baskerville. His body was found in the Manners U alley. The official cause of death was a heart attack, but Dr. Mortimer noticed fresh tracks of a gigantic hound near the body. Now, the last heir, Sir Henry Baskerville, is arriving in England from Canada, and Mortimer fears for his life. The investigation in London. Sir Henry is an energetic and courageous man. Immediately upon his arrival, he receives an anonymous letter with a warning. Keep away from the moor. Furthermore, 2 of his boots, one old and one new, go missing. Holmes realizes that Henry is being watched and decides to send Dr. Watson with the baronet to Devonshire, to the ancestral home of Baskerville Hall, to report on the situation. Holmes himself claims to stay in London due to other business. Gloomy Devonshire and first suspicions. Upon arriving at the estate, the protagonists are immersed in an atmosphere of melancholy and fear. The tension rises. The escaped convict, an escaped murderer named Selden, is hiding somewhere on the moors. The strange servants, the butler Barrymore and his wife, act suspiciously. Watson notices Mrs. Barrymore weeping at night, while her husband signals to someone out on the moor with a candle from a window. The neighbors. Watson meets Jack Stapleton, a naturalist living near the moors with his beautiful sister, Beryl. Beryl, mistaking Watson for Sir Henry, implores him to leave immediately. The development of events. Watson discovers that the Barrymores are merely feeding the fugitive Selden, who turns out to be Mrs. Barrymore's brother. Details also emerge about a woman with the initials LL, Laura Lyons, who had arranged a meeting with Sir Charles on the night of his death. Suddenly, Watson discovers that another man is hiding on the moors. To his surprise, it is Sherlock Holmes himself. The detective had been living secretly in a stone hut to conduct his observations from the shadows. He reveals a shocking detail to Watson. Stapleton and Beryl are not brother and sister, but husband and wife. Moreover, Holmes suspects that Stapleton is the mastermind behind all the crimes. A tragic incident occurs on the moors. The Hound kills the convict Selden, mistaking him for Sir Henry because the convict was wearing the baronet's old suit. Stapleton appears at the scene and can barely hide his disappointment upon finding the criminal's corpse instead of the heir. The culmination, the appearance of the beast. Holmes sets a trap. Sir Henry dines with the Stapletons and returns home across the moor alone. The Hound is unleashed upon him. The description of the beast is horrifying. Fire leaps from his mouth, its eyes glow, and his entire hide flickers with a hellish flame. Holmes and Watson open fire. The dog turns out to be quite real, but massive, a cross between a bloodhound and a mastiff. Its muzzle had been smeared with a special luminous phosphorus compound for terrifying effect. Sir Henry is saved, though he suffers a severe shock. The finale and disclosure. It is revealed that Stapleton is also a Baskerville, the son of Roger Baskerville, Sir Charles's younger brother, who sought to eliminate all heirs to claim the fortune. He used the legend of the Hound to terrorize Sir Charles, who had a weak heart. While attempting to escape through the thick fog of the Great Grimpen Mire, Stapleton loses his footing and drowns in the bog. In his house, they find his wife Beryl, bound and bruised, who ultimately assists the investigation. Conclusion. Sir Henry sets off on a voyage around the world to recover his nerves. Sherlock Holmes once again proves that behind any mystery lies cold calculation and human greed. The Hound of the Baskervilles chapter I, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. Mr. Sherlock Holmes, who was usually very late in the mornings, save upon those not infrequent occasions when he stayed up all night, was seated at the breakfast table. I stood upon the hearthrug and held in my hands the walking stick, which our visitor had left behind the night before. It was a fine, thick piece of wood, topped with a bulbous silver knob. Just under the head was a broad silver band, nearly an inch wide. To James Mortimer MRCS, from his friends of the CCH, was engraved upon it, with the date 1884. It was just such a stick as the old-fashioned family practitioner used to carry, dignified, solid, and reassuring. "Well, Watson, what do you make of it?" Holmes was sitting with his back to me, and I had given him no sign of my occupation. "How did you know what I was doing? I believe you have eyes in the back of your head." "I have, at least, a well-polished, silver-plated coffee pot standing in front of me," said he. "But tell me, Watson, what do you make of our visitor's stick? Since we have been so unfortunate as to miss him and have no notion of his errand, this accidental souvenir becomes of importance. Let me hear you reconstruct a Manby an examination of it." "I think," said I, following as far as I could the methods of my companion, "that Dr. Mortimer is a successful, elderly medical man, well esteemed, since those who know him give him this mark of their appreciation." "Good," said Holmes. "Excellent. I think also that the probability favors his being a country practitioner who does a great deal of his visiting on foot." "Why so?" "Because the stick, though originally a very handsome one, has been so knocked about that I can hardly imagine a town doctor carrying it. The iron ferrule is worn down, so it is evident that he has done a great amount of walking with it." "Perfectly sound," said Holmes. "And then again, there is the friends of the CCH. I should guess that to be the something hunt, the local hunt to whose members he has possibly given some surgical assistance, and who have made him a small presentation in return." "Really, Watson, you excel yourself," said Holmes, pushing back his chair and lighting a cigarette. "I am bound to say that in all the accounts which you have been so good as to give of my own small achievements, you have habitually underrated your own abilities. It may be that you are not yourself luminous, but you are a conductor of light. Some people without possessing genius have a remarkable power of stimulating it. I confess, my dear fellow, that I am very much in your debt." He had never said as much before, and I must admit that his words gave me keen pleasure, for I had often been piqued by his indifference to my admiration and to the attempts which I had made to give publicity to his methods. I was proud, too, to think that I had so far mastered a system as to apply it in a way which earned his approval. He now took the stick from my hands and examined it for a few minutes with his naked eyes. Then, with an expression of interest, he laid down his cigarette, and carrying the cane to the window, he looked over it again with a convex lens. "Interesting, though elementary," said he as he returned to his favorite corner of the settee. "There are certainly one or two indications upon the stick. It gives us the basis for several deductions. Has anything escaped me?" I asked with some self-importance. "I trust that there is nothing of consequence which I have overlooked. I am afraid, my dear Watson, that most of your conclusions were erroneous. When I said that you stimulated me, I meant, to be frank, that in noting your fallacies, I was occasionally guided towards a truth. Not that you are entirely wrong in this instance. The man is certainly a country practitioner, and he walks a great deal. Then I was right. To that extent, yes. But that is all." No, my dear Watson, not all. By no means all. I should say, for example, that a presentation to a doctor is more likely to come from a hospital than from a hunting society. And when the initial CC are placed before that hospital, the words Charing Cross very naturally suggest themselves. You may be right. The probability lies in that direction. And if we take this as our working hypothesis, we have a fresh basis from which to start our construction of this unknown visitor. Well, then, supposing that CCH does stand for Charing Cross Hospital, what further inferences may we draw? Do none suggest themselves? You know my methods. Apply them. I can only see the obvious conclusion that the man has practiced in town before going to country. I think that we might venture a little farther than that. Look at it in this light. On what occasion would it be most probable that such a presentation would be made? When would his friends unite to give him a pledge of their goodwill? Obviously at the moment when Dr. Mortimer left the hospital to start a practice for himself. We know there has been a presentation. We believe there has been a change from a town hospital to a country practice. Is it then stretching our points too far to say that the presentation was made upon the occasion of that change? It certainly seems probable. Now, you will observe that he could not have been on the staff of the hospital, since only a man well established in a London practice could hold such a position, and such a one would not drift into the country. What was he, then? If he was in the hospital and yet not on the staff, he could only have been a house surgeon or a house physician, little more than a senior student. And he left 5 years ago. The date is on the stick. So your grave, middle-aged family practitioner vanishes into thin air. My dear Watson, and there emerges a young fellow under 30, amiable, unambitious, absent-minded, and the possessor of a favorite dog, which I should describe roughly as being larger than a terrier and smaller than a mastiff. I laugh incredulously as Sherlock Holmes leaned back in his settee and blew little wavering rings of smoke up to the ceiling. As to the latter part, I have no means of checking you, said I. But at least it is not difficult to find out a few particulars concerning the man's age and professional career. From my small medical shelf, I took down the medical directory and turned up the name. There were several Mortimers, but only one who could be our visitor. I read his record aloud. Mortimer, James, MRCS, 1882, Grimpen, Dartmoor, Devon. House surgeon from 1882 to 1884 at Charing Cross Hospital. Winner of the Jackson Prize for Comparative Pathology with an essay entitled, Is Disease a Reversion? Corresponding member of the Swedish Pathological Society. Author of Some Freaks of Atavism, Lancet, 1882. Do We Progress? Journal of Psychology, March, 1883. Medical officer for the parishes of Grimpen, Thorsley, and High Barrow. No mention of that local hunt, Watson, said Holmes with a mischievous smile, but a country doctor, as you very astutely observed. I think that I am fairly justified in my inferences. As to the adjectives, I said, if I remember right, amiable, unambitious, and absent-minded. It is my experience that it is only an amiable man in this world who receives testimonials, only an unambitious one who abandons a London career for the country, and only an absent-minded one who leaves a stick and not his visiting card after waiting an hour in your room. And the dog has been in the habit of carrying the stick behind his master, being a heavy stick. The dog has held it tightly by the middle, and the marks of his teeth are very plainly visible. The jaw space between these marks shows that the dog's mouth is too large for a terrier and not large enough for a mastiff. It may have been, yes, by Jove, it is a curly-haired spaniel. Holmes had risen and paced the room as he spoke. Now, he halted in the recess of the window. There was such a ring of conviction in his voice that I glanced up in surprise. My dear fellow, how can you possibly be so sure of that? For the very simple reason that I see the dog himself upon our very doorstep, and there's the ring of his master. Don't move, I beg you, Watson. He is a professional brother of yours, and your presence may be of assistance to me. Now is a dramatic moment. Watson, when you hear a step upon the stair, which is walking into your life, and you know not whether for good or ill, what does Dr. James Mortimer, the man of science, ask of Sherlock Holmes, the specialist in crime? Come in. The appearance of our visitor was a surprise to me, since I had expected a typical country practitioner. He was a very tall, thin man, with a long nose like a beak, which jutted out between two keen gray eyes, set closely together and sparkling brightly from behind a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. He was clad in professional but rather slovenly fashion, for his frock coat was dingy and his trousers frayed, though young. His back was already bowed, and he walked with forward thrust of his head and a general air of peering benevolence. As he entered, his eyes fell upon the stick in Holmes's hand, and he ran towards it with a cry of joy. I am so very glad, said he. I was not sure whether I had left it here or in the shipping office. I would not lose that stick for the world. "A presentation, I see," said Holmes. "Yes, sir." "From Charing Cross Hospital?" "From one or two friends there on the occasion of my marriage." "Durham, that's bad," said Holmes, shaking his head. Dr. Mortimer blinked through his glasses in mild astonishment. "Why was it bad?" "Only that you have unsettled our little deductions. On the occasion of your marriage, you say?" "Yes, sir. I married, and so left the hospital, and with all hopes of a consulting practice. It was necessary to make a home of my own. Come, we are not so far wrong, after all," said Holmes. "And now, Dr. James Mortimer, Mr. a humble practitioner, and a man of precise mind, evidently. A dabbler in science, Mr. Holmes. A picker-up of shells on the shores of the great unknown ocean. I presume that it is Mr. Sherlock Holmes whom I am addressing, and not— No, this is my friend, Dr. Watson. Glad to meet you, sir. I have heard your name mentioned in connection with that of your friend. You interest me very much, Mr. Holmes. I had hardly expected so dolichocephalic a skull, or such well-marked supraorbital development. Would you have any objection to my running my finger along your parietal fissure? A cast off your skull, sir, until the original is available, would be an ornament to any anthropological museum. It is not my intention to be fulsome, but I confess that I covet your skull." Sherlock Holmes waved our strange visitor into a chair. "You are an enthusiast in your line of thought, I perceive, sir, as I am in mine," said he. "I observe from your forefinger that you make your own cigarettes. Have no hesitation in lighting one." The man drew out paper and tobacco and rolled the one into the other with surprising dexterity. He had long, quivering fingers as agile and restless as the antennae of an insect. Holmes sat in silence, but the quick, darting glances he threw at our visitor showed me how much he was intrigued by him. "I presume, sir," said he at last, "that it was not solely for the purpose of examining my skull that you did me the honor to call last night and again today?" "No, sir, no, though I am happy to have had the opportunity of doing that as well. I came to you, Mr. Holmes, because I recognize that I am myself a very unpractical man, and because I am suddenly confronted with a most serious and extraordinary problem, recognizing, as I do, that you are the second highest expert in Europe." "Indeed, sir." "May I inquire who has the honor to be the first?" asked Holmes, with some asperity. To the man of precisely scientific mind, the work of Monsieur Bertillon must always appeal. "Then had you not better consult him?" "I said, sir, to the precisely scientific mind. But as a practical man of affairs, it is acknowledged that you stand alone. I trust, sir, that I have not inadvertently—" "Just a little," said Holmes. "I think, Dr. Mortimer, you would do wisely if without more ado you would kindly tell me plainly what the exact nature of the problem is in which you demand my assistance." Chapter 2. The Curse of the Baskervilles. "I have a manuscript in my pocket," said Dr. James Mortimer. "I observed it as you entered the room," said Holmes. "It is an old manuscript, early 18th century, unless it's a forgery." "How can you say that, sir?" "You have presented an inch or two of it to my examination all the time that you have been talking. It would be a poor expert who could not give the date of a document within a decade or so. You may possibly have read my little monograph upon the subject. I pewed it at 1730. The exact date is 1742. Dr. Mortimer drew it from his breast pocket. This family paper was committed to my care by Sir Charles Baskerville, whose sudden and tragic death some 3 months ago created so much excitement in Devonshire. I may say that I was his personal friend, as well as his medical attendant. He was a strong-minded man, sir, shrewd, practical, and as unimaginative as I am myself. Yet he took this document very seriously, and his mind was prepared for just such an end as did eventually overtake him." Holmes stretched out his hand for the manuscript and flattened it upon his knee. "Look at that, Watson. Note the alternating long and short S. That is but one of several indications which enable me to fix the date." I looked over his shoulder at the yellow paper and the faded script. At the head was written, Baskerville Hall, and below in large, scrawling figures, 1742. It appears to be a statement of some sort. Yes, it is a statement of a certain legend which runs in the Baskerville family. But I understand that it is something more modern and practical upon which you wish to consult me. Most modern, a most practical, pressing matter, which must be decided within 24 hours. But the manuscript is short and is intimately connected with the affair. With your permission, I will read it to you. Holmes leaned back in his chair, placed his fingertips together, and closed his eyes with an air of resignation. Dr. Mortimer turned the manuscript to the light and read in a high, cracking voice the following curious narrative. Of the origin of the Hound of the Baskervilles there have been many statements, yet as I am descended in a direct line from Hugo Baskerville, and as I had the story from my father, who also had it from his, I have set it down with all belief that it occurred even as is here set forth. And I would have you believe, my sons, that the same justice which punishes it may also most mercifully forgive it, and that no ban is so heavy but that by prayer and repentance it may be lifted. Learn, too, from this story not to fear the fruits of the past, but rather to be circumspect in the future, that those foul passions whereby our family has suffered so grievously may not again be loosed to our undoing. Know then, in the time of the Great Rebellion, the history of which by the learned Lord Clarendon I most earnestly commend to your attention, this manor of Baskerville was held by Hugo of that name, a most wild, profane, and godless man. This, in truth, his neighbors might have pardoned, seeing that saints have never flourished in those parts, but there was in him a certain cruel and wanton humor, which made his name a byword through the West. It chanced that this Hugo came to love, if indeed so dark a passion may be known under so bright a name, the daughter of a yeoman who held lands near the Baskerville estate. But the young maiden, being discreet and of good repute, would ever avoid him, for she feared his evil name. So it came to pass that one Michaelmas this Hugo, with 5 or 6 of his idle and wicked companions, stole down upon the farm and carried off the maiden, her father and brothers being from home, as he well knew. When they had brought her to the hall, she was placed in an upper chamber, while Hugo and his friends sat down to a long carouse, as was their nightly custom. Now, the poor lass upstairs was like to have her wits bewildered at the singing and shouting and terrible oaths which came up to her from below, for they say that the words used by Hugo Baskerville, when he was in wine, were such as might blast a man who said them. At last, in the stress of her fear, she did that which might have daunted the bravest or most active man, for by the aid of the growth of ivy which covered and still covers the south wall, she came down from under the eaves, and saws out across the moor towards her father's farm, some 9 miles distant. A little later Hugo went upstairs to bring some food and drink to his captive, and perhaps even worse, but found the cage empty and the bird flown. Then, as it seemed, the very devil took possession of him, for he ran down the stairs and into the dining hall, springing upon the great table, knocking over flagons and trenchers, and screaming out before the whole company that he would that very night render body and soul to the powers of evil, if he might but overtake the wench, while the revellers stood aghast at the fury of the man, one more wicked, or it may be more drunk than the rest, cried out that they should put the hounds upon her. At this Hugo ran from the house, crying to his grooms that they should saddle his mare and unkennel the pack, and giving the hounds a kerchief of the maids, he swung them to the line, and so off he went over the moonlit moor with a loud halloo. For a space the revellers stood with gaping mouths, unable to understand all that had been done in such haste. But anon their bemused which awoke to the nature of the deed which was like to be done upon the moorlands. All was now uproar, some calling for their pistols, some for their horses, and some for another flask of wine. But at last their senses returned, and the whole party, 13 in number, took horse and started in pursuit. The moon shone bright above them, and they rode swiftly abreast, taking that course which the maid must needs have taken if she were to reach her own home. They had gone 2 or 3 miles when they passed one of the night shepherds upon the moorlands, and they cried to him to know if he had seen the hunt. The man, as the story goes, was so crazed with fear that he could scarce speak, but at last he said that he had indeed seen the unhappy maiden, with the hounds upon her track. "But I have seen more than that," said he. For Hugo Baskerville passed me upon his black mare, and there ran mute behind him such a hound of hell as God forbid should ever be at my heels. The drunken squires cursed the shepherd and rode onward, but soon their skins began to creep, for there came a gallop of hoofs through the silence, and a black mare, dabbled with white froth, went past with trailing bridle and empty saddle. The revelers drew close together, for a great fear was upon them, but they still continued over more, though each, had he been alone, would have been right glad to have turned his horse's head. Riding slowly in this fashion, they came at last upon the hounds. These, though known for their valor and their breed, were whimpering in a cluster at the head of a deep dip or goyle upon the moor, some slinking away and others, with starting hacks and staring eyes, gazing down into the dismal valley before them. The company had come to a halt, more sober men, as you may guess, than when they started. Most of them were by no means advanced, but 3 of them, the boldest, or maybe the most intoxicated, rode forward into the hollow. Now, it opened into a broad space in which stood 2 of those great stones, still to be seen there, which were set by certain forgotten peoples in the days of old. The moon was shining bright upon the clearing, and there in the center lay the unhappy maid where she had fallen, dead of fear and of fatigue. But it was not the sight of her body, nor yet was it that of the body of Hugo Baskerville lying near her, which raised a hair upon the heads of these 3 daredevil roisterers, but was that, standing over Hugo, and plucking at his throat, there stood a foul thing, a great black beast, shaped like a hound, yet larger than any hound that ever mortal eyes rested upon. And even as they looked, the thing tore the throat out of Hugo Baskerville, on which, as it turned its blazing eyes and dripping jaws upon them, the 3 shrieked with fear and rode for dear life, still screaming, across the moor. One, it is said, died that very night of what he had seen, and the other 2 were but broken men for the rest of their days. Such is the tale, my sons, of the coming of the hound, which is said to have plagued the family so sorely ever since. If I have set it down, it is because that which is clearly known hath less terror than that which is but hinted at and guessed. Nor can it be denied that many of the family have been unhappy in their deaths, which have been sudden, bloody, and mysterious. Yet may we shelter ourselves in the infinite goodness of Providence, which should not condemn the innocent beyond that 3rd or 4th generation, which is threatened in Holy Writ. To that Providence, then, I hereby commend you, my sons, and I counsel you by way of caution to forbear from crossing the moor in those dark hours when the powers of evil are exalted. This from Hugo Baskerville to his sons Roger and John, with instructions that they say nothing thereof to their sister Elizabeth. When Dr. Mortimer finished reading this strange narrative, he pushed his glasses up onto his forehead and stared intently at Sherlock Holmes. The latter yawned and tossed the end of his cigarette into the fireplace. "Well," he asked, "do you not find it interesting? For a collector of fairy tales, perhaps." Dr. Mortimer pulled a folded newspaper from his pocket and said, "Now, Mr. Holmes, we shall give you something a bit more modern. This is the Devon County Chronicle of May 14th of this year. It contains a short account of the facts surrounding the death of Sir Charles Baskerville." My friend leaned forward slightly, his face clouded with an expression of intense attention. Our visitor adjusted his glasses and began to read. The recent sudden death of Sir Charles Baskerville, who was considered a likely candidate for the upcoming elections in mid-Devon, has cast a somber shadow over the entire county. Although Sir Charles had lived at his Baskerville estate for a relatively short time, his kindness and extreme generosity won him the affection and respect of all who came into contact with him. In these days of the nouveau riches, it is heartening to see a descendant of an old county family, which had fallen on hard times, able to make his own fortune and restore his house to its former glory. It is well known that Sir Charles acquired a large capital through speculations in South Africa. More prudent than those who do not stop until the wheel of fortune turns against them, he realized his gains and returned with them to England. He settled at Baskerville only 2 years ago, and much was said of his grand plan for reconstruction and improvement, now interrupted by his death. Being childless, he openly expressed a desire that, during his lifetime, this entire part of the county should benefit from his prosperity, and many have personal reasons to mourn his untimely passing. His generous donations to local and countywide charities have often been noted in the columns of this newspaper. It cannot be said that the circumstances surrounding the death of Sir Charles were fully cleared up by the inquest, but at least much has been done to dispel the rumors sparked by local superstition. Be that as it may, there is not the slightest reason to suspect foul play, or that death resulted from anything other than the most natural causes. Sir Charles was a widower, and it may be said that in some respects he was an eccentric man. Despite his wealth, he had very modest tastes, and his entire domestic staff at Baskerville Hall consisted of the Barrymores, the husband being the butler and the wife the housekeeper. Their testimony, supported by the evidence of several friends, shows that Sir Charles's health had recently begun to fail, and that he suffered from a heart condition manifested by changes in complexion, breathlessness, and acute bouts of nervous exhaustion. Dr. James Mortimer, the friend and physician of the deceased, testified to the same effect. The circumstances of the case are quite simple. Sir Charles Baskerville was in the habit of walking down the famous yew alley before retiring for the night. The Barrymores testified to this habit. On the 14th of May, Sir Charles announced his intention to depart for London the following day and ordered Barrymore to pack his things. That evening, he went out for his usual night walk, during which he was accustomed to smoking a cigar. From this walk, he was destined never to return. At midnight, seeing that the hall door was still open, Barrymore grew uneasy and, lighting a lantern, went in search of his master. The day had been damp, and Sir Charles's footprints were clearly visible in the alley. Halfway down this path is a wicket gate leading out to the moor. It was evident that Sir Charles had paused there for a moment, then continued his walk, and at the very end of the alley his body was found. There is only one unexplained fact, namely Barrymore's testimony that, past the gate, the character of Sir Charles's footprints changed, and it appeared as though he was walking not on his full soles, but only on his toes. One Murphy, a gypsy horse dealer, was on the moor at that time, not far from the gate, but by his own admission, he was dead drunk. He claimed to have heard cries, but was unable to determine their source. No signs of violence were found on Sir Charles's body, and although the doctor's evidence pointed to an almost incredible distortion of the face, so severe that Dr. Mortimer did not immediately recognize his friend and patient, it was explained that such symptoms occur in cases of suffocation and death by cardiac paralysis. This explanation was provided during the autopsy, which proved that Sir Charles had long suffered from organic heart disease, and the coroner reached his verdict based on medical testimony. It is well that everything was thus explained, for it is of the utmost importance that Sir Charles's heir should settle at the Hall and continue the good work so sadly interrupted. Had the prosaic conclusion of the coroner not put an end to the romantic stories whispered about this death, it would have been difficult to find a master for Baskerville. It is said that the next of kin and heir is Sir Henry Baskerville, the son of Sir Charles's younger brother. According to the latest reports, the young man was in America, and inquiries are now being made to inform him of his inheritance. Dr. Mortimer folded the newspaper and tucked it back into his pocket. Those, Mr. Holmes, are the public facts concerning the death of Sir Charles Baskerville. I must thank you, said Sherlock Holmes, for calling my attention to a case which certainly possesses some points of interest. I caught a glimpse of several newspaper accounts at the time, but I was preoccupied with that little business of the Vatican cameos, and, in my anxiety to oblige the Pope, I lost touch with several interesting English cases. This article, you say, contains all the public facts. It does. Then tell me the private ones. With these words, Holmes leaned back in his chair, put his fingertips together, and assumed his most impassive, judicial expression. In doing so, said Mortimer, who was beginning to show signs of strong emotion, I am telling you something which I have never confided to anyone. One of my reasons for withholding it from the inquest is that a man of science shrinks from being suspected of sharing a popular superstition. A second reason was that the Baskerville estate, as the newspaper mentions, would surely remain without an owner if anything were to strengthen its already somber reputation. For both these reasons, I felt justified in saying less than I knew, since no practical good could result from my frankness. But with you, I have no reason for any such concealment. The moor is very sparsely populated, and those who live near each other are in constant contact. For this reason, I saw Sir Charles Baskerville frequently, except for Mr. Franklin of Laughter Hall and Mr. Stapleton, the naturalist. There is not another educated man for many miles. Sir Charles led a secluded life, but his illness brought us together, and the bond was maintained by our shared interest in science. He had brought back much scientific information from South Africa, and we spent many a charming evening discussing the comparative anatomy of the Bushman and the Hottentot. During these last few months, it became increasingly clear to me that Sir Charles's nerves were strained to the breaking point. The legend I read to you had taken such a hold of him that, although he walked within the bounds of his own estate, nothing could induce him to go out upon the moor at night, incredible as it may seem to you, Mr. Holmes. He was honestly convinced that a dreadful fate hung over his family, and certainly the stories he told his ancestors were not of a reassuring nature. He was haunted by the idea of some ghastly presence, and more than once he asked me whether I had seen any strange creature during my medical journeys, or if I had heard the sound of baying. This last question he put to me several times, and always his voice would tremble with agitation. I remember well how, about 3 weeks before the fatal event, I drove up to his house. He was standing at the hall door. I had just climbed down from my trap when I saw his eyes fixed over my shoulder, filled with a look of most ghastly horror. I turned and caught only a fleeting glimpse of something that I took to be a large black calf passing behind the carriage. Sir Charles was so agitated and alarmed that I hurried to the spot where I had seen the animal to catch it, but it had vanished, and the incident seemed to produce the most distressing impression upon him. I stayed with him all evening, and it was then, to explain his emotion, that he entrusted me with the manuscript I have just read to you. I mention this small episode because it takes on a certain significance in light of the tragedy that followed. Though at the time, I was convinced the incident was trivial and that Sir Charles's alarm was without foundation. It was I who advised him to go to London. I knew that his heart was not right, and the constant fear in which he lived, however chimerical its cause, was clearly affecting his health. I thought that a few months spent in the distractions of the city would send him back to us a renewed man. Mr. Stapleton, our mutual friend, who was also concerned about his health, was of the same opinion. At the very last moment before his departure, the terrible catastrophe occurred. On the night of Sir Charles's death, Barrymore the butler, who found the body, sent the groom Perkins on horseback for me, and as I had not yet gone to bed, I was at Baskerville Hall within an hour of the event. I checked and confirmed all the facts mentioned at the inquest. I followed the footsteps down the yew alley. I saw the spot by the wicket gate where Sir Charles had apparently stood. I noted the change in the shape of the prints from that point onward. I satisfied myself that there were no other marks upon the soft gravel except those of Barrymore. And finally, I carefully examined the body, which had not been touched until my arrival. Sir Charles lay on his face, his arms outspread, his fingers dug into the earth, and his features were so convulsed by some strong emotion that I could hardly have sworn to his identity. There were, indeed, no signs of violence upon the body, but one statement made by Barrymore at the inquest was incorrect. He said that there were no traces upon the ground around the body. He did not notice any, but I did some distance away, but fresh and clear. Footprints. A man's or a woman's? Dr. Mortimer looked at us in a strange way, and his voice sank almost to a whisper as he answered, "Mr. Holmes, I saw the footprints of a gigantic hound." Chapter 3. The Problem. I confess that at these words a shudder passed through me. There was a thrill in the doctor's voice which showed that he himself was deeply moved by what he told us. Holmes leaned forward in his excitement, and his eyes kindled with that hard, dry luster which shot from them when he was keenly interested. "You saw them as clearly as I see you, and you said nothing? What was the use? How was it that no one else saw them?" The marks were some 20 yards from the body, and no one gave them a thought. I don't suppose I should have noticed them myself if I had not known the legend. There are many sheepdogs on the moor. No doubt, but this was no sheepdog. You say it was large, enormous, but it had not approached the body? No. What was the night like? Damp and raw. But it was not actually raining? No. What is the alley like? There are 2 lines of old yew hedge, 12 feet high and impenetrable. The walk between them is about 8 feet broad. Is there anything between the hedges and the walk? Yes. There is a strip of grass about 6 feet broad on either side. I understand that the yew hedge is penetrated at one point by a gate? Yes. The wicket gate, which leads onto the moor. Is there any other opening? None. So that to reach the yew alley one must either come down it from the house, or else enter by the moor gate. There is an exit through a summer house at the far end. Had Sir Charles reached this? No, he lay about 50 yards from it. Now, tell me, Dr. Mortimer, and this is very important, the marks which you saw were on the path and not on the grass? No marks could show on the grass. Were they on the same side of the path as the gate? Yes, they were on the edge of the path on the same side as the gate. You interest me exceedingly. Another point, was the wicket gate closed? Closed and padlocked. How high was it? About 4 feet high. Then anyone could have climbed over it? Yes. And what marks did you see by the wicket gate? None in particular. Good heaven! Did no one examine it? I examined it myself. And found nothing? It was all very confused. Sir Charles had evidently stood there for 5 or 10 minutes. How do you know that? Because the ash had twice dropped from his cigar. Excellent. This is a colleague after our own heart, Watson. But the marks! He had left his own marks all over that little patch of gravel. I could discern no others. Sherlock Holmes struck his knee with an expression of annoyance and exclaimed, "If I had only been there! It is evidently a case of extraordinary interest, and one which presented immense opportunities to the scientific expert. That page of gravel, which I might have read so easily, has been long ere this smudged by the rain and defaced by the clogs of curious peasants. Oh, Dr. Mortimer, to think that you should not have called me in. You have indeed a great responsibility to answer for. I could not call you in, Mr. Holmes, without disclosing these facts to the world, and I have already given you my reasons for not wishing to do so. Besides, why do you hesitate? There is a realm in which the most keen and experienced detective is helpless. You mean to say that the matter is supernatural? I did not precisely say that. No, but you evidently think it. Mr. Holmes, since the tragedy, several incidents have come to my attention which are difficult to reconcile with the natural order of things. For example, I have learned that prior to this terrible event, several people had seen a creature upon the moor that corresponds to this Baskerville demon, a creature which cannot be any animal known to science. All who saw it described it as a huge creature, luminous, ghastly, and spectral. I have cross-examined these men, one a hard-headed countryman, another a blacksmith, the third a moorland farmer, and they all tell the same story of this strange apparition, which exactly matches the hellhound of the legend. I assure you that a reign of terror exists in the district, and he is a brave man who will venture across the moor at night. And you, a man of science, believe that a supernatural force is at work here? I do not know what to think. Holmes shrugged his shoulders and said, "So far, my investigations have been confined to this world. I have, in my own modest way, combated evil, but to take on the father of evil himself would perhaps be too ambitious a task. However, you must admit that the footprints were material. The hound of the legend was material enough to tear a man's throat out, and yet it was a creature of the devil. I see that you have gone over entirely to the side of the supernaturalists. But tell me this, Dr. Mortimer, if you hold such views, why have you come to me for advice? You tell me it is useless to investigate the death of Sir Charles, yet you asked me to do so. I did not ask you to conduct an investigation. Then how can I assist you? With advice as to what I should do with Sir Henry Baskerville, who will arrive at Waterloo Station." Dr. Mortimer glanced at his watch. In exactly 1 hour and a quarter, the heir, yes, upon the death of Sir Charles. We made inquiries about this young man and learned that he has been farming in Canada. From all reports, he is an excellent fellow in every respect. I speak now not as a doctor, but as the executor of Sir Charles's will. I presume there are no other claimants to the estate? None. The only other relative we have been able to trace is Roger Baskerville, the youngest of the three brothers, of whom poor Sir Charles was the eldest. The second brother, who died years ago, was the father of young Henry. The third, Roger, was the black sheep of the family. He had the old, masterful Baskerville blood in him, and they say he was a very image of the family portrait of old Hugo. His conduct was such that he had to flee England, and he died in 1876 in Central America of yellow fever. Henry is the last of the Baskervilles. In 1 hour and 5 minutes, I shall meet him at Waterloo Station. I received a telegram saying he arrived in Southampton this morning. So, what do you advise me to do with him, Mr. Holmes? Why should he not go to the home of his ancestors? It seems natural, does it not? And yet, consider that a dark fate has overtaken every Baskerville who lived there. I am certain that if Sir Charles could speak to me at the moment of his death, he would have implored me not to bring the last of his line, and the heir to a great fortune to that accursed place. Yet, it cannot be denied that the prosperity of that whole poor, bleak countryside depends upon his presence. All the good work started by Sir Charles will come to nothing if there is no master at Baskerville Hall. Fearing that I might be led by my own obvious interest in the matter, I have come to tell you everything and ask for your counsel." Holmes thought for a moment, then said, "In plain words, you are of the opinion that some diabolical influence makes Dartmoor a dangerous place for a descendant of the Baskervilles, are you not?" "At the very least, I maintain that the circumstances point that way." "Quite so. If your theory of the supernatural is correct, it could work its harm upon the young man as easily in London as in Devonshire. A devil with merely local powers, like a parish council, would be too inconceivable a phenomenon. You would not take the matter so lightly, Mr. Holmes, if you were brought into personal contact with these facts. So, is it your opinion that the young man's safety is as well assured in Devonshire as in London? He arrives in 50 minutes. What do you advise?" "I advise you, sir, to hail a cab, call your spaniel, which is scratching at my front door, and proceed to Waterloo Station to meet Sir Henry Baskerville. And then you will tell him absolutely nothing until I have had time to consider the matter. And how long will that take?" 24 hours. "I should be much obliged, Dr. Mortimer, if you would come here at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning and bring Sir Henry Baskerville with you. It would be of great assistance to my future plans." "I shall do so, Mr. Holmes." He noted the appointment upon his shirt cuff and hurried out in his strange, peering fashion. Holmes stopped him at the top of the stairs with a final question. "One more thing, Dr. Mortimer. You said that before the death of Sir Charles Baskerville, several people saw this creature upon the moor?" "3 people saw it." "And has anyone seen it since?" "I have heard of no one." "Thank you. Goodbye." Holmes returned to his chair with that quiet look of inward satisfaction, which meant that he had a congenial task before him. "Are you going out, Watson?" "Yes, if I can be of no help to you." "No, my dear fellow, it is at the hour of action that I turn to you for aid. But this is a magnificent case, quite unique from several points of view. Would you be so good, as you pass Bradley's, to tell him to send me a pound of the strongest shag tobacco? Thank you. It would be as well if you did not return before evening. Then I should be very glad to compare impressions as to this most interesting problem which has been submitted to us this morning. I knew that solitude was necessary for my friend during those hours of intense mental concentration, in which he weighed every particle of evidence, constructed various theories, cross-checked them, and decided which points were vital and which were merely incidental. Therefore, I spent the day at my club and did not return to Baker Street until evening. It was nearly 9 o'clock when I entered our sitting room. My first impression was that a fire had broken out, for the room was so thick with smoke that the light of the lamp upon the table was blurred and dim. But as I entered, my fears were eased, for I began to cough in the acrid fumes of strong tobacco. Through the haze, I could dimly discern the figure of Holmes in his dressing gown, coiled up in an armchair with a black clay pipe between his lips. Several rolls of paper lay scattered around him. "Caught a cold, Watson?" he asked. "No, it's this poisonous atmosphere. I suppose it's a little thick, now that you mention it." "Thick? It is intolerable." "Then open the window. I see you have been at your club all day." "My dear Holmes, am I right?" "Certainly, but how?" He chuckled at my bewilderment. "You radiate such a delightful freshness, Watson, that it is a pleasure to exercise my small faculties at your expense. A gentleman goes out in rain and slush. He returns in the evening with his hat and boots still polished. Therefore, he has been stationary all day. He has no intimate friends. Where, then, could he have been? Is it not obvious?" "Yes, I suppose it is. The world is full of obvious things which nobody by any chance ever observes. Where do you think I have been?" "Stationary also." "On the contrary, I have been in Devonshire." "In spirit?" "Exactly. My body has remained in this armchair and has, I regret to see, consumed in my absence 2 large pots of coffee and an incredible amount of tobacco. After you left, I sent to Stamford for the ordnance map of this portion of the moor, and my mind has been wandering over it all day. I flatter myself that I shall not lose my way upon it. It is a large-scale map, I presume?" "Very large." He unrolled a section of it over his knee. "Here is the particular district which concerns us. There is Baskerville Hall in the middle, with a wood around it?" "Exactly. I take it that the yew alley, though not marked by that name, must stretch along this line, with the moor, as you perceive, upon the right of it. This small clump of buildings is the hamlet of Grimpen, where our friend Dr. Mortimer has his headquarters. Within a 5-mile radius, as you see, there are very few scattered dwellings. Here is Laughter Hall, which was mentioned in the narrative. There is a house indicated here, which may be the residence of the naturalist Stapleton, if I recall the name correctly. Here are 2 moorland farms, High Tor and Fulmire, and 14 miles away there is the great prison of Princetown. Between and around these scattered points lies the desolate, lifeless moor. This, then, is the stage upon which the tragedy has been played, and upon which we shall help to reconstruct it. It must be a wild place." "Yes, the setting is a worthy one. If the devil did desire to have a hand in the affairs of men, then you are yourself inclining to the supernatural explanation? And why should the devil's agents not be creatures of flesh and blood? To begin with, we are faced with 2 questions. First, has a crime been committed here? Second, what is the nature of that crime, and how is it carried out? Of course, if Dr. Mortimer's supposition is correct, and we are dealing with forces beyond the laws of nature, there is an end to our investigation. But we are bound to exhaust every other hypothesis before falling back upon that one. I think, if you don't mind, we shall close the window. It is a curious thing, but I find that a concentrated atmosphere helps a concentration of thought. I haven't quite reached the point of sitting in a box to think, but that is the logical conclusion of my convictions. Have you turned the case over in your mind?" "Yes, I have thought much of it during the day." "And what do you make of it?" "It is a bewildering business. It certainly has a character of its own. There are several distinctive features about it. This change in the footprints, for instance. What do you make of that?" "Mortimer said that the man had walked on tiptoe down that portion of the alley. He only repeated what some fool had said at the inquest. Why should a man go tiptoeing down an alley? What was it then? He was running, Watson, running desperately, running for his life, running until his heart burst and he fell dead." "Running from what?" "There lies our problem. There are indications that he was crazed with fear before ever he began to run." "What indications?" "I presume that the cause of his terror appeared from a moor. If that were so, and it seems most probable, then only a man who had lost his wits would have run away from the house instead of toward it. If we are to trust the gypsy's evidence, Sir Charles ran, shrieking for help, in the very direction where help was least likely to be found. And again, whom was he waiting for that night, and why was he waiting for them in the yew alley rather than in his own house? You think he was waiting for someone? Sir Charles was an elderly and ailing man. We may accept that he went for an evening stroll, but the ground was damp and the weather inclement. Is it natural that he should stand for 5 or 10 minutes, as Dr. Mortimer, with more practical sense than I had given him credit for, deduced from the cigar ash? But he went out every evening. I do not think he stood every evening at the wicket gate, leading to the moor. On the contrary, the evidence shows that he avoided the moor. Yet on this night, he stood there and waited. It was the night before his intended departure for London. The thing is taking shape. Watson, a sequence is appearing. May I ask you to hand me my violin, and we shall put all further thought of this case aside until we have the pleasure of seeing Dr. Mortimer and Sir Henry Baskerville tomorrow morning. AI voiceover direction. The running reveal. When Holmes says he was running Watson, his voice should drop any hint of casualness. It should be intense, certain, and slightly faster than surrounding dialogue. Logic and pacing. As Holmes lists the contradictions, the rain, the cigar ash, the direction of flight, he should sound like he is ticking off items on a mental checklist. The conclusion. The request of the violin should sound relaxed. The hunter has found the trail and can now afford a rest. The Hound of the Baskervilles, Chapter 4. Sir Henry Baskervilles. Our breakfast table was cleared early, and Holmes, clad in his dressing gown, awaited the promised interview. Our clients were punctual to the minute. The clock had just struck 10 when Dr. Mortimer was shown in, followed by the young baronet. The latter was a small, alert, dark-eyed man of about 30, sturdily built, with thick black eyebrows and a strong, pugnacious face. He wore a ruddy-tinted tweed suit and had the weather-beaten appearance of one who spent most of his time in the open air. Yet there was something in his steady gaze and the quiet assurance of his bearing which indicated the gentleman. "This is Sir Henry Baskerville," said Dr. Mortimer. "That is so," Sir Henry confirmed. "And the strange thing is, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, that if my friend here had not suggested our visiting you this morning, I should have come on my own account. I understand that you are a solver of little riddles, and I have had one presented to me this morning, which requires more thinking out than I am able to give it. Pray, take a seat, Sir Henry. Do I understand that you have yourself experienced something out of the ordinary since your arrival in London?" "Nothing of much importance, Mr. Holmes. Only a joke, as like as not. It was this letter, if you can call it a letter, which reached me this morning." He laid an envelope upon the table, and we all leaned over it. It was of common quality, grayish in color. The address, Sir Henry Baskerville, Northumberland Hotel, was printed in straggling characters. The postmark was Charing Cross, and the date that of the previous evening. "Who knew that you were going to Northumberland Hotel?" asked Holmes, glancing keenly at our visitor. "No one could have known. We only decided after I met Dr. Mortimer." "But Dr. Mortimer was surely already staying there?" "No, I am staying with a friend," said the doctor. "There was no possible indication that we intended to go to this hotel." Someone seems to be very deeply interested in your movements." Holmes took from the envelope a half-sheet of foolscap paper, folded into 4. He opened it out and laid it flat upon the table. Across the middle of it, a single sentence had been formed by pasting printed words upon it. "If you value your life or your reason, keep away from a moor." The word "moor" alone was written in ink in block letters. "Now," said Sir Henry Baskerville, "perhaps you will tell me, Mr. Holmes, what in thunder this means, and who it is that takes so much interest in my affairs. What do you make of it, Dr. Mortimer? You must admit that here, at least, is nothing supernatural." "No, sir, but it might very well come from someone who is convinced that the business is supernatural." "What business?" asked Sir Henry, sharply. "It seems to me that all you gentlemen know a great deal more than I do about my own affairs." "You shall share our knowledge before you leave this room," Sir Henry, I promise you that, said Sherlock Holmes. For the present, with your permission, we will confine ourselves to this very interesting document, which must have been put together and posted yesterday evening. Have you yesterday's Times, Watson? It is here in the corner. Might I trouble you for it? The inside page, please, with the leading articles. He glanced swiftly over the columns and then said, Here is a very capital article upon free trade. Permit me to give you a sample from it. If you are cajoled into imagining that your own special trade or your own industry will be encouraged by a protective tariff, but reason tells that such legislation will keep prosperity far from a nation, your imports will be less value and the life of the island will keep to a lower level. What do you think of that, Watson? Cried Holmes in high glee, rubbing his hands together with satisfaction. Don't you think that is an admirable sentiment? Dr. Mortimer looked at Holmes with an air of professional interest, and Sir Henry Baskerville turned his dark eyes upon me in bewilderment. I am not very well up in the tariff question, said he, but it seems to me that we are getting a little off the track of this note. On the contrary, Sir Henry, we are on the blazing hot scent. Watson here knows more of my methods than you do, but I fear that even he has not quite grasped the significance of this sentence. No, I confess that I see no connection. And yet, my dear Watson, there is so very close a connection that the one is extracted out of the other. If your life, reason, value, keep away from. Can you not see now whence those words have been taken? By thunder, you're right. Well, if that isn't smart, cried Sir Henry. Certainly, Mr. Holmes. This exceeds anything which I could have imagined, said Dr. Mortimer, gazing at my friend with amazement. I could have guessed that the words were taken from a newspaper, said Dr. Mortimer, but that you should name which one, and add that they came from a leading article, is truly remarkable. How did you know? I presume, Doctor, that you could tell the skull of a Negro from that of an Eskimo? Most certainly. But how? Because that is my specialty. The differences are obvious. The supraorbital crest, the facial angle, the curve of the jaw. Well, this is my specialty, and the differences are equally obvious. To my eyes, there's as much difference between the leaded bourgeois type of a Times article and the slovenly print of a halfpenny evening paper as there is between your Negro and your Eskimo. The detection of types is one of the most elementary branches of knowledge to the expert in crime, though I confess that once, when I was very young, I confused the Leeds Mercury with the Western Morning News. But a Times leader is entirely distinctive, and these words could have been taken from nowhere else. As it was done yesterday, the strong probability was that they were cut from yesterday's issue. So far as I can follow your thoughts, Mr. Holmes, said Sir Henry Baskerville, someone cut this message out with a pair of scissors. Nail scissors, Holmes interjected. You can see that they were very short-bladed, since the word keep had to be cut in 2 snips. That is true. Someone then cut the message with short scissors and pasted it with gum. Paste, Holmes corrected, with paste onto the paper. But I want to know why the word more should have been written in ink. Because he cannot find it in print. The other words were all simple and might be found in any issue, but more is less common. Why, of course, that explains it. Have you read anything else into this message, Mr. Holmes? There are 1 or 2 indications, though every care has been taken to remove any clues. You will observe that the address is printed in straggling characters. But the Times is a paper which is seldom found in any hands but those of the highly educated. We may take it, therefore, that the letter was composed by an educated man who wished to pose as an uneducated one, and his effort to conceal his own writing suggests that that writing might be known, or might come to be known by you. Furthermore, you will notice that the words are not gummed on in an accurate line, but that some are much higher than others. Life, for example, is quite out of place. That may point to carelessness, or it may point to agitation and hurry on the part of the cutter. On the whole, I incline to the latter view, since the matter was evidently important, and it is unlikely that the composer would be careless. If he were in a hurry, it opens up the interesting question of why he should be in a hurry, since any letter posted up to early this morning would have reached Sir Henry before he left his hotel. Did the composer fear an interruption, and from whom? "We are coming now rather into the region of guesswork," said Dr. Mortimer. "Say, rather, into the region where we weigh probabilities and choose the most likely. It is a scientific use of the imagination, but we have always some material basis on which to start our speculation. Now, you would call it guess, no doubt, but I'm almost certain that this address has been written in a hotel. How in the world can you say that? If you examine it carefully, you will find that both the pen and the ink have given the writer trouble. The pen has spluttered twice in a single word, and has run dry 3 times in a short address, showing that there was very little ink in the bottle. Now, a private pen or ink bottle is seldom allowed to be in such a state, and the combination of the two must be quite rare. But you know the hotel ink and the hotel pen. Indeed, I have little hesitation in saying that could we examine the waste paper baskets of the hotels around Charing Cross until we found the remains of the mutilated Times leader, we could lay our hands straight upon the person who sent this singular message. Hello, what is this?" He was examining the paper upon which the words were pasted very closely, holding it not more than an inch or 2 from his eyes. "What is it?" "It is nothing," Holmes replied, as he laid the paper down. "It is a blank half-sheet of foolscap, without even a watermark. I think we have drawn as much as we can from this curious letter. And now, Sir Henry, has anything else of interest happened to you since you have been in London?" "No, Mr. Holmes, I think not." "You have not observed anyone follow or watch you?" "I seem to have walked right into the middle of a dime novel," our visitor remarked. "Why in thunder should anyone follow or watch me?" "We are coming to that. But before we go into the matter, have you nothing else to report to us?" "That depends on what you think worth reporting. I think anything worth reporting which is out of the ordinary routine of life." Sir Henry smiled. "I don't know much of British life yet, for I have spent nearly all my time in the States and in Canada. But I hope that to lose one of your boots is not part of the ordinary routine of life over here. You have lost one of your boots?" "My dear sir," cried Dr. Mortimer, "it is only mislaid. You will find it when you return to the hotel. There is no need to trouble Mr. Holmes with such trifles." "Well, he asked me for anything that was outside the ordinary routine." "Exactly," said Holmes. "However foolish the incident may seem, you say that you have lost one of your boots. Well, I put them both outside my door last night, and in the morning there was only one. I could get no satisfaction out of the fellow who cleans them. The worst of it is that I only bought the pair last night in the Strand, and I have never had them on my feet. If you have never worn them, why did you put them out to be cleaned?" "They were tan boots, and had never been varnished. That was why I put them out." "Then I understand that on your arrival in London yesterday you went out at once and bought a pair of boots?" "I did a good deal of shopping. Dr. Mortimer here went round with me. You see, if I am to be master of the Hall, I shall have to dress the part, and I may have become a little careless in my ways out west. Among other things, I bought those brown boots, gave $6 for them, and had one stolen before I had ever had on my back." "It seems a singularly useless thing to steal," said Sherlock Holmes. "I confess that I share Dr. Mortimer's belief that the missing boot will be found before long. And now, gentlemen," said the baronet with decision, "I think I have spoken quite enough about the little I know. It is time that you kept your promise, and gave me a full account of what we are all driving at." "Your request is a very reasonable one," Holmes answered. "Dr. Mortimer, I think you could not do better than to tell your story as you told it to us." Thus encouraged, our scientific friend drew his papers from his pocket and presented the whole case as he had done upon the previous morning. Sir Henry Baskerville listened with the deepest attention, and with an occasional exclamation of surprise. "Well, I seem to have come into an inheritance with a vengeance," he said, when the long narrative was finished. "Of course, I've heard of the Hound ever since I was in the nursery. It's the favorite story of the family, though I never took it seriously before. But as to my uncle's death, well, it all seems boiling up in my head, and I can't get it clear yet. You don't seem quite to have made up your mind whether it's a case for a policeman or a clergyman. Precisely. And now there's this letter that reached me. I suppose that fits into the puzzle. It seems to show that someone knows more than we do as to what is happening upon the moor, said Dr. Mortimer. And also, said Holmes, that someone is not ill-disposed towards you, since they warn you of danger. Or it may be that they wish, for their own purposes, to scare me away. Well, of course, that is possible also. I am very much indebted to you, Dr. Mortimer, for introducing me to a problem which presents several interesting alternatives. But the practical point which we now have to decide, Sir Henry, is whether it is or is not advisable for you to go to Baskerville Hall. And why should I not go? Asked Sir Henry. Because there appears to be danger. What kind of danger do you mean? From our family enemy or from human beings? That is what we have to find out. Well, whatever it is, my answer is made. There is no devil in hell, Mr. Holmes, and no man upon earth who shall prevent me from going to the home of my people, and you may take that as my final answer. His dark brows knitted and his face flushed to a dusky red. The fiery temper of the Baskervilles was evidently not extinct in this their last representative. Meanwhile, said he, I have hardly had time to think over all that you have told me. It's a big thing for a man to have to understand and to decide at one sitting. I should like to have a quiet hour by myself to make up my mind. Look here, Mr. Holmes, it's 11:30 now, and I am going right back to my hotel. What would you say if you and your friend, Dr. Watson, were to come and lunch with us at 2? I'll be able to tell you more clearly then how this thing strikes me. Is that convenient to you, Watson? Perfectly. Then you may expect us. Shall I have a cab call for you? I prefer to walk, for this affair has flurried me rather. I'll gladly join you in a walk, said his companion. Then goodbye until 2 o'clock. Au revoir. We heard the steps of our visitors descend the stair and the bang of the front door. In an instant, Holmes was changed from the languid dreamer to the man of action. Your hat and boots. Watson, quick. Not a moment to lose. He rushed into his dressing gown as he spoke, and was back again in a few seconds in a frock coat. We hurried together down the stairs and into the street. Dr. Mortimer and Baskerville were still visible about 200 yards ahead of us in the direction of Oxford Street. Shall I run on and stop them? Not for the world. My dear Watson, I am perfectly content with your company, if you will tolerate mine. Our friends are wise, for it is certainly a very fine morning for a walk. He quickened his pace until we had decreased the distance which lay between us by about 1/2. Then, still keeping 100 yards behind them, we followed into Oxford Street, and so down Regent Street. Once our friend stopped and stared into a shop window. Holmes did the same. An instant afterwards he gave a little cry of satisfaction, and, following the direction of his eager eyes, I saw that a hansom cab with a man inside, which had halted upon the other side of the street, was now slowly moving onwards again. There's our man, Watson. Come along. We'll have a good look at him, if we can do no more. At that instant, I was aware of a bushy black beard and a pair of piercing eyes turned upon us through the side window of the cab. Instantly, the trap-door at the top was opened. Something was screamed to the driver, and the cab flew madly down Regent Street. Holmes looked eagerly round for another, but no empty one was in sight. Then he dashed in wild pursuit amid the stream of the traffic. But the start was too great, and already the cab was out of sight. There now, said Holmes bitterly, as he emerged, panting and white with vexation, from the tide of vehicles. Was ever such bad luck and such bad management? Watson, Watson, if you are an honest man, you will record this also and set against my successes. Who was the man? I have not an idea. A spy? Well, it was evident from what we have heard that Baskerville has been very closely shadowed by someone since he has been in town. How else could it be known so quickly that it was a Northumberland hotel which he had chosen? If they shadowed him the first day, I argued that they would shadow him also the second. You may have noticed that I went twice to the window while Dr. Mortimer was reading his legend. Yes, I remember. I was looking out for loiterers in the street, but I saw none. We are dealing with a clever man, Watson. This matter cuts very deep, and though I have not finally made up my mind whether it is a benevolent or malevolent agency which is in touch with us, I am conscious always of power and of design. When our friends left, I at once followed in the hopes of marking their invisible companion. He was too clever to trust his own feet, but he had a cab, so that he could either linger behind or dash past him and so escape notice. His advantage was great, but it has one drawback. It puts him in the power of the cabman. Exactly. What pity we did not get the number. My dear Watson, clumsy as I have been, you can surely not imagine that I neglected the number? It is 2,704, but that is of no use to us at the moment. I fail to see how you could have done more. On observing the cab, I should have instantly turned and walked in the other direction. I should then at my leisure have hired a second cab and followed the first at a respectful distance, or better still, have driven to the Northumberland Hotel and waited there. When our unknown had followed Baskerville to his home, we should have had the opportunity of playing his own game upon himself and seeing where he made for. As it is, by an indiscreet eagerness, which was taken advantage of with extraordinary quickness by our opponent, we had betrayed ourselves and lost our man. We had been sauntering slowly down Regent Street during this conversation, and Dr. Mortimer and his companion had long since vanished from our sight. "There is no object in our following them," said Holmes. "Their shadow has departed and will not return. We must now see what cards we have in our hands, and set about playing them with decision. Could you swear to the man in the cab?" "I could swear only to the beard." "And so could I," from which I gather that in all probability it was a false one. A clever man upon so delicate an errand has no use for a beard save to conceal his features. "Step in here, Watson." He turned into one of the district messenger offices, where he was warmly greeted by the manager. "Ah, Wilson, I see you have not forgotten the little case in which I had the good fortune to help you." "No, sir, indeed I have not." "You saved my good name, and perhaps my life." "My dear fellow, you exaggerate." "I seem to remember, Wilson, that you had among your boys a lad named Cartwright, who showed some ability during the investigation." "Yes, sir, he is still with us." "Can you call him up?" "Thank you, and I should be glad if you would change this £5 note." A lad of 14, with a bright, keen face, had obeyed the summons of the manager. He stood now gazing with great reverence at the famous detective. "Let me have the hotel directory," said Holmes. "Thank you. Now, Cartwright, there are the names of 23 hotels, all in the immediate vicinity of Charing Cross. Do you see?" "Yes, sir." "You will visit each of these in turn." "Yes, sir." "You will begin in each case by giving the outside porter 1 shilling. Here are 23 shillings. "Yes, sir." "You will tell him that you want to see yesterday's waste paper. You will say that an important telegram has been mislaid and that you are looking for it. Do you understand?" "Yes, sir." "But what you are really looking for is the center page of the Times with some holes cut in it with scissors. Here is a copy of the Times. It is this page. You could easily recognize it, could you not?" "Yes, sir." In each case the outside porter will send for the hall porter, to whom also you will give 1 shilling. Here are another 23 shillings. In 20 cases out of 23, you will probably be told that the waste paper has been burned or taken away. In the 3 other cases you will be shown a heap of paper, and you will look for this page of the Times. The odds are enormously against your finding it. There are 10 shillings over in case of emergencies. Let me have a report by wire at Baker Street before evening. And now, Watson, it only remains for us to find out by wire the identity of the cabman, number 2704, and then we will drop into one of the Bond Street picture galleries and fill in the time until we are due at the hotel. Chapter 5. 3 Broken Threads. Sherlock Holmes had, in a very remarkable degree, the power of detaching his mind at will. For 2 hours the strange business in which we had been involved appeared to be forgotten, and he was entirely absorbed in the pictures of the modern Belgian masters. From the moment we left the gallery, He would talk of nothing but art, of which he had the most crude ideas, until we reached the Northumberland Hotel. "Sir Henry Baskerville is upstairs awaiting you," said the clerk. "He asked me to show you up at once when you came." "Have you any objection to my looking at your register?" asked Holmes. "Not in the least." The book showed that 2 names had been added after that of Baskerville. One was Theophilus Johnson and family, from Newcastle. The other was Mrs. Oldmore and maid, from High Lodge, Alton. "Surely that must be the same Johnson whom I used to know," said Holmes. "A lawyer. Is he not gray-headed and walks with a limp?" "No. Sir, this is Mr. Johnson, the co-owner, a very active gentleman, not older than yourself. Surely you are mistaken as to his trade?" "No, sir. He has used this hotel for many years, and he is very well known to us." "Ah, that settles it. And Mrs. Oldmore?" "I seem to remember the name. Excuse my curiosity, but often in calling upon one friend one finds another. She is an invalid lady, sir. Her husband was once a major in the Marines. She always stays with us when she comes to town." "Thank you. I am afraid I cannot claim her acquaintance." "We have established a most important fact by these questions, Watson," he continued in a low voice as we went upstairs together. "We know now that the people who are so interested in our friend have not settled down in the same hotel as he. That means that while they are, as we have seen, very anxious to watch him, they are equally anxious that he should not see them. Now, this is a most suggestive fact." "What does it suggest?" "It suggests, hello, my dear fellow, what is the matter?" As we came round the top of the stairs, we had run up against Sir Henry Baskerville himself. His face was flushed with anger, and he held an old and dusty boot in one of his hands. He was so furious that he could hardly articulate, and when he did speak, it was in a much broader and more Western dialect than any which we had heard from him in the morning. "Seems to me they are playing me for a sucker in this hotel," he cried. "They'll find they've started in on the wrong man if they are not careful. By thunder, if that chap can't find my missing boot, there will be trouble. I can take a joke with the best, Mr. Holmes, but they've got a bit over the limit this time." "Still looking for your boot?" "Yes, sir, and I mean to find it." "But surely you said that it was a new brown boot?" "So it was, sir, and now it's an old black one." "What? You don't mean to say—" "That's just what I do mean to say. I only had 3 pairs in the world, the new brown, the old black, and the patent leathers, which I am wearing. Last night they took one of my brown ones, and today they have sneaked one of the black. Well, have you got it? Speak out, man, and don't stand staring." An agitated German waiter had appeared upon the scene. "No, sir, I made inquiry all over the hotel, but I can hear no word off it." "Well, either that boot comes back before sundown, or I'll see the manager and tell him that I got out of this hotel straight away." "It shall be found, sir. I promise you that if you will have a little patience, it will be found. Mind it is, for it's the last thing of mine that'll go missing in this den of thieves." Well, Mr. Holmes, you'll excuse my troubling you about such a trifle. I think it's well worth troubling about." "Why? You look very serious over it. How do you explain it?" "I just don't attempt to explain it. It seems the very maddest, queerest thing that ever happened to me." "The queerest, perhaps," said Holmes thoughtfully. "What do you make of it yourself?" "I don't profess to understand it yet. This case of yours is very complex." "Sir Henry, when I take it in connection with your uncle's death, I am not sure that of all the 500 cases of capital importance which I have handled, there is one which cuts so deep. But we hold several threads in our hands, and the odds are that one or other of them guides us to the truth. We may waste time in following the wrong one, but sooner or later we must come upon the right." We spent a very pleasant hour over our luncheon, and very little was said of the business which had brought us together. It was only when we had settled into Sir Henry's private sitting-room that Holmes asked him what his intentions were. "To go to Baskerville Hall." "And when?" "At the end of the week." "On the whole," said Holmes, "I think that your decision is a wise one. I have ample evidence that you are being shadowed in London, and amid the millions of this great city It is difficult to discover who these people are or what their object can be. If their intentions are evil, they might do you a mischief, and we should be powerless to prevent it. You did not know, Dr. Mortimer, that you were followed this morning from my house?" Dr. Mortimer started violently. "Followed? By whom?" "That, unfortunately, is what I cannot tell you. Have you among your neighbors or acquaintances in Dartmoor any man with a full black beard?" "No. Or let me see. Why, yes. Barrymore, Sir Charles's butler, is a man with a full black beard." "And where is Barrymore?" "He is in charge of the hall. We had best ascertain if he is really there, or by any possibility he might be in London." "How can you do that?" "Give me a telegraph form." "Is all ready for Sir Henry." "That will do. Addressed to Mr. Barrymore, Baskerville Hall." "What is the nearest telegraph office?" "Grimpen." "Very good. We will send a second wire to the postmaster. Telegram to Mr. Barrymore to be delivered into his own hand. If absent, please wire reply to Sir Henry Baskerville, Northumberland Hotel. That should let us know before evening whether Barrymore is at his post in Devonshire or not." "That's the way to do it," said Baskerville. "By the way, Dr. Mortimer, who is this Barrymore anyway?" "He is the son of the old caretaker, who is dead. They have looked after the hall for 4 generations now. So far as I know, he and his wife are as respectable a couple as any in the county. At the same time," said Baskerville, "it's clear enough that so long as there are none of the family at the hall, they have a mighty fine home and nothing to do." "That is true." "Did Barrymore profit at all by Sir Charles's will?" asked Holmes. "He and his wife had £500 each." "Ha! Did they know that they would receive this money?" "Yes. Sir Charles was very fond of talking about the provisions of his will." "That is very interesting." "I hope," said Dr. Mortimer, "that you do not look with suspicious eyes upon everyone who received a legacy from Sir Charles, for I also had £1,000 left to me. Indeed, and anyone else. There were many insignificant sums of individuals and a large number of public charities. The entire residue went to Sir Henry." "And how much was the residue?" £740,000. Holmes raised his eyebrows in surprise. "I had no idea that so gigantic a sum was involved," said he. "Sir Charles had the reputation of being rich, but we did not know how very rich he was until we came to examine his securities. The total value of the estate was close on to £1,000,000. Dear me, it is a stake for which a man might run desperate risks. One more question, Dr. Mortimer. Supposing that anything happened to our young friend here, you will forgive the unpleasant hypothesis. Who would inherit the estate? Since Roger Baskerville, Sir Charles's younger brother, died unmarried, the estate would descend to the Desmonds, who are distant cousins. James Desmond is an elderly clergyman in Westmoreland. Thank you. These details are all of great interest. Have you met Mr. James Desmond?" "Yes. He once came to visit Sir Charles. He is a man of venerable appearance and of saintly life. I remember that he refused to accept any settlement from Sir Charles, though he pressed it upon him. And a man of such simple tastes might inherit Sir Charles's millions? He would inherit the estate, because it is entailed. He would also inherit the money unless it were otherwise resigned by the present owner, who, of course, has an entire right to do with it as he pleases." "And have you made your will, Sir Henry?" "No, Mr. Holmes, I have not. I've had no time, for it was only yesterday that I learned how matters stood. But in any case, I feel that the money should go with the title and the estate. That was my poor uncle's idea. How is the owner to restore the glories of the Baskervilles if he has not money enough to keep up the property? House, land, and dollars must go together." "Quite so. Well, Sir Henry, I am of one mind with you as to the advisability of your going down to Devonshire without delay. There is only one provision which you must make. You certainly must not go alone. Dr. Mortimer returns with me. But Dr. Mortimer has his practice to attend to, and his house is miles away from yours. With all the goodwill in the world, he may be unable to help you. No, Sir Henry, You must take with you someone, a trusty man, who will be always at your elbow. Is it possible, Mr. Holmes, that you could come yourself? If matters came to a crisis, I should endeavor to be present in person, but you can understand that, with my extensive consulting practice, and with the constant appeals which are made to me from many quarters, it is impossible for me to be absent from London for an indefinite time. At the present instant, one of the most revered names in England is being besmirched by a blackmailer, and only I can stop a scandal which would be a very great misfortune. You can see, therefore, how impossible it is for me to go to Dartmoor. Whom would you recommend, then? Holmes laid his hand upon my arm. If my friend would undertake it, there is no man who is better worth having at your side when you are in a tight place. No one can say so more confidently than I. The proposition took me completely by surprise, but before I had time to answer, Baskerville seized me by the hand and wrung it heartily. "Well, now that is real kind of you, Dr. Watson," said he. "You see how it is with me, and you know just as much about the matter as I do. If you will come down to Baskerville Hall and see me through, I'll never forget it." The promise of adventure had always a fascination for me, and I was complimented by the words of Holmes and by the eagerness with which the baronet hailed me as a companion. "I will come with pleasure," said I, "for I do not know how I could employ my time better." "And you will report very carefully to me," said Holmes. "When a crisis comes, as it surely will, I will direct your movements. I suppose that by Saturday all might be ready. Would that suit Dr. Watson?" "Perfectly. Then on Saturday, unless you hear to the contrary, we shall meet at the 10:30 train from Paddington." We had risen to depart when Baskerville gave a cry of triumph, and diving into one of the corners of the room, he drew a brown boot from under a cabinet. "My missing boot," he cried. "May all our difficulties vanish as easily," said Sherlock Holmes. "But it is a very singular thing," Dr. Mortimer remarked. "I searched this room carefully before luncheon." "And so did I," said Baskerville. "Every inch of it. There was certainly no boot in it then. In that case, the waiter must have placed it there while we were lunching." The waiter was summoned, but he could only declare that he knew nothing of the matter, and no amount of searching could throw any light upon the incident. It was one more to the unbroken series of small, apparently purposeless surprises which had succeeded each other so rapidly. Setting aside the dark story of Sir Charles's death, we had a line of inexplicable incidents all within the limits of 2 days. The printed letter, the black-bearded spy in a hansom, the loss of the new brown boot, the loss of the old black boot, and now the return of the new brown boot. Holmes sat in silence in the cab as we drove back to Baker Street, and I knew from his drawn brows and keen face that his mind, like my own, was busy in endeavoring to frame some scheme into which all these strange and apparently disconnected episodes could be fitted. All afternoon, and until late in the evening, he sat lost in tobacco smoke and in thought. Just before dinner, 2 telegrams were handed in. The first ran, "Have just heard that Barrymore is at the Hall." The second, "Visited 23 hotels as directed, but sorry to report unable to trace cut sheet of times." Cartwright, "There go 2 of my threads. Watson, there is nothing more stimulating than a case where everything goes against you. We must find another clue. We have still the cabman who drove the spy." "Exactly. I have wired to get his name and address from the official register. I should not be surprised if this were the answer to my inquiry." The ring at the bell proved to be even more satisfactory than an answer would have been, for the door opened and a rough-looking fellow, evidently the man himself, walked into the room. "I got a message from the head office," he said, "that a gentleman at this address had been inquiring for number 2704. I've driven my cab these 7 years, and never a word said against me. I've come here straight from the yard to ask you to your face what you have against me." "I have nothing in the world against you, my good man," said Holmes. "On the contrary, I have a half-sovereign for you, if you will give me a clear answer to my questions." "Well, I've had a good day and no mistake," said the cabman with a grin. "What was it you wanted to ask, sir?" "First of all, your name and address, in case I want you again." "John Clayton, 3 Turpey Street, the Borough." My cab is out of Shipley's Yard, near Waterloo Station. Sherlock Holmes made a note of it. Now, Clayton, tell me all about the fare who sat and watched this house at 10 o'clock this morning, and afterwards followed the two gentlemen down Regent Street. The man looked surprised and a little embarrassed. Why, there's no good my telling you things, for you seem to know as much as I do already, said he. The truth is that the gentleman told me that he was a detective and that I was to say nothing about him to anyone. My good fellow, this is a very serious business, and you may find yourself in a pretty bad box if you try to hide anything from me. You say that your fare told you that he was a detective. Yes, he did. When did he say this? When he left me. Did he say anything more? He mentioned his name. Holmes cast a swift glance of triumph at me. Oh, he mentioned his name, did he? That was imprudent. What was the name that he mentioned? His name, said the cabman, was Mr. Sherlock Holmes. Never have I seen my friend more completely taken aback than by the cabman's reply. For an instant he sat in silent amazement. Then he burst into a hearty laugh. A touch, Watson, an undeniable touch, said he. I feel a foil as quick and supple as my own. He got home upon Macqueet handsomely that time. So his name was Sherlock Holmes, was it? Yes, sir, that was the gentleman's name. Excellent. Tell me where you picked him up, and all that occurred. He hailed me at 9:30 in Trafalgar Square. He said that he was a detective, and he offered me 2 guineas if I would do exactly what he wanted all day and ask no questions. I was glad enough to agree. First we drove down to the Northumberland Hotel and waited there until 2 gentlemen came out and took a cab from a rank. We followed their cab until it pulled up somewhere near here. This very door, said Holmes. Well, I couldn't be sure of that, but I dare say my fare knew all about it. We pulled up halfway down the street and waited an hour and a half. Then the 2 gentlemen passed us, walking, and we followed down Baker Street and along. I know, said Holmes, until we got 3/4 down Regent Street. Then my gentleman threw up the trap, and he cried that I should drive right away to Waterloo Station as hard as I could go. I whipped up the mare, and we were there under the 10 minutes. Then he paid up his 2 guineas, like a good one, and away he went into the station. Only just as he was leaving he turned round, and he said, It might interest you to know that you have been driving Mr. Sherlock Holmes. That was how I came to know the name. I see. And you saw no more of him? No, sir. He passed into the station. And how would you describe Mr. Sherlock Holmes? The cabman scratched his head. Well, he wasn't altogether such an easy gentleman to describe. I'd put him at 40 years of age, and he was of middle height, 2 or 3 inches shorter than you, sir. He was dressed like a toff, and he had a black beard cut square at the end and a pale face. I don't know as I could say more than that. Color of his eyes? No, I can't say that. Nothing more that you can remember? No, sir, nothing. Well, then, here is your half-sovereign. There's another one waiting for you, if you can find any more info. Good night. Good night, sir, and thank you. John Clayton departed chuckling, and Holmes turned to me with a shrug of his shoulders and a rueful smile. Snap goes our 3rd thread, and we end where we began, said the cunning rascal. He knew our number, knew that Sir Henry Baskerville had consulted me, spotted me in Regent Street, conjectured that I had got his cab number and would lay my hands on the driver, and so sent back this audacious message. I tell you, Watson, this time we have got a foeman who is worthy of our steel. I've been checkmated in London. I can only wish you better luck in Devonshire. But I'm not easy in my mind about it. About what? About sending you. It's an ugly business. Watson, an ugly, dangerous business. And the more I see of it, the less I like it. Yes, my dear boy, you may laugh, but I give you my word that I shall be very glad to have you back safe and sound in Baker Street once more. The Hound of the Baskervilles, Chapter 6, Baskerville Hall. Sir Henry Baskerville and Dr. Mortimer were ready on the appointed day, and we set out for Devonshire as planned. Sherlock Holmes drove with me to the station to deliver his parting instructions and advice. "I will not bias your mind by suggesting theories or suspicions, Watson," he said. "I wish you simply to report facts to me in the fullest possible manner, and you can leave the theorizing to me." "What sort of facts?" I asked. "Anything which may seem to have a bearing, however indirect, upon the case, and especially the relations between young Baskerville and his neighbors, or any fresh particulars concerning the death of Sir Charles. I have made some inquiries myself in the last few days, but the results have been purely negative. One thing only appears to be certain, and that is that Mr. James Desmond, the next heir, is a gentleman of a very polished character, so that this persecution does not come from him. I think we may eliminate him entirely from our calculations. There remain the people who will actually surround Sir Henry Baskerville upon the moor. Would it not be well in the first place to get rid of this couple, the Barrymores? By no means. You would make a ruinous mistake. If they are innocent, it would be a cruel injustice, and if they are guilty, we should be giving up all chance of bringing it home to them. No, we will preserve them upon our list of suspects. Then there is a groom at the Hall. If I remember right, there are 2 moorland farmers. There is our friend Dr. Mortimer, whom I believe to be entirely honest, and there is his wife, of whom we know nothing. There is Stapleton, the naturalist, and there is his sister, who is said to be a young lady of attractions. There is Mr. Franklin, of Laughter Hall, who is also an unknown factor, and there are 1 or 2 other neighbors. These are the folk who must be your very special study. I will do my best. You have arms, I suppose?" "Yes, I thought it as well to take them." "Most certainly. Keep your revolver near you night and day, and never relax your precautions." Our friends were already awaiting us upon the platform. In answer to my friend's inquiries, Dr. Mortimer shook his head. "No, we have seen nothing more. I can swear to one thing, and that is that we have not been followed during the last 2 days. We have never gone out without keeping a sharp watch, and no one could have escaped our notice. You have always kept together, I presume?" "Except yesterday afternoon. I usually devote 1 day to pure amusement when I come up to town, so I spent it at the Museum of the College of Surgeons. And I went to the park to watch the people," said Baskerville, "but we had no shadow of trouble." "It was imprudent, all the same," said Holmes, shaking his head very gravely. "I beg of you, Sir Henry, not to go about alone, for some great misfortune will befall you if you do. Did you get your other boot?" "No, sir, it is gone forever." "Indeed, that is very interesting. Well, goodbye," he added as the train began to glide down the platform. "Bear in mind, Sir Henry, one of the phrases in that queer old legend which Dr. Mortimer read to us, and avoid the moor in those dark hours when the powers of evil are exalted." I looked back at the platform when we had left it far behind, and saw the tall, austere figure of Holmes standing motionless and gazing after us. Our journey was swift and pleasant. I spent it in making the closer acquaintance of my 2 companions, and in playing with Dr. Mortimer's spaniel. In a very few hours the brown earth had become ruddy, the brick had changed to granite, and red cows grazed in well-hedged fields where the lush grass and more luxuriant vegetation spoke of a richer, if a damper, climate. Young Baskerville stared eagerly out of the window and cried aloud with delight as he recognized the familiar features of the Devon scenery. "Since I left this place, Dr. Watson, I have seen a good deal of the world," said he, "but I have never seen a place that could compare with it. I never yet met a Devonshire man who did not swear by his native county." I replied, "It is as much a matter of race as of country," remarked Dr. Mortimer. "One has only to look at our friend here to see the Celtic type, with all its characteristic enthusiasm and power of attachment. Poor Sir Charles's head was of a very rare type, half Gaelic, half Iberian. But you were very young when you left Baskerville Hall, were you not?" "I was a mere lad when my father died, and I never saw the Hall itself, for he lived in a little cottage on the south coast. From there, I went straight to a friend in America." I tell you, this is all as new to me as it is to Dr. Watson, and I am eager to see the moor. Are you? Then your wish is easily granted, for there it is, said Dr. Mortimer, pointing out of the window. Over the green squares of the fields and the low curve of wood, there rose in the distance a gray, melancholy hill, with a strange, jagged summit, looking like some dark and fantastic landscape scene in a dream. Baskerville sat for a long time in silence, his eyes fixed upon it, and I read upon his eager face how much this first sight of the strange place meant to him. The place with men of his blood had held sway for so long. An American in appearance, he sat in the corner of a prosaic railway carriage. Yet as I looked at his expressive features, I felt more than ever that he was a true descendant of a long line of high-spirited, fiery, and masterful men. His thick eyebrows, his sensitive nostrils, and his large hazel eyes spoke of pride, courage, and strength. If there were to be trouble or danger upon that cursed moor, one could at least be sure that he was a comrade for whom it was worth taking a risk, with the certainty that he would share it. The train stopped at a small station, and we all got out. Outside the low white fence, a wagonette drawn by a pair of cobs was waiting for us. Our arrival was evidently an event, for the station master and the porters gathered round to carry out our luggage. It was a sweet, simple country spot, but I was surprised to see two soldiers in dark uniforms standing by the gate. They leaned upon their short rifles and watched us keenly as we passed. The coachman, a hard-faced little fellow, bowed to Sir Henry Baskerville, and within a few minutes we were flying swiftly along the broad white road. On either side the pasture land spread away, and old houses with gable roofs peeped out from behind the dense green foliage. But beyond this peaceful, sunlit landscape, there rose ever and again against the evening sky the long, gloomy curve of the moor, broken by the jagged and sinister hills. The wagonette turned into a side lane, deeply rutted and with high banks on either side, overgrown with wet moss and lush ferns and brambles, whose many berries glistened in the light of the setting sun. Constantly ascending, we crossed a narrow granite bridge and continued along a noisy stream which, foaming and roaring, rushed headlong between gray boulders. Both the road and the stream wound through a valley thick with old oaks and firs. At every turn, Baskerville broke into an exclamation of delight, looking eagerly about him and asking countless questions. To his eyes all was beautiful, but to me a melancholy shadow seemed to hang over the landscape, which bore so starkly the mark of the waning year. Yellow leaves carpeted the paths and drifted down upon us. The sound of our wheels was muffled by the thick layer of decaying vegetation, and I thought that nature was throwing but sad gifts before the wheels of the returning heir of the Baskervilles. "What is that?" cried Dr. Mortimer. Before us rose a circular sweep of heather-clad land, an outlying shoulder of a moor. Upon its summit, sharp and clear as a statue, stood a mounted man, dark and stern, with a rifle at the ready. He was watching the road along which we traveled. "What is this, Perkins?" asked Dr. Mortimer. Our driver turned half round in his seat and replied, "An escaped convict from Princetown, sir. He's been out 3 days now, and the warders are watching every road and every station, but they've seen no sign of him yet. The farmers hereabouts don't like it. Sir, I can tell you that." "Well, I understand they get £5 for information." "True, sir, but the chance of £5 is poor comfort when you consider the chance of having your throat cut. This is no ordinary prisoner, sir. This is a man who would stop at nothing." "Who is he, then?" "It's Selden, the Notting Hill murderer." I remembered the case well, for Holmes had taken an interest in it because of the peculiar ferocity of the crime and the wanton brutality which had marked every action of the killer. The commutation of his death sentence to life imprisonment had been due to some doubts as to his sanity. So atrocious was his conduct. Our wagonette reached the summit, and there opened before our eyes a vast expanse of the moor, mottled with huge gnarled rocks and jagged peaks. A cold wind swept across it, sending a shiver through us. Somewhere out there, on that desolate plain, this fiendish man was lurking, burrowing in a hole like a wild beast, his heart full of malignancy against the whole race which had cast him out. It needed only this to complete the grim suggestiveness of the barren waste, the shivering wind and the darkening sky. Even Baskerville grew silent and pulled his overcoat more tightly around him. We had left the fertile country behind. Looking back, the slanting rays of the setting sun turned the streams into threads of gold and fired the red, freshly turned earth and the broad belt of the woodlands. Ahead, the road grew ever more bleak and wild as it climbed over great russet slopes strewn with titanic boulders. At intervals we passed a moorland cottage of stone, wall and roof alike, with no creeping plants to soften their harsh outlines. Suddenly, we looked down into a cup-like depression where stunted oaks and firs, twisted and bent by the fury of 1,000 storms, grew in a scattered grove. Too thin, high towers rose above the trees. The driver pointed with his whip. "Baskerville Hall," said he. Its master started up, his cheeks flushed and his eyes shining. A few minutes later we reached the lodge gates, a fantastic maze of wrought iron with weather-beaten pillars, moss-grown and surmounted by the boars' heads of the Baskervilles. The lodge itself was a ruin of black granite and bared rafters, but facing it was a new building half-finished, the first fruit of Sir Charles' South African gold. We passed through the gates into the avenue, where the wheels were again hushed among the leaves, and the old trees arched their branches into a somber tunnel over our heads. Baskerville shuddered as he looked up the long, dark drive to where the house glimmered like a ghost at the farther end. "Was it here?" he asked in a low voice. No. The yew alley is on the other side." The young heir glanced around him with a gloomy face. "It's no wonder my uncle felt as if trouble were coming on him in such a place as this," said he. "It's enough to scare any man. I'll have a row of electric lamps up here inside of 6 months, and you won't know the place again when we have a 1,000-candle-power Swan, an Edison, right here in front of the hall door." The avenue opened into a broad expanse of turf, and the house was before us. In the fading light, I could see that the center was a heavy block of building from which a porch projected. The whole front was draped in ivy, with a patch of stonework or a coat of arms showing here and there. From this central block rose the twin towers, ancient, crenellated, and pierced with many loopholes. To the right and left of the towers were more modern wings of black granite. A dull light shone through the heavy mullioned windows, and from the high chimneys which rose above the steep, high-angled roof there flickered a single column of smoke. "Welcome, Sir Henry. Welcome to Baskerville Hall." A tall man stepped forward from the shadow of the porch to open the door of the wagonette. In the yellow light of the hall, a woman's figure was outlined against the wall. She came forward and helped the man with our luggage. "You'll not mind if I leave you at once, Sir Henry?" said Dr. Mortimer. "My wife is expecting me. Surely you will stay and dine with us?" "No, I must go. I shall probably find work awaiting me at home. I would stay to show you over the house, but Barrymore will be a better guide than I. Goodbye, and never hesitate to send for me, day or night, whenever I may be of use." The rumble of the wheels died away down the avenue as Sir Henry and I entered the hall, and the heavy door clanged shut behind us. We found ourselves in a noble room, large and lofty, with a ceiling of age-blackened oak. In the great old-fashioned fireplace, a log fire crackled. Sir Henry and I stretched out our hands to it, for we were numb from our long drive. Then we looked about us at the high, thin windows of old stained glass, the oak-paneled walls, the stags' heads and the coats of arms upon the walls, all dim and somber in the light of a single lamp hanging from the center of the ceiling. "It is just as I imagined it," said Sir Henry. "Is it not the very picture of an old family home? To think that this is the same hall in which my people lived for 500 years. It gives one a solemn feeling." I saw his tanned face flush with a boyish enthusiasm. He stood in the center of the room, the light falling full upon him, while long shadows from the walls trailed across him like a canopy. Barrymore, having carried our luggage to our rooms, returned and stood before us with the respectful pose of a well-trained servant. He was a remarkable-looking man, tall, handsome, with a full black beard, squarely cut and pale, distinguished features. "Would you wish dinner to be served at once, sir? Is it ready?" "It will be in a few minutes. You will find hot water in your rooms. My wife and I will be happy, Sir Henry, to stay with you until you have made your new arrangements. but you will understand that under the new conditions this house will require a large staff. What new conditions? I only meant, sir, that Sir Charles lived a very retired life, and we were able to attend to his wants. You would naturally wish to have more company, and so you will need a different household. Do you and your wife wish to leave me? Only when it is quite convenient to you, sir. But your family has been with ours for generations, has it not? I should be sorry to begin my life here by breaking an old family tie. I seem to see some signs of emotion upon the butler's pale face. I feel that also, sir, and so does my wife. But to tell the truth, sir, we were both very much attached to Sir Charles, and his death gave us a shock and made these surroundings very painful to us. I fear we shall never again be easy in our minds at Baskerville Hall. What do you intend to do? I have no doubt, sir, that we shall succeed in some business. Sir Charles's generosity has given us the means to do so. And now, sir, perhaps it would be best if I showed you to your rooms. A square balustrade gallery ran round the top of the old hall, approached by a double stair. From the central point, 2 long corridors extended the whole length of the building, from which all the bedrooms opened. My own room and Sir Henry's were in the same wing and almost next to each other. These rooms appear to be much more modern than the central part of the house. The light wallpaper and the many candles somewhat dispelled the gloomy impression I had first received. The dining room, which opened off the hall, was a place of shadow and gloom. It was a long chamber with a step separating the dais, where the family had sat, from the lower portion reserved for their dependents. At one end was a minstrel's gallery. Black beams spanned the ceiling above us, with a smoke-darkened roof beyond. Perhaps in the olden days a row of blazing torches and the boisterous revelry of a banquet might have softened the grim aspect of the room. But now, as 2 men in black sat in the dim light of the shaded lamp, our voices instinctively sank to a whisper, and a sense of oppression weighed upon us. A long row of ancestors, in every variety of costume from the Elizabethan knight to the buck of the Regency, stared down at us, their silent company creating a haunting presence. We spoke little, and I was glad when the meal was over and we could retire to the more modern billiard room to smoke a cigarette. "It's certainly not a very cheerful place," said Sir Henry. "I suppose one might get used to it in time, but for now, I feel a bit out of my element. I don't wonder my uncle got a little shaky in his wits if he lived all alone in such a house. However, if you don't mind, we'll turn in early tonight, and perhaps things will look a bit brighter in the morning." I drew my curtains before stepping into bed and looked out the window. It overlooked the grassy plot at the hall door. Beyond it, 2 groves of trees groaned and swayed in the rising wind. A half-moon peeped through the scudding clouds. In its cold light, I saw beyond the trees the broken fringe of rocks and the long, low curve of the melancholy moor. I closed the curtains, feeling that my last impression was no more cheerful than my first. And yet it was not the last. I was weary, but sleep would not come. I tossed and turned, wooing the rest that eluded me. Somewhere in the distance, a chiming clock struck the quarters, but otherwise a deathly silence lay upon the old house. And then, suddenly, in the very dead of the night, there came a sound, clear, resonant, and unmistakable. It was the sob of a woman, the muffled, strangled gasp of one who is torn by an uncontrollable sorrow. I sat up in bed and listened intently. The sound was near and must have come from within the house itself. For half an hour I waited with every nerve on edge, but I heard nothing more save the chiming clock and the rustle of the ivy upon the wall. Chapter 7. The Stapletons of Merripit House. The fresh beauty of the following morning did much to efface the gloomy impression made upon us by our first introduction to Baskerville Hall. As Sir Henry and I sat at breakfast, the sunlight poured into the high windows, throwing multifaceted patches of color from the coats of arms that adorned them. The dark walls, reflecting the golden rays, took on the sheen of bronze, and it was difficult to realize that this was the same room which had cast such a shadow over our spirits the previous evening. "I think," said the baronet, "that the fault lay in ourselves and not in the house. We were weary from our journey, chilled through, and therefore inclined to see everything in a somber light. Now that we are refreshed and feeling ourselves again, everything around us has grown cheerful. And yet, it wasn't entirely a matter of imagination, I countered. Did you not, for instance, hear someone, a woman, I believe, sobbing in the night? That is curious, for I did think, just as I was drifting off, that I heard something of the sort. I listened for some time, but as the sound was not repeated, I concluded it was a dream. I heard it quite distinctly, and I am certain it was the sobbing of a woman. We must look into this at once. Sir Henry rang the bell and asked Barrymore if he could explain what we had heard. It seemed to me that the butler's pale face grew even paler as he listened to his master's question. There are only 2 women in the house, Sir Henry, he replied. One is a scullery maid, but she sleeps in the other wing. The other is my wife, and I can answer for it that she was not crying. And yet he was lying. After breakfast, I chanced upon Mrs. Barrymore in the long corridor, with the sun shining full upon her face. She was a large, heavy-featured woman, impassive in appearance, with a set, grim expression about the mouth. But her telltale eyes were red, and she glanced at me from under swollen lids. So, it was she who had wept in the night, and if so, her husband must have known it. Yet he had taken the obvious risk of concealing the fact. Why had he done so? And why had she wept so bitterly? Already, a dark and mysterious atmosphere was gathering around this pale, handsome man. He was the first to see the body of Sir Charles, and it was from his word alone that the circumstances of the old man's death were known. Was it possible, after all, that the man we had seen in the cab on Regent Street was Barrymore? The beard might well be his own. The cabman's description had suggested a shorter man, but that impression might have been mistaken. How was the matter to be settled? Clearly, the first thing to do was to see the postmaster at Grimpen and find out if the test telegram had been delivered into Barrymore's own hands. Whatever the answer, I would at least have something to report to Sherlock Holmes. After breakfast, Sir Henry had many papers to examine, so the time was favorable for my excursion. It was a pleasant 4-mile walk along the edge of the moor, leading to a small gray hamlet where an inn and the house of Dr. Mortimer rose above the other buildings. The postmaster, who was also the village grocer, remembered the telegram well. "Certainly, sir," said he. "I had the telegram delivered to Mr. Barrymore exactly as directed." "Who took it?" "My boy here, James. You delivered a telegram to Mr. Barrymore at the Hall last week, did you not?" "I did, father." "And you delivered it into his own hands?" "I asked, well, he was up in the loft at the time, so I couldn't put it into his hands, but Mrs. Barrymore promised to give it to him at once." "Did you actually see Mr. Barrymore?" "No, sir. I tell you, he was up in the loft." "If you didn't see him, how do you know he was in the loft?" "Good heavens! Surely his own wife should know where he was," said the postmaster in a huffy tone. "Did he not receive the telegram? If there has been a mistake, it is for Mr. Barrymore himself to complain." It seemed hopeless to pursue my inquiries any further, but one thing was clear. Despite Holmes's ingenuity, we had no proof that Barrymore had not been in London. Suppose he had been there. Suppose that the same man was the last to see Sir Charles alive, and the first to dog the new heir upon his arrival in England. What followed from that? Was he the agent of others, or had he some sinister design of his own? What interest could he have in hounding the family of Baskerville? I thought of the strange warning cut out of the Times leader. Was that his doing, or perhaps the work of someone else who wished to thwart his schemes? The only conceivable motive was that suggested by Sir Henry, to frighten the Baron away, so that the Barrymores might enjoy a comfortable and permanent home. Yet such a theory could not possibly account for the subtle and complex machinations which, like an invisible net, seemed to be closing around the young baronet. Holmes himself had said that in all his sensational investigations, he had never met with a more puzzling case. As I walked along the gray, lonely road, I prayed that my friend might soon be free of his other affairs and come to take this heavy responsibility from my shoulders. Suddenly my thoughts were interrupted by the sound of quick steps and a voice calling me by name. I turned, expecting to see Dr. Mortimer, but to my surprise, I found a total stranger running after me. He was a small, lean, clean-shaven man, flaxen-haired and hollow-cheeked, between 30 and 40 years of age, dressed in a gray suit and a straw hat. A tin botanical box was slung over his shoulder, and he carried a green butterfly net in his hand. "I am sure, Dr. Watson, that you will forgive my intrusion," he said, as he came panting up to me. "We are simple folk here on the moor, and do not wait for formal introductions. You may have heard my name from our mutual friend, Dr. Mortimer. I am Stapleton of Merripit House." "I should have known you by your net and box," said I, for I was aware that Mr. Stapleton was a naturalist. "But how did you know me?" "I was with Mortimer, and he pointed you out to me from his surgery window. As our path lay the same way, I thought I would overtake you and introduce myself. I trust Sir Henry is none the worse for his journey." "He is very well, thank you. We were all afraid that after the tragic death of Sir Charles, the new baronet might not care to live here. It is asking a great deal of a wealthy man to bury himself in such a place, but I need not say that his presence will mean much to the countryside. I suppose Sir Henry has no superstitious fears." "I do not think it is likely. You are, of course, familiar with the legend of the fiendish dog which haunts the family?" "I have heard of it. It is extraordinary how credulous the peasants are about here. Many of them are ready to swear that they have seen such a creature upon the moor." He spoke with a smile, but I seemed to read in his eyes that he took the matter more seriously than he wished to appear. The story took a great hold upon the imagination of Sir Charles, and I have no doubt that it led to his tragic end. "But how?" "His nerves were so strung up that the appearance of any dog might have had a fatal effect upon his diseased heart. I imagine that he did actually see something of the kind in the yew alley on that last night. I feared some disaster, for I was very fond of the old man and knew that his heart was weak." "How did you know that?" "My friend Mortimer told me." "Then you think that some dog was pursuing Sir Charles, and that he died of fright in consequence. Can you suggest any other explanation?" "I have not yet come to any conclusion." "And Mr. Sherlock Holmes?" The words took my breath away, but a glance at the quiet face and steady eyes of my companion showed that no surprise was intended. "It is useless for us to pretend that we do not know you, Dr. Watson," said he. "The records of your detective have reached us, and you could not celebrate him without being known yourself. When Mortimer told me your name, he could not deny your identity. If you are here, then it follows that Mr. Sherlock Holmes is interested in the case, and I am naturally curious to know what view he takes. I am afraid that is a question which I am not in a position to answer. May I ask if he is going to honor us with a visit himself?" "He cannot leave London at present. He has other cases which engage his attention." "What a pity! He might throw some light upon that which is so dark to us. As to your own researches, if there is any way in which I can be of service to you, I trust that you will command me. If I had any indication of the nature of your suspicions, or how you propose to investigate the case, I might perhaps even now give you some aid or advice. I assure you that I am simply here upon a visit to my friend Sir Henry, and that I need no help of any kind." "Excellent, Sade. You are perfectly right to be wary and discreet. I am justly rebuked for what I feel was an unjustifiable intrusion, and I promise you that I will not mention the matter again." We had come to a point where a narrow grassy path struck off from the road and wound away across the moor. A steep, boulder-sprinkled hill rose in the distance. To the right, it had been scarred by old quarries, while its front presented a dark cliff draped with ferns and brambles. From a distant hollow, a gray plume of smoke curled up. "A short walk along this moorland path will bring us to Merripit House," said Stapleton. "Will you not spare an hour that I may have the pleasure of introducing you to my sister?" My first thought was that I should be by Sir Henry's side, but then I remembered the piles of papers and bills with which his study table was littered. It was certain that I could not help him with those, and Holmes had expressly stated that I should study the neighbors upon the moor. I accepted Stapleton's invitation, and we turned together onto the path. "It is a wonderful place, the moor," said he, looking round over the undulating downs, with their long green ridges and their crests of jagged granite foaming up into fantastic surges. "You can never get tired of the moor. You cannot think the wonderful secrets which it contains. It is so vast and so barren and so mysterious." "You know it well, then?" "I have only been here 2 years. The residents would call me a newcomer. We came shortly after Sir Charles settled here, but my tastes led me to explore every part of the country, and I should think that there are few who know it better than I do." "Is it so hard to know, then?" I asked. "Very hard. Look, for example, at that great plain to the north of us, with the strange hills breaking out of it. Do you notice anything remarkable about it? It looks like a rare place for a good gallop." "Naturally you would think so, and that opinion has cost men their lives. You see those bright green spots scattered over it?" "Yes. They seem more fertile than the rest." Stapleton laughed. "That is the Great Grimpen Mire," said he. "A false step there means death to man or beast. Only yesterday I saw one of the moor ponies wander into it. For a long time I saw its head poking out of the mud, but in the end it was sucked down. Even in a dry season, it is a treacherous place to cross, but after these autumn rains, it is an awful spot. And yet I can find my way to the very heart of that mire and return alive. Oh, heavens! There's another of those unfortunate creatures." Something brown was rolling and tossing among the green sedge. Then a long, agonized, writhing neck was thrust up, and a terrible, dying moan rang out across the moor. I turned cold with horror, but my companion's nerves were apparently stronger than mine. "It's gone," said he. "The mire has claimed it. 2 in 2 days, and perhaps many more, for they get used to going there in the dry weather and only learn the danger when the bog has them in its grip. Yes, a foul place is the Great Grimpen Mire. And you say you can actually walk upon it?" "Yes. There are 1 or 2 paths which a very active man may take. I have found them. But why should you go into such a loathsome place? Do you see those hills in the distance? They are like islands surrounded on all sides by the soulless mire, which has slowly crept around them through the years. There are rare plants and butterflies upon those hills, if you have the wit to reach them. I shall try my luck there some day." He looked at me in astonishment. "For God's sake, put such an idea out of your mind. Your blood would be upon my head. I assure you that you would not have the slightest chance of returning alive. I can only get there myself by remembering very complex landmarks." "What is that?" I cried. A long, low moan, inexpressibly sad, swept over the moor. It filled the whole air, and yet it was impossible to say whence it came. From a dull murmur it swelled into a deep roar, and then sank back into a melancholy, throbbing murmur. Stapleton looked at me with a curious expression on his face. "A strange place, the moor," said he. "But what is it?" "The peasants say it is the hound of the Baskervilles calling for its prey. I have heard it once or twice before, but never quite so loud as today." I looked with a shudder at the vast plain, mottled with its treacherous green patches. Nothing stirred on the wide expanse save for 2 ravens, which croaked loudly from a tor behind us. "You are an educated man," I said. "You don't believe such nonsense as that? What do you imagine is the cause of so strange a sound? Bogs make queer noises sometimes. It's the mud settling or the water rising or something of the kind. No, it was a living voice." "It may be so. Did you ever hear a bittern booming?" "No, I never did. It's a very rare bird, practically extinct in England now. But all things are possible upon the moor. Yes, I should not be surprised to learn that what we have heard is the cry of the last of the bitterns. It's the weirdest, strangest sound that ever I heard in my life. Yes, it's a lonely place altogether. Look at the hillside yonder. What do you make of those?" The whole steep slope was dotted with gray, circular rings of stone. There were at least a score of them. "What are they?" "Sheep pens." "No, they are the dwellings of our worthy ancestors. Prehistoric man lived thickly on the moor, and as no one in particular has lived there since, We find all his little arrangements exactly as he left them. These are his wigwams with the roofs off. You can even see his hearth and his couch, if you have the curiosity to go inside. But it is quite a town. When was it inhabited? Neolithic man, no date. What did he do? He grazed his cattle on these slopes, and he learned to dig for tin when the bronze sword began to supersede the stone axe. Look at the great trench yonder. That is his mark. Yes, you will find some quite interesting things upon the moor, Dr. Watson. Oh, excuse me an instant. It is surely a cyclopides. A small fly or moth had fluttered across our path, and in an instant Stapleton was rushing after it with extraordinary energy and speed. To my dismay, the creature flew straight for the great mire, but my new acquaintance never paused, bounding from tuft to tuft of grass, his green net waving in the air. His gray clothes and his irregular, zigzag progress made him look like some huge moth himself. I stood watching his pursuit with a mixture of admiration for his extraordinary activity and fear lest he should lose his footing in the treacherous quagmire, when suddenly I heard steps behind me, and turning round, I found a woman near me upon the path. She had come from the direction in which the plume of smoke indicated the position of Merripit House, but the dips of the moor had concealed her until she was quite close. I could not doubt for a moment that this was the Miss Stapleton of whom I had been told, since ladies of any sort must be few upon the moor, and I remembered that someone had described her as a beauty. And a beauty she was indeed, and of a most unusual type. There could not have been a greater contrast between brother and sister, for Stapleton was neutral-tinted, with light hair and gray eyes, while she was darker than any brunette I have ever seen in England, slim, elegant, and tall. She had a proud, finely cut face, so regular that it might have been monotonous were it not for the sensitive mouth and the beautiful, dark, eager eyes. With her perfect figure and elegant dress, she was a strange apparition upon a lonely moorland path. Her eyes were on her brother as I turned, and then she quickened her pace towards me. I raised my hat and was about to make some explanatory remark, when her own words turned all my thoughts into a new channel. "Go back," she said. "Go straight back to London instantly." I could only stare at her in stupid surprise. Her eyes blazed at me, and she tapped the ground impatiently with her foot. Why should I go back? I asked. I cannot explain. She spoke with a quick, low, eager voice, with a curious lisp in her utterance. But for God's sake, do what I ask you. Go back and never set foot upon the moor again. But I have only just come. Man, she cried. Can you not tell when a warning is for your own good? Go back to London. Start tonight. Get away from this place at all costs. Hush! My brother is coming. Not a word of what I have said. Would you mind getting that orchid for me among the mare's tails yonder? We are very rich in orchids on the moor, though, of course, you are rather late to see the beauties of the place. Stapleton abandoned his chase and returned to us, flushed and panting. "Ah, Beryl," said he, and it seemed to me that his greeting was far from cordial. "Well, Jack, you are very hot." "Yes, I was chasing a cyclopides. They are very rare and hard to find in late autumn. What a pity that I should have missed it." He spoke in a light, careless tone, but his small, light eyes flitted incessantly from the girl to me. "I see that you have already made each other's acquaintance." "Yes, I was telling Sir Henry that it is rather late now to see the true beauties of the moor. Who do you take him for?" "I imagine that this must be Sir Henry Baskerville." No, said I. "I am but a humble mortal and his friend. I am Dr. Watson." A flush of vexation passed over her expressive face. "We have been talking at cross purposes," said she. "You haven't had much time for talk," her brother remarked, with the same questioning glance in his eyes. "I talked to Dr. Watson as if he were a resident and not a visitor," she answered. "It can matter nothing to him whether it is early or late for the orchids. But you will come on with us to Merripit House, will you not?" A short walk brought us to the dismal house, which had been a farm in more prosperous days, but was now remodeled into a modern dwelling. It was surrounded by an orchard, but the fruit trees, like everything else upon the moor, were stunted and starved. The whole place gave an impression of meanness and melancholy. We were admitted by a strange, wizened, rustic-looking old manservant who seemed to fit the house perfectly. Within, however, the large rooms were furnished with an elegance which pointed to the taste of the mistress. As I looked from the window at the interminable granite-flecked moor, rolling away to the distant horizon, I could not but ask myself what could have brought this highly educated man and this beautiful woman to live in such a place. "A queer spot to choose, is it not?" said Stapleton, as if in answer to my thoughts. "And yet we manage to make ourselves happy, do we not, Beryl?" "Quite happy," she said, but there was no ring of conviction in her words. "I had a school," said Stapleton. "It was in the North Country. The work to a man of my temperament was mechanical and uninteresting, but the privilege of living with youth, of forming young minds, of impressing them with one's own character and ideals, was very dear to me. However, the fates were against us. A serious epidemic broke out in the school, and 3 of the boys died. It never recovered from the blow, and much of my capital was irretrievably swallowed up. And yet, if it were not for the loss of the charming companionship of the lads, I could rejoice over my own misfortune, for, with my strong taste for botany and zoology, I find unlimited field for work here, and my sister is as devoted to nature as I am. All this, Dr. Watson, has been brought upon your head by your expression as you surveyed the moor out of our window. It did certainly come into my mind that it might be a little dull, less perhaps for you than for your sister." No, I am never dull," she said quickly. "We have our books, our studies, and we have interesting neighbors. Dr. Mortimer is a most learned man in his own line. Poor Sir Charles was also an admirable companion. We knew him well, and miss him more than I can say. Do you think that I should be intruding if I were to call this afternoon and make the acquaintance of Sir Henry? I am sure he will be delighted. Then perhaps you will mention my intention to him. With our modest means, we may be able to make things a little easier for him until he becomes accustomed to his new surroundings. Will you not come upstairs, Dr. Watson, and inspect my collection of Lepidoptera? I think it is the most complete in the southwest of England. Lunch will be ready by the time you have finished looking through it. But I was eager to get back to my duties. The melancholy of the moor, the death of the unfortunate pony, the weird sound which had been associated with the grim Baskerville legend, all these things had given a gloomy turn to my thoughts. Then, as a final touch to these more or less vague impressions, there had come the definite and distinct warning of Miss Stapleton, delivered with such intense earnestness that I could not doubt she had some very deep reason for what she said. I resisted all entreaties to stay for lunch, and set out at once upon my return journey, by the same grass-grown path by which I come. It appeared, however, that there must be a shorter cut, for I had not reached the road before I was startled to see Miss Stapleton sitting upon a rock by the side of the track. Her face was flushed with her exertions, and she held her hand to her side. "I have run all the way in order to cut you off, Dr. Watson," said she. "I had not even time to put on my hat. I must not stop, or my brother may miss me. I want to tell you how sorry I am about my foolish mistake. Please forget my words, which have no application to you." "I cannot forget them, Miss Stapleton. I am Sir Henry's friend, and his welfare is a very close thing to me. Tell me why you were so eager that Sir Henry should return to London." "A woman's whim, Dr. Watson. When you know me better, you will understand that I cannot always give a reason for what I say or do." No. I remember the thrill in your voice. I remember the look in your eyes. Please, I beg of you, Miss Stapleton, be frank with me, for ever since I have been here, I have been conscious of shadows flitting around me. Life has become like that Great Grimpen Mire, with little green patches everywhere into which one may sink, without a guide to point the way. Tell me then what it was that you meant, and I will promise to convey your warning to Sir Henry." An expression of irresolution passed over her face, but her eyes had grown hard again when she answered me. "You make too much of my words, Dr. Watson. My brother and I were very much shocked by the death of Sir Charles. We were very close to him, and his favorite walk was over the moor to our house. He was deeply impressed by the curse which hung over his family, and when this tragedy happened, I naturally felt that there must be some grounds for fears which he had expressed. I was distressed, therefore, when another member of the family came to settle here, and I felt that he should be warned of the danger which he will run. That was all which I intended to convey. But what is the danger? You know the story of the Hound? I do not believe in such nonsense. Booty do. If you have any influence with Sir Henry, take him away from a place which has always been fatal to his family. The world is wide. Why should he wish to live at the place of danger? Because it is the place of danger. That is Sir Henry's nature. I fear that unless you can give me more definite information than this, it will be impossible for me to move him. I cannot say anything definite, because I do not know anything definite. I would ask you one more question, Miss Stapleton. If you meant no more than this when you first spoke to me, why should you not wish your brother to hear what you said? There is nothing in it to which he or anyone else could object. My brother is very anxious to have the hall inhabited, for he thinks that it is for the good of the poor folk upon the moor. He would be very angry if he knew that I had said anything which might induce Sir Henry to go away. But I have done my duty now, and I will say no more. I must get back, or he will miss me and suspect that I have seen you. Goodbye." She turned and had disappeared in a few seconds among the scattered boulders, while I, with my soul full of vague fears, pursued my way to Baskerville Hall. Chapter 8. First Report of Dr. Watson. From this point onwards, I shall follow the course of events by transcending my own letters to Mr. Sherlock Holmes, which lie before me on the table. One page is missing, but the rest are exactly transcribed and convey my feelings and suspicions at the time more accurately than my memory could do. However clear it remains regarding these tragic occurrences. Baskerville Hall, October 13th. My dear Holmes, from my previous letters and telegrams you are well acquainted with all the events that have taken place in this most God-forsaken corner of the world. The longer one lives here, the deeper the spirit of the moor sinks into one's soul, with all its vastness and its grim charm. Once you step upon it, you leave behind every trace of modern England and see everywhere the dwellings and the handiwork of prehistoric man. On all sides are scattered his homes, his graves, and the massive monoliths which are supposed to mark the sites of his temples. Looking at the gray stone huts jutting from hillsides, you forget your own era, and if a hairy man clad in skins were to crawl out from a low doorway and fit a flint-tipped arrow to his bow, you would feel that his presence here was far more natural than your own. It is strange that so barren a region should have been so densely populated. I am no archaeologist, but I fancy it was no warlike, ravaged race that was forced to accept what others refused to occupy. However, all this is quite apart from my mission, and of very little interest to your strictly practical mind. I remember your complete indifference as to whether the sun moves around the earth, or the earth around the sun. Therefore, let us return to the facts concerning Sir Henry Baskerville. I have sent you no report in the last few days, because, until tonight, nothing happened worth reporting. Today, however, a most surprising circumstance occurred, of which I shall inform you in due course. But first, I must acquaint you with some other factors of the situation. One of them, of which I have said very little, is the escaped convict. There is every reason to believe that he has left this neighborhood entirely, which is a great relief to the lonely households on the moor. 2 weeks have passed since his escape from prison, and nothing has been heard of him since. It is quite inconceivable that he could have held out on the moor for so long. Of course, as far as hiding places go, he would find no difficulty. Every stone hut could serve as a shelter, but there is absolutely nothing to eat on the moor, unless he caught and slaughtered one of the grazing sheep. Therefore, we believe he is gone, and the farmers are sleeping more soundly for it. In our house, we are 4 strong men, so we can look after ourselves, but I confess that I felt uneasy when I thought of the Stapletons. They live many miles from any help. In their house there is 1 maid, 1 old servant, a sister, and the brother, who is not a very strong man. They would be helpless in the hands of any desperate ruffian, like this Notting Hill criminal, should he manage to break in, Sir Henry and I took an interest in their situation and suggested that the groom, Perkins, go there to sleep, but Stapleton would not hear of it. The fact is that our friend the baronet is beginning to take a keen interest in his beautiful neighbor. This is hardly surprising, for time hangs heavy in this desolate place for such an active man, and she is a charming beauty. There is something tragic and exotic about her, forming a striking contrast to her cold and impassive brother, though even in him, one might suspect a hidden fire. He undoubtedly wields a very marked influence over her. I have seen her, while talking, constantly glance at him as if seeking his approval for what she said. I hope he is kind to her. A certain dry glint in his eyes and the firm set of his thin lips suggest a positive, perhaps even a harsh character. You would find him an interesting subject for study. He visited Baskerville on the very first day, and the following morning he led us to the spot where the events described in the legend of the wicked Hugo are supposed to have occurred. We walked for several miles across the moor until we reached a place so dismal that it might of itself have inspired such a tale. We came upon a short valley between the crags, opening onto a green expanse covered with white cotton grass. In the midst of this space stood two great stones, tapering to a point like the enormous fangs of some monstrous beast. Whatever the truth may be, the place perfectly set the scene for that ancient tragedy. Sir Henry was deeply interested and repeatedly questioned Stapleton as to whether he believed in the possibility of supernatural forces interfering in human affairs. He spoke as if in jest, but it was evident that his mood was serious. Stapleton replied with great reserve, yet it was not difficult to see that he was saying less than he might, and that he withheld his full opinion out of respect for the baronet's feelings. He spoke of similar instances where entire families had suffered under some malign influence, and we left with the impression that he, too, shared the folk belief in a hound. On our way back we lunched at Merripit House, and it was there that Sir Henry was introduced to Miss Stapleton. From the very first moment his eyes fell upon her. He seemed quite taken with her, and if I am not mistaken, the feeling was mutual. He spoke of her often as we returned home, and since then, hardly a day has passed without us seeing either the brother or the sister. They are dining with us tonight, and I believe we are to visit them next week. One might think such a marriage would be highly desirable for Stapleton. Yet I have more than once caught a look of the strongest disapproval upon his face when Sir Henry showed his sister any attention. He is, no doubt, very attached to her, and his life would be a lonely one without her. Still, it would be the height of selfishness to oppose such a brilliant match. Nevertheless, I am certain he does not wish their intimacy to turn into love, and I have noticed several times that his endeavor to prevent them from being tete-a-tete. By the way, your instructions that I should never allow Sir Henry to go out alone will be much harder to follow if a love affair is added to our difficulties. My popularity would soon suffer were I to carry out your orders to the letter. The other day, Thursday, to be exact, Dr. Mortimer lunched with us. He had excavated a prehistoric skull and was in a state of delight over it. I have never seen such a sincere enthusiast. Then Stapleton arrived, and the good doctor, at Sir Henry's request, led us to Yew Alley to show us exactly how everything had happened on that fatal night. The walk down the Yew Alley is long and somber. On either side stretch two high walls of clipped green hedge, with a narrow strip of grass bordering the path. At the far end stands an old, crumbling summer-house. Halfway down is the wicket gate leading to the moor, where the old man dropped the cigar ash. I remembered your methods and tried to reconstruct the scene. As the old man stood there, he saw something coming toward him across the moor, something so terrifying that he fled in a frenzy, running until he died of horror and exhaustion. He ran down that long, dark alley. From what? From a moorland sheepdog? Or from a spectral hound, black, silent, and monstrous? Was there a human hand in this business? Did the pale, watchful Barrymore know more than he cared to say? It is all dark and vague, but always, behind it all, one feels the grim shadow of crime. Since my last letter, I have met yet another neighbor, Mr. Franklin of Laughter Hall, who lives some 4 miles to the south of us. He is an elderly man, red-faced, white-haired, and choleric. He has a passion for British law and has squandered a large fortune upon litigation. He sues for the sheer love of the courts and is equally prepared to look at a question from any number of sides. It is little wonder, then, that this pastime has proven a costly one for him. Sometimes he closes a right-of-way and defies the parish to sue him for it reopening. At other times, he will break down a neighbor's gate with his own hands and declare that a path has existed there since time immemorial, daring the owner to prosecute him for trespass. He has learned in ancient manorial and communal rights, applying his knowledge sometimes in favor of the villagers of Fernworthy and sometimes against them, so that he is periodically carried in triumph through the village street or burned in effigy. It is said that he currently has 9 lawsuits on his hands, which will likely swallow the remainder of his fortune, thus drawing his sting and rendering him harmless for the future, apart from the law. He seems a kindly enough fellow, and I mention him only because of your insistence that I send you descriptions of the people who surround us. His current occupation is curious. He is an amateur astronomer and possesses an excellent telescope, with which he lies upon the roof of his house and scours the moor all day in the hope of catching sight of the escaped convict. If he limited his activities to this, all would be well. But rumors are afloat that he intends to prosecute Dr. Mortimer for opening a Neolithic skull from a barrow without the consent of the next of kin. He provides a certain variety to our lives and introduces a comic element of which we stand in great need. And now, having acquainted you with the circumstances regarding the convict, the Stapletons, Dr. Mortimer, and Franklin of Laughter Hall, I shall conclude this letter with that which is of the greatest importance, a detailed account of the Barrymores, and especially of a singular discovery I made last night. First, I must tell you the test telegram you sent from London to ascertain if Barrymore was indeed here. I have already explained that, according to the postmaster, the test came to nothing and we have no proof. I mentioned this to Sir Henry, and he, with his characteristic bluntness, at once summoned Barrymore and asked him if he had received the telegram himself. Barrymore replied that he had. "Did the boy deliver it into your own hands?" asked Sir Henry. Barrymore appeared surprised and, after a moment's thought, said, "No, I was in the box room at the time, and my wife brought it to me." "Did you answer yourself?" "No. I told my wife what the answer should be, and she went down to write the telegram." In the evening, Barrymore returned to the subject of his own accord. "I did not quite understand the purpose of your questions this morning, Sir Henry," he said. "I trust they were not made because I have in any way forfeited your confidence." Sir Henry assured him that no such thing was intended, and to soothe his feelings, presented him with a considerable portion of his old wardrobe, his new London order having arrived. Mrs. Barrymore interests me greatly. She is a heavy, solid person, very limited, intensely respectable, and inclined to be puritanical. One could hardly imagine a less emotional subject. And yet, as I told you, I heard her sobbing bitterly on our first night, and since then I have more than once seen the traces of tears upon her face. Some deep sorrow is constantly gnawing at her heart. Sometimes I wonder if some guilty memory haunts her, and at other times I suspect that Barrymore is a domestic tyrant. I have always felt there was something singular and secretive in the man's character, but the event of last night has sharpened all my suspicions. The incident itself may seem a trifle. You know that I am never a very sound sleeper, and since I've been here on my guard, I do little more than doze. Last night, at about 2 a.m, I was aroused by the sound of footsteps stealing past my door. I rose, opened the door, and looked out. A long black shadow was trailing down the corridor, the shadow of a man moving stealthily with a candle in his hand. He was in his shirt and trousers and barefoot. I could but dimly see his figure, but his height told me it was Barrymore. He walked very slowly and circumspectly, and there was something indescribably guilty and furtive in his whole appearance. I have told you that the corridor is interrupted by the gallery which overlooks the hall, but that it continues on the other side. I waited until he had disappeared, and then followed him. When I rounded the gallery, he had already reached the end of the farther corridor, and I could see by the light streaming through an open door that he had entered one of the rooms. Now, you must understand that these rooms are unfurnished and uninhabited, which gave his midnight excursion a character even more mysterious. The light was steady, from which I concluded that he was standing quite still. I crept as silently as I could down the passage and peeped around the door. Barrymore was crouching at the window, holding the candle close to the glass. His face was in profile toward me, and his features were set in an expression of intense expectation. He stood thus for several minutes. Then he gave a deep groan and, with an impatient gesture, extinguished the light. I instantly slipped back to my room, and shortly after, I heard those same stealthy footsteps as he returned. Long after this, when I had fallen into a light sleep, I heard a key turn in the lock, though I could not tell from which direction the sound came. What it all means I cannot tell, but there is some dark business going on in this house which we shall eventually get to the bottom of. I will not weary you with my theories, for you have asked me to report only facts. This morning I had a long talk with Sir Henry, and we have formed a plan of campaign based upon my observations of the night. I shall not speak of it now, but because of it, I trust that my next report will be a highly interesting one. Chapter 9. The Second Report of Dr. Watson. The Light upon the Moor. Baskerville Hall. October 15th. My dear Holmes, if you received little in the way of news from me during those first few days, you will surely agree that I have made up for lost time, and that events are now following one another in rapid succession. I concluded my last report with the account of seeing Barrymore at the window. Now, however, I have gathered such a store of information as must truly astonish you. Circumstances have taken a turn I could never have foreseen. In some respects, during the last 48 hours, they have become much clearer, yet in others, they have grown vastly more complex. But I shall tell you everything, and you may judge for yourself. On the morning following my observations and before breakfast, I examined a room which Barrymore had visited during the night. I noticed one particular feature. From the western window, through which he had peered so intently, the moor is visible more clearly than from any other window in the house. Consequently, since only the specific window could serve Barrymore's purpose, it follows that he was watching for someone or something out upon the moor. The night had been exceedingly dark, and so I could not imagine how I could hope to see anyone. It occurred to me whether some clandestine love affair might be at the bottom of it. This would certainly explain his stealthy gait and his wife's evident grief. He is a man of remarkable appearance, well capable of winning the heart of a country girl, so my hypothesis seemed plausible enough. The sound of a door opening, which I heard after returning to my room, might have signified that he had gone out for some secret tryst. Thus I reasoned the following morning, and I passed these suspicions on to you, though they proved to be quite groundless. But whatever Barrymore's actions actually signified, I felt it was beyond my power to keep them entirely upon my own responsibility. After breakfast, I went to Baronet's study and told him all that I had seen. He was less surprised than I had expected. I am aware that Barrymore wanders at night, and I intend to speak with him about it, he said. I have heard footsteps in the corridor 2 or 3 times, at exactly the hour you mentioned. Perhaps he goes to that same window every night, I suggested. Perhaps. If that is so, we have the means to shadow him and find out what he is up to. I wonder what your friend Holmes would do if he were here. I believe he would do exactly what you intend to do, said I. He would follow Barrymore until he knew everything. Then we shall do it together. But he will surely hear us. He is somewhat hard of hearing, and in any case we must try. We shall sit in my room tonight and wait until he passes. As he spoke, Sir Henry rubbed his hands together cheerfully. It was clear that he welcomed this adventure as a diversion from his all-too-quiet life on the moor. The baronet has been in correspondence with the architect who drew the plans for Sir Charles, and with a London contractor, so we may expect great changes here shortly. Decorators and upholsterers have arrived from Plymouth. Evidently, our friend has vast plans, and will spare neither expense nor labor to restore the grandeur of his house. When the house is repaired and refurnished, Sir Henry will lack only a wife. Between ourselves, there are clear signs that this deficiency will not remain for long, if only the lady consents. For I have rarely seen a man more smitten than is Sir Henry with our beautiful neighbor, Miss Stapleton. However, his course of love is not running as smoothly as one might expect under the circumstances. Today, for instance, an entirely unexpected cloud appeared, which has left our friend in a state of extreme bewilderment and distress. After our conversation regarding Barrymore, Sir Henry put on his hat with the intention of going out. As a matter of course, I prepared to follow his example. "What is this, Watson? Are you coming too?" he asked, looking at me with a singular expression. "That depends on whether you're going out onto the moor," I replied. "Yes, I am." "Well, then, you know my instructions. I dislike being intrusive. But you heard how earnestly Holmes insisted that I should not leave you, and especially that you should not wander more alone." Sir Henry smiled, placed a hand upon my shoulder, and said, "My dear fellow Holmes, for all his wisdom, did not foresee certain circumstances that have arisen since I came to the moor. Do you understand me? I am sure you are the last person in the world who would wish to spoil my happiness. I must go alone." These words placed me in an extremely awkward position. I was at a loss for what to say or do, and while I stood there in bewilderment, he took his cane and departed. When I finally collected my thoughts, my conscience began to reproach me for allowing him to slip from my sight, regardless of the reason. I began to imagine what my feelings would be if I had to return to you and confess that a disaster had occurred because I failed to observe your instructions. I assure you, the blood rushed to my head at the mere thought of it. I decided that it might not yet be too late to overtake him, and I set off at once in the direction of Merripit House. I hurried as fast as I could, but saw no sign of Sir Henry until I reached the point where the moorland path branches off from a road. There, fearing I had taken the wrong direction, I climbed a hill, the one riddled with stone quarries, which affords an extensive view. From there, I immediately caught sight of Sir Henry. He was on a moorland path about a quarter of a mile away, and beside him was a lady who could be none other than Miss Stapleton. It was clear that there had been a prior understanding between them, and that they had met by appointment. They were walking slowly along the path, deep in conversation. She was making quick movements with her hands, as if speaking very earnestly, while he listened intently, twice shaking his head as if vigorously refuting her words. I stood among the rocks watching them, uncertain of how to act. To follow them and intrude upon their private conversation seemed an insult, yet it was my undeniable duty never to let him out of my sight for a single moment. To play the part of spy upon a friend was a loathsome task, yet I saw no other alternative but to observe him from a hill and then clear my conscience by confessing everything to him later. True, had he been threatened by any sudden danger, I was too far off to be of any use. Nevertheless, I am sure you will agree that my position was a difficult one, and that there was nothing else for me to do. Our friend Sir Henry and the lady remained on the path, still absorbed in their talk, when suddenly I realized that I was not the only witness to their meeting. I noticed a green speck fluttering in the air, and then saw it was being carried on a pole by a man running across the moor. It was Stapleton with his butterfly net. He was much closer to the pair than I was, and appeared to be moving in their direction. At that moment, Sir Henry impulsively drew Miss Stapleton toward him. He threw his arm around her waist, but it seemed to me that she shrank from his embrace. He bent his head close to hers, but she raised her hand as if in protest. Suddenly, they started apart and turned hurriedly. The cause was Stapleton. He was running wildly toward them, his absurd net fluttering behind him. Upon reaching them, he began to gesticulate and almost dance with excitement. What it all meant I could not fathom, but it appeared that Stapleton was upbraiding Sir Henry, who offered explanations that grew more heated as the other refused to accept them. The lady stood in haughty silence. Finally, Stapleton turned on his heel and spoke imperiously to his sister, who, after a hesitant glance at Sir Henry, walked away with her brother. The naturalist's angry gesture showed that the lady, too, was the object of his wrath. The baronet stood for a while looking after them, and then retraced the steps along the road by which he had come, his head bowed, the very picture of dejection. I could not imagine the meaning of it all, but I felt deeply ashamed at having witnessed such an intimate scene without my friend's knowledge. Therefore, I ran down the hill and met the baronet at its foot. His face was flushed with anger, and his brows were knitted like those of a man who is utterly at a loss as to what he should do. "Aha, Watson, where did you spring from?" he asked. "You don't mean to say that, in spite of everything, you have been following me after all?" I explained everything to him. How I had found it impossible to remain at home, how I had followed him, and how I had witnessed all that had occurred. For a moment his eyes flashed with anger, but my frankness disarmed him, and he broke into a dry, rueful laugh. "I should have thought the middle of this moor was a safe enough place for a man to consider himself in private," said he. "And yet, by thunder, it seems the whole population was looking on at my wooing, and a very sorry wooing it was. Where did you have your seat?" "I was upon the hill." "In the back row, then, whereas her brother was in the front stalls. Did you see him come at us?" "I did." "Does that brother of hers strike you as being entirely sane?" "I cannot say that I have ever noticed anything to the contrary. Indeed, until today, I too thought him sensible enough. But now, I tell you, either he or I should be in a straitjacket. At any rate, I cannot make head or tail of it. You, Watson, have lived with me for some weeks now. Tell me honestly, what flaw is there in me that prevents me from being a good husband to the woman I love? In my opinion, there is no such flaw. He can have nothing against my position in the world, so it must be something personal. But what? I have never intentionally wronged a soul in my life, and yet he would not even allow me to touch the tips of her fingers. Did he say as much? That, and a great deal more. I have known her but a few weeks, Watson. But I tell you, from the first moment I felt she was made for me, and she too, I could swear, was happy when she was with me. A woman's eyes speak clearer than words. But he never permitted us to be alone, and only today, for the first time, did I have the chance to speak with her in private. She was glad to meet me, but it was not of love she wished to speak, and had she been able, she would have forbidden me to speak of it either. She kept returning to that old theme, the danger of this place, and how she would never be happy until I had left it. I told her that since I had seen her, I was in no hurry to go, and that if she truly wished me to leave, the only way was to arrange matters so that she might come with me. It was then I made my proposal, but before she could answer, that brother of hers came running up, looking like a madman. He was white with rage, and his light eyes were sparkling with fury. What was I doing with the girl? How did I dare pay her attentions that were distasteful to her? Did I imagine that because I was a baronet, I could do exactly as I pleased? If he hadn't been her brother, I should have known better how to answer him. I told him that my feelings for his sister were nothing to be ashamed of, and that I had asked her for the honor of becoming my wife. That seemed to make matters no better at all, so that finally I, too, lost my patience and answered him more hotly than perhaps I should have, seeing that she was standing right there. It ended with him walking off with her, as you saw, and I was left standing there, the most bewildered man in the whole county. Tell me, Watson, what does it all mean, and I shall be your debtor forever? I attempted to offer one explanation after another, but in truth I was quite as puzzled as he. Everything speaks in our friend's favor. His title, his fortune, his character, and his appearance. I know of nothing that could be urged against him, save for that dark fate which is said to haunt his family. It is highly remarkable that his proposal should be so rudely rejected without any reference to the lady's own wishes, and that she should permit such a situation without protest. However, we were reassured by Stapleton himself, who paid us a visit that very same day. He came to apologize for his rudeness, and the result of a long, private conversation in the study was that friendly relations had been restored. As proof of this, we are to dine at Merripit House next Friday. "I won't say now that he isn't crazy," said Sir Henry. "I cannot forget his eyes as he ran at me this morning. But I must admit, one could hardly ask for a more satisfactory apology. How did he explain his conduct?" "He said that his sister is everything in his life. That is understandable enough, and I am glad he puts a proper value upon her. They have always lived together. He has always been a lonely man, and she has been his only companion. So the thought of losing her is truly terrible to him. He says he did not realize how attached I was becoming to her. When he saw it with his own eyes and realized she might be taken from him, the shock of it drove him quite beside himself. He was very sorry for all that had happened, and he confessed how foolish and selfish it was to imagine that he could keep a beauty like his sister all to himself forever. If he must part with her, he said he would rather give her to a neighbor like me than to anyone else. But in any case, it is a blow for which he needs time to prepare. He will withdraw all opposition on his part if I promise not to speak of the matter for 3 months, and content myself with a friendship with a lady without asking for her love. I gave the promise, and there the matter ended. So, one of our little mysteries is cleared up. It is something, at least, to find bottom in any part of this quicksand in which we are floundering. Now we know why Stapleton looked with such disfavor upon his sister's suitor, even when that suitor was as eligible as Sir Henry. Now I pass to another thread which I have drawn from the tangled skein, the explanation of the mysterious midnight sobs, of Mrs. Barrymore's tear-stained face, and of the butler's stealthy journeys to the western window. Congratulate me, my dear Holmes, and tell me that you are not disappointed in your agent, and that you do not regret the confidence you place in me. All this was cleared up in a single night. Mind you, we labored for 2 nights, but on the first we met with utter failure. Sir Henry and I sat in his room until nearly 3 in the morning, and heard no sound save the chiming of the clock upon the stairs. It was a most weary vigil, ending with both of us falling asleep in our chairs. Fortunately, we were not discouraged and resolved to make another attempt. The following night, we turned down the lamp and sat smoking cigarettes, without making the slightest sound. The hours dragged incredibly slowly, but we were sustained by that same patient interest an adventurer feels when watching a trap in which he hopes to find his prey. 1 o'clock struck, then 2, and we were again on the verge of giving up in despair, when suddenly we both sat bolt upright in our chairs, listening intently. We heard a creak in the corridor. We heard the sound of someone stealing past, until the footsteps died away in the distance. Then the baronet noiselessly unlocked the door, and we started in pursuit. The man had already rounded the gallery, and the corridor was plunged in total darkness. We crept along quietly until we reached the other wing of the house. We arrived just in time to see a tall, black-bearded man, his back bowed, tiptoeing down the passage. He entered the same door as on the previous night. The light from his candle illuminated the doorway, and threw a single yellow beam into the gloom of the corridor. We moved cautiously toward him, testing every floorboard before stepping upon it. We had taken the precaution of removing our boots, but even without them, the old boards groaned under our weight. At times, it seemed impossible that he should not hear our approach. But Barrymore, fortunately, is somewhat hard-hearing, and moreover, he was entirely absorbed in what he was doing. When we finally reached the door and peeped in, we saw him standing crouched at the window with a candle in his hand, his strained face pressed against the glass, exactly as I had seen him 2 nights before. We had formed no plan of campaign, but the baronet is a man for whom the direct path is always the most natural. He stepped into the room. Barrymore sprang away from the window with a sharp, hissing intake of breath, and stood before us, deathly pale and trembling, his dark eyes, standing out against his white face as they looked from Sir Henry to me, were full of horror and amazement. "What are you doing here, Barrymore?" "Nothing, sir." He was so agitated that he could scarcely speak, and the shadows from the candles shaking in his hand danced up and down the walls. "It is the window, sir. I go round at night to see that they are fastened." "On the 2nd floor?" "Yes, sir, all the windows." "Look here, Barrymore," said Sir Henry severely. "We are determined to have the truth out of you, so the sooner you tell it, the easier it will be for you. Now, no lies. What were you doing at the window?" The butler looked at us with a helpless expression and wrung his hands like a man driven to the edge of despair. "I was doing no harm, sir. I was holding a candle to the window." "And why were you holding a candle to the window?" "Don't ask me, Sir Henry, don't ask me. I give you my word, sir, that it is not my secret, and I cannot give it away. If it concerned no one but myself, I should not try to hide it from you. A sudden thought flashed through my mind, and I took the candle from the windowsill where the butler had placed it. He must have been holding it as a signal. I said, "Let us see if there is an answer." I held the candle, as he had done, peering out into the darkness of the night. I could dimly see the black line of the trees and the lighter expanse of the moor, for the moon was hidden behind the clouds. I gave a cry of triumph, for through the cloak of night, a tiny yellow point of light suddenly appeared, shining steadily directly opposite the window. "There's the answer," I exclaimed. "No, no, sir, it is nothing at all," the butler interposed. "I assure you, sir." "Move the light across the window, Watson," cried the baronet. "See, the other moves as well. Now, you scoundrel, will you deny that it is a signal? Speak up. Who is your confederate out there? And what is this conspiracy?" The butler's face took on a look of bold defiance. "That is my business, not yours. I will say nothing." "Then you shall leave my house at once." "Very good, sir. I shall go if I must, and you shall go in disgrace. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. By thunder! Your family has lived with mine under this roof for over 100 years, and I find you here in some dark plot against me." "No, no, sir, no, not against you," cried a woman's voice, and Mrs. Barrymore, paler even than her husband and with an expression of even greater horror, appeared in the doorway. Her massive figure, in her petticoat and shawl, would have been almost comic were it not for the intensity of feeling written upon her features. "We must go, Eliza. It is all over. You can pack our things," said the butler. "Oh, John, John, have I brought you to this? It is all my doing, Sir Henry, all mine. He did it for my sake, and because I asked him. Speak out, then. What does it all mean?" "My unhappy brother is starving on the moor. We cannot let him perish at our very gates. The candle is a signal to him that food is ready, and his light out there shows us where to take it." "Then your brother is the escaped convict, Sir Selden, the murderer." "It is the truth, sir," Barrymore confirmed. "I told you it was not my secret, and that I could not give it to you. Now you have heard it, and you see that if there was a plot, it was not against you. So this was the explanation of the stealthy midnight wanderings and the light at the window, Sir Henry," and I looked at the woman in amazement. Was it possible that in this dull, respectable person, and in one of the world's most notorious criminals, there flowed the same blood? "Yes, sir, my name was Selden, and he is my younger brother. We spoiled him when he was a lad, and let him have his own way in everything, until he came to believe that the world was made for his pleasure and that he could do as he liked. As he grew older, he fell into evil company. The devil entered into him, and he broke my mother's heart and dragged our name through the mud. From crime to crime he sank lower and lower, until he reached the very gallows, from which only God's mercy saved him. But to me, sir, he has always remained the little curly-headed boy I nursed and played with, as an elder sister should. That is why he escaped from prison, sir. He knew I was here, and that we could not refuse him help. When he dragged himself here one night, weary and starving, with the warders at his heels, what were we to do? We took him in, fed him, and cared for him. Then you returned, sir, and my brother felt that he would be safer on the moor than anywhere else until the hue and cry had died down. And so he hides there. Every other night we make sure he is still there by putting the candle in the window, and if the answer comes, my husband carries him a little bread and meat. Every day we hope he is gone, but as long as he is there, we cannot desert him. That is the whole truth. I speak it as a Christian woman, and you see that if there is anyone to blame in this matter, it is not my husband, but me, for whose sake he has done it all." The woman spoke with such deep earnestness that her words carried the ring of truth. "Is this so, Barrymore?" "Yes, Sir Henry. Every word of it is the truth." "Well, I cannot blame you for standing by your wife. Forget what I have said. Go, both of you, to your room, and we shall speak further of this matter in the morning." When they had gone, we looked out the window once more. Sir Henry threw it wide, and the cold night wind lashed at our faces. In the dark distance, that tiny yellow point of light continued to burn. "I marvel at his cheek," said Sir Henry. "Perhaps the light is so placed that it is visible only from here." "Likely enough. How far do you reckon it to be?" "Out by the cleft tor, I should think." "No more than a mile or two off?" "Hardly that, I should say." "Well, it cannot be very far. Barrymore has to carry food there, and the scoundrel is waiting by his candle even now. By thunder, Watson, I am going out to take that man." The very same thought had crossed my mind. The Barrymores had not entrusted us with their secret. It had been wrested from them by force. The convict, a hardened ruffian for whom there could be neither pity nor pardon, was a danger to the community. We should only be doing our duty if we returned him to where he could do no further harm. With his brutal and violent nature, others might pay the price if we did not lay hands on him. Our neighbors, the Stapletons, for instance, might be in danger of an attack from him any night. And perhaps it was this thought that made Sir Henry seize upon the adventure. "I will come too," I said. "Then get your revolver and put on your boots. The sooner we start the better, for the fellow may put out his light and be off." 5 minutes later we were outside the door. We made our way hurriedly through the dark shrubbery, with the melancholy wail of the autumn wind and the rustle of falling leaves about us. The night air was heavy with the scent of dampness and decay. Now and again the moon peered out for a moment, but the clouds were racing across the sky, and as we stepped out upon the moor, a thin rain began to fall. The light continued to burn steadily before us. "Are you armed?" I asked. "I have a hunting crop." "We must move fast to catch him, for they say he is a desperate fellow. We shall take him by surprise and have him at our mercy before he has a chance to resist." "I say, Watson," said the baronet, "what would Holmes say to this? To these dark hours when the powers of evil are exalted?" Suddenly, as if in answer to his words, there rose out of the vast, gloomy expanse of moor that strange cry which I had already heard once before upon the edge of the Great Grimpen Mire. Through the silence of the night, the wind bore a long, low howl, rising to a roar and then die away into a melancholy, quivering sob. Again it rang out, and the air trembled with that piercing, wild, and menacing sound. The baronet gripped my sleeve, and his face was so white that it stood out in the darkness. "My God, Watson, what is that?" "I don't know. It is some sound of the moor. I have heard it once before." The sound died away, and absolute silence closed in upon us. We stood straining our ears, but we heard nothing more. "Watson," said the baronet. It was the cry of a hound. The blood froze in my veins at the horror which I heard in his voice. "How do they explain such a sound?" he asked. "Who?" "The people hereabouts." "Oh, the people are ignorant. What does it matter how they explain it? Tell me, Watson, what do they say of it?" I hesitated, but I could not avoid the answer. "They say it is a cry of the Hound of the Baskervilles." Sir Henry groaned and fell silent. "Yes, it was a hound," he said at last, "but it seemed to come from a great distance, miles away. It was hard to tell from where it had come. It rose and fell with the wind. The wind is blowing from the Great Grimpen Mire, is it not?" "Yes, from the mire." "So the sound came from there. Now, Watson, admit it. Did you not take it for the howl of a hound yourself? I am no child, and you need not fear to tell me the truth. Stapleton was with me when I first heard it. He says it might be the cry of some strange bird." No, it was the baying of a hound." "My God, can there be a grain of truth in all these stories? Is it possible that I am in danger from such a dark force? You don't believe it, Watson, do you?" No. And yet, it is one thing to laugh at it in London, and quite another to stand on the moor in the dead of night and hear such a cry. And my uncle, there were the footprints of a giant hound seen near his body. It all fits together. I don't think I am a coward, Watson, but that sound made the blood go cold in my veins. Feel my hand. It was as cold as a block of marble. You will feel quite yourself again by morning. I don't think I shall ever forget that cry. What are we to do now, do you think? Shall we turn back? No, by thunder. We came out to get our man, and get him we shall. We are hunting a convict, and let the hellhound hunt us if it will. Come on, we'll see it through, though all the fiends of the pit were loosed upon the moor. Stumbling in the dark, we made our way slowly among the grim outlines of the rocky tors toward a yellow speck that still burned steadily before us. Nothing is so deceptive as the distance of a light in a dark night. At times it seemed to glimmer on the very horizon, and at others it appeared to be but a few yards away. At last we saw the source of the light, and realized that we were, in fact, very close to it. The candle was wedged into a crevice of the rock, which shielded it on all sides from the wind, and made it visible only from the direction of Baskerville Hall. We approached unseen, thanks to a granite boulder that hid us, and crouching behind this cover, we looked over it at the signal light. It was a strange thing to see that lonely candle burning in the middle of the waste, with no sign of life near it, only the upright, yellow flame and the glint of the rock around it. "What shall we do now?" whispered Sir Henry. "Wait here. He must be near his candle. Let's see if we can catch a glimpse of him." Hardly were the words out of my mouth when we both saw Selden. Over the rock where the candle stood, there appeared a wicked yellow face, a terrible animal face, distorted by every low passion, bespattered with mud, with a bristling beard and hair like matted tow. It seemed to belong to one of those prehistoric men who once dwelt in the hillside burrows. The light below reflected in his small, cunning eyes, which peered savagely into the darkness like those of a crafty beast that has heard the steps of the hunters. Something had evidently roused his suspicions. Perhaps Barrymore had some special signal which would fail to give, or perhaps the criminal had other reasons to think all was not well. In any case, I saw the look of fear upon his evil face. Any moment he might quench the light and vanish into the gloom. Therefore I dashed forward, and Sir Henry followed my lead. At the same second, the convict shrieked a curse at us and hurled a stone, which splintered against the rock that had shielded us. I caught one glimpse of his short, thick-set, powerful figure as he sprang to his feet and turned to fly. At that very moment, by a lucky chance, the moon broke through the clouds. We scrambled to the top of the tor and saw our man running down the other side, leaping over the rocks with the speed and agility of a mountain goat. A lucky long shot from my revolver might have crippled him, but I had brought the weapon only for self-defense if attacked, and not to shoot an unarmed man who was running away. We were both fair runners and in good condition, but we soon found that we had no chance of overtaking him. We saw him for a long time in the moonlight, until he appeared as nothing more than a speck moving among the boulders on the slope of a distant hill. We ran until we were quite exhausted, yet the distance between us only continued to grow. At last, we halted and sat panting upon two rocks, watching as he vanished into the shadows. It was just at this moment that something most strange and unexpected occurred. We had risen from the stones and turned toward home, abandoning our hopeless hunt. To our right, the moon had sunk low, and the jagged crest of a granite peak was silhouetted against the lower curve of the silver disk. There, upon that needle-pointed summit, I saw the figure of a man, standing like a black statue against a shining background. Do not think, Holmes, that this was an illusion. I assure you that I have never in my life seen anything more clearly. As far as I could judge, he was a tall, thin man. He stood with his legs slightly apart, arms folded and his head bowed, as if deep in thought amidst that vast wilderness of peat and granite that lay around him. He looked like the very spirit of that terrible place. This was not the convict. The man stood far from the spot where the first had disappeared. Moreover, he was much taller in stature. With a cry of surprise, I pointed him out to the baronet. But in the moment I turned to grasp my friend's arm, the man vanished. The sharp granite peak was still carved against the lower edge of the moon, but every trace of that silent, motionless figure had gone from it. I wished to go in that direction and search the summit, but it was a great distance away. The baronet's nerves were still high-strung from the howling we had heard, and he was in no mood for fresh adventures. He had not seen the man upon the tor, and thus did not feel that nervous thrill which had seized me at the sight of that figure and its imposing pose. "It is surely one of the warders," he said. "The moor has been thick with them since that scoundrel escaped. Perhaps his explanation is correct, but I should like to have some proof of it. Today we intend to inform Princetown Prison where to seek the fugitive, but it is a galling thing that we could not bring him in as our own prisoner. Such were our adventures of last night, and you must agree, my dear Holmes, that I have furnished you with substantial report. Much of what I have written may, no doubt, be irrelevant, but I nonetheless feel it is better to report every fact and leave you to select those which may be useful to your conclusions. We are certainly making progress. As for the Barrymores, we have discovered the motives for their actions, but the moor, with its mysteries and its strange inhabitants, remains as impenetrable as ever. In my next report, I may perhaps be able to throw some light upon that as well. It would be best of all if you could come to us yourself. The Hound of the Baskervilles, Chapter 10. Extract from the diary of Dr. Watson. Up to this point, I have been able to tell my story based on reports I sent to Sherlock Holmes. Now, however, I have reached a junction where I must abandon that source and rely once more upon my own recollections, aided by the diary I kept at the time. A few extracts from its pages will transport me back to those scenes which remain indelibly fixed in my memory, down to the smallest detail. I begin, then, with the morning following our unsuccessful chase and the strange adventures upon the moor. October the 16th. The day is gray and overcast, with a persistent drizzling rain. Heavy clouds sweep low over the house, occasionally breaking to reveal the grim, scarred moor, with thin silver veins of water tracing the slopes and the sudden glint of distant boulders whenever a stray beam of light hits their sodden surfaces. It is melancholy outside, and no less so within. A dark reaction has seized the baronet following the excitements of last night. I myself feel a weight upon my heart, and a sense of impending danger, a danger all the more terrifying because I cannot define it, preys upon my soul. And yet, have I not reason for such fears? One must consider the long chain of incidents, all pointing to some sinister force actively at work around us. First, there was the death of the late master of the hall, occurring under circumstances that matched the family legend with remarkable precision. Then, the many accounts from the peasantry regarding a strange creature seen upon the wastes. Finally, I have twice heard with my own ears a sound resembling the distant baying of a hound. It is incredible, impossible, that this to be anything supernatural, anything beyond the laws of nature. It is unthinkable to imagine a spectral hound leaving physical footprints and filling the air with its cries. Stapleton may yield to such superstition, and Mortimer as well. But if I possess any quality at all, it is that of common sense, and nothing shall drive me to believe such an absurdity. To believe it would be to sink to the level of these poor rustics, who not only accept the existence of a hellhound, but describe it as a monster with fire flaming from its eyes and jaws. Holmes would not even listen to such fancies, and I am his agent. But facts cannot be denied, and the fact remains that I have twice heard that baying upon the moor. If we were to suppose that some massive hound is indeed roaming the wastes, it would explain much. But where could such a dog hide? Where does it find food? Where did it come from? And why is it never seen by day? One must admit that a natural explanation is as difficult to find as a supernatural one. And then, beyond the hound, there is the matter of human intervention in London. The man in the cab and the letter warning Sir Henry against the moor. That, at least, was real, but it could have been the work of either a friend or a foe. Where is that person now? Did they remain in London, or have they followed us here? Was it he whom I saw upon the tour? True, I had only a moment to glimpse him, but there are certain facts for which I would stake my life. First, it was no one I have met here, and I have now seen all the neighbors. He is taller than Stapleton and far thinner than Frankland. In build, it might have been Barrymore, but we left him at the house, and I am certain he could not have followed us. Therefore, some stranger continues to watch us even here. If I could only lay my hands upon that man, we might finally make an end to all our difficulties. To this goal, I must now direct all my energy. My first impulse was to share all my plans with Sir Henry, but my second and more prudent thought was to keep him out of my game and speak as little as possible to anyone. He is silent and distracted. His nerves have been strangely shaken by that sound on the moor. I shall say nothing to increase his fears, and I will take my own measures to achieve my end. This morning, after breakfast, a small incident occurred. Barrymore asked Sir Henry for permission to speak with him, and the two were closeted in the study for some time. Sitting in the billiard room, I heard their voices raised several times and could well imagine the subject of their talk. Presently, the baronet opened the door and called me in. "Barrymore feels he has a grievance," Sir Henry said. "He thinks it was unfair of us to hunt down his brother-in-law after he had, of his own free will, told us the secret." The butler stood before us, pale but composed. "I may have spoken too warmly, sir," he said, "and if so, I ask your pardon. But I was very much surprised when I heard you both returning this morning, and learned that you had been hunting Selden. The poor lad has enough to contend with without me setting enemies on his trail. If you had told us of your own free will, that would be another matter," said the baronet. "But you, or rather your wife, only spoke when you were forced to, and could do no other. I did not think, Sir Henry, that you would take advantage of it. Truly I did not. The man is a public danger," said the baronet. "There are lonely dwellings scattered about the moor, and he is a fellow who would stick at nothing. You only have to look at his face to see that. Take Mr. Stapleton's house, for instance, with no one but himself to defend it. No one is safe until that man is under lock and key. No, sir, he will break into no house. I give you my word of honor on that. He will never trouble anyone in this country again. I assure you, Sir Henry, that in a few days the arrangements will be complete for him to leave for South America. For God's sake, sir, I beg of you not to tell the police that he is still on the moor. They have given up the chase there, and he can lie quiet until the ship is ready. You cannot give him up without bringing bitter grief upon my wife and me. I implore you, sir, say nothing to police. What do you say, Watson?" I shrugged my shoulders. If he were safely out of the country, it would relieve the taxpayer of a burden. But what if he should happen to knock someone on the head before he goes? "No, sir, he would not do anything so mad," Barrymore pleaded. "We have provided him with everything he could need. To commit a crime would be to show where he is hiding." "That is true," said Sir Henry. "Very well, Barrymore. God bless you, sir. I thank you from my heart. It would have killed my poor wife had he been taken again. I suppose, Watson, we are aiding and abetting a felony," said the baronet. "But after what we have heard, I feel that I cannot give the man up, and so there is an end of it. All right, Barrymore, you may go." With a few broken words of gratitude, the butler turned to leave, but he hesitated, paused, and then came back. "You have been so kind to us, sir, that I should like to do the best I can for you in return. I know something, Sir Henry, which perhaps I should have said before, but I only found out long after the inquest. I have never breathed a word of it to a soul. It is about the death of poor Sir Charles." The baronet and I both sprang to our feet. "Do you know how he died?" "No, sir, I don't know that." "What then?" "I know why he was at the gate at that hour. It was to meet a woman." "To meet a woman? He?" "Yes, sir." "And the woman's name?" "I cannot give you the name, sir, but I can give you her initials. They were L.L. How do you know this, Barrymore?" "Your uncle, Sir Henry, had a letter that morning. He usually had a great many, for he was a public man and well known for his kind heart, so that everyone in trouble turned to him. But that morning, as it chanced, there was only this one letter, and so I took particular notice of it. It was from Coombe Tracy, and the address was in a woman's hand. Well, I thought no more of it, and I should never have remembered it if it had not been for my wife. A few weeks ago she was cleaning out Sir Charles's study. It had never been touched since his death, and she found the charred remains of a letter in the back of the grate. Most of it was burned to ashes, but one little slip The end of a page hung together, and the writing could still be read, though it was gray on a black ground. It seemed to us to be a postscript to the end of the letter, and it said, "Please, please, as you area gentlemen, burn this letter and be at the gate by 10 o'clock. Beneath it were signed initials L.L. Did you keep the fragment? No, sir. It crumbled to pieces when we touched it. Had Sir Charles received other letters written in that same hand before? Well, sir, I seldom took much notice of his letters. I should not have noticed this one, had it not come alone. And you have no idea who L might be? No, sir. But I think if we could lay our hands on that lady, we should know more about how Sir Charles came by his end. I cannot understand, Barrymore, how you can conceal so important a fact. Well, sir, it was immediately after our own great grief. And then we both loved Sir Charles, and we were grateful for all he had done for us. Digging into all this could not bring our poor master back to life, and one must be careful when a lady is involved. Even the best of us. You thought it might damage his reputation? Well, sir, I thought no good could come of it. Now you have been kind to us, and I feel it would be wrong not to tell you all I know of the matter. Very well, Barrymore, you may go. When the butler had left, Sir Henry turned to me quickly. Well, Watson, what do you make of this new light? It seems to me to leave the darkness even deeper than before. So it strikes me, too. But if we could only trace L, the whole mystery might be cleared. We are at least that much to the good. We know there is a woman who is familiar with the facts. If only we can find her. What do you think we should do? Report to Holmes at once. It will give him the clue he has been seeking, and I am certain it will bring him down here. I went to my room immediately and drew up my report for Holmes regarding our morning conversation. It was clear to me that he was very busy, for the notes I received from Baker Street were rare, brief, and contained no comments on the information I provided, nor any mention of the mission entrusted to me. He was, no doubt, entirely absorbed by a blackmail case. But this new factor would surely arrest his attention and rekindle his interest. I wished more than ever that he were here. October the 17th. Rain has poured down all day, drumming against the ivy and dripping from the eaves. I thought of the convict out on the grim, cold, desolate moor. Poor wretch! Whatever his crimes, he has suffered enough to atone for them. I thought, too, of that other, of the face I saw in the cab, and the figure I saw upon the tour in the moonlight. Is he out there, too, in this deluge, the unseen watcher, the man of darkness? In the evening, I put on my waterproof and walked far out onto the sodden moor, my mind full of the dark pictures my imagination painted, while the rain lashed my face and the wind whistled in my ears. God help any who wander now upon the great mire, for even the firm ground is turning to a morass. I reached the black summit, where I had seen the lonely man that night, and from there I gazed out into the gloomy expanse below. Torrents of rain washed the brown hills, and heavy, leaden clouds hung low over the moor, trailing in gray wreaths along the slopes. Far to the left, between two hills and half hidden in mist, rose the two thin towers of Baskerville Hall. They were the only signs of human life visible to me, save for the prehistoric huts scattered thickly upon the hillsides. Of the man I had seen in that very spot 2 nights before, there was no sign. As I was returning, I was overtaken by Dr. Mortimer, driving his dog car along the rough moorland track that leads to the distant Fulmire farm. Dr. Mortimer has been most attentive to us, and not a day passes without him calling at the hall to see how we are faring. He insisted that I join him in his cart and drove me home. He was much distressed by the disappearance of his spaniel. The little dog had run onto the moor and had not returned. I comforted him as best I could, but I thought of the pony in the Grimpen Mire, and I fear he will never see his dog again. By the way, Mortimer, I said, as we jolted along the track, I suppose there are few people in these parts whom you do not know? I hardly think there is so much as one. In that case, can you give me the name of any woman whose Christian name and surname begin with the letter L? He thought for a moment and then shook his head. No, There are a few gypsies and laborers whose names I could not tell you, but among the farmers or the educated classes, there is not one whose initials are L. Wait, though, he added after a pause, there is Laura Lyons, but she lives at Coombe Tracy. And who is she? I asked. She is Franklin's daughter. What? Old Franklin, the crank? The same. She married an artist named Lyons, who came to paint sketches upon the moor. He turned out to be a scoundrel and deserted her, though, mind you, they say there was blame on both sides. Her father disowned her because she married without his consent, and perhaps for other reasons as well. So, between the old sinner and the young one, the poor woman has had a very hard time of it. How does she live? I believe the old man allows her a pittance, but it can be little more, for his own affairs are in a very bad way. But, whatever her deserts, we could not see her come to a bad end for want of a little help. Her story became known, and several people took an interest in her, wishing to give her a chance to earn an honest living. Stapleton and Sir Charles were among them, and I myself contributed my mite to buy her a typewriting machine and set her up in business. Mortimer was curious as to the reason for my questions, but I managed to satisfy him without revealing too much. There is no need to involve others in our business more than necessary. Tomorrow morning I shall make my way to Coombe Tracy, and if I can see this Laura Lyons of doubtful reputation, I shall have made a major stride toward clearing up one incident in this chain of mysteries. I am certainly acquiring the wisdom of the serpent, for when Mortimer began to press me with questions, I asked him what type of skull Franklin possessed, and for the rest of the drive, I heard of nothing but craniology. It is not for nothing that I have lived so many years with Sherlock Holmes. There remains but one more incident to relate from this dismal and rainy day, namely, a conversation with Barrymore which has placed a very high card in my hand for the coming moves. Mortimer stayed for dinner, and afterward he and the baronet sat down to a game of écarté. The butler brought my coffee to the library, and I took the opportunity to ask him a few questions. Tell me, I began, is your precious relative gone, or is he still hiding out there? I don't know, sir. I hope with all my soul that he is gone, for he has brought nothing but trouble here. I have heard nothing of him since I last took him food, and that was 3 days ago. Did you see him then? No, sir, but when I went back the next time, the food was gone. Then he was surely there? So one would think, sir, unless indeed it was the other man who took it. I lowered my cup and stared at Barrymore. Then you know that there's another man? Yes, sir. There is another man upon the moor. Have you seen him? No, sir. Then how do you know of his existence? Selden told me of him a week or more ago. He is hiding, too, but as far as I can gather, he is no convict. I don't like it. Dr. Watson, I tell you plainly I don't like it. He spoke with a sudden, passionate earnestness. Listen, Barrymore, in this matter, I have no interest other than the interest of your master. I came here for the sole purpose of helping him. Now tell me frankly, what is it that you do not like? Barrymore hesitated for some moments, as if he regretted his outburst or found it difficult to put his feelings into words. It's all that is going on, sir, he cried at last, waving his hand toward the rain-lashed window that looked out upon the moor. There's foul play somewhere, and there is black villainy brewing. To that I'll swear. I should be a happy man if I could see Sir Henry on his way back to London. But what is it that alarms you so? Think of Sir Charles's death. That was bad enough, whatever the coroner might say. Think of the noises at night upon the moor. There isn't a man who would cross it after sundown, not if you paid him to do it. And think of this stranger, hiding out there, watching and waiting. What is he waiting for? What does it mean? It means no good to anyone of the name of Baskerville, and I shall be a glad man when Sir Henry's new servants are ready to take the Hall off my hands. But can you tell me nothing of this stranger? I asked, what did Selden say? Did he find out where the man hides, or what he is doing? He saw him once or twice, but he is a deep one and gives nothing away. At first, Selden thought he was from the police, but then he saw that he was working some game of his own. A kind of gentleman he is, but what he is doing, Selden could not find out. And where does he live? In the ruins on the hillside, in the stone huts where the old folk used to live. And how does he get his food? Selden found out that he has a boy working for him, who brings him all he needs from Coombe Tracey. Very good, Barrymore. We may talk of this more some other time. When the butler had gone, I walked to the dark window and looked through the blurred glass at the driving clouds and the trees tossed by the gale. It is a wild night, and what must it be like in a stone hut upon the moor? What a deep and burning hatred it must be that could drive a man to hide in such a place at such a time, or what deeply serious purpose could call for such an ordeal? There, in that hut upon the moor, seems to lie the very heart of that problem which so sorely tasks me. I swear that another day shall not pass before I have done all that a man can do to reach the very center of the mystery. Chapter 11. The Man on the Tour. The extract from my diary, which formed the last chapter, has brought my narrative up to the 18th of October, a time when these strange events began to move rapidly toward their terrible conclusion. The incidents of the next few days are indelibly fixed in my memory, and I can relate them without help from the notes I made at the time. I begin, then, with the day on which I succeeded in establishing two vital facts. First, that Laura Lyons of Coombe Tracey had written to Sir Charles Baskerville and appointed a meeting at the very spot and the very hour where he met his death. And second, that the man hiding upon a moor was to be found among the stone huts upon the hillside. I knew that if, with these two facts in my possession, I could not shed light upon these dark places, it must be for lack of either wit or courage. I had no opportunity the previous evening to tell the baronet what I had learned of Mrs. Lyons, for he had sat up late into the night, playing cards with Dr. Mortimer. At breakfast, however, I informed him of my discovery, and asked if he wished to accompany me to Coombe Tracey. At first he was most eager to go, but after some discussion, we both decided that I might achieve better results if I went alone. The more formality we gave to our visit, the less information we were likely to gain. And so I left Sir Henry, not without some pricks of conscience, and set off on my new inquiries. When I reached Coombe Tracey, I told Perkins to put up the horses, and went to seek out the lady I had come to question. I found her lodgings without difficulty. They were centrally located and well appointed. A maid showed me in without ceremony, and as I entered the room, a lady sitting at a Remington typewriter sprang up with a welcoming smile. Her face clouded over, however, when she saw a stranger before her, and sitting down again, she asked the object of my visit. My first impression of Mrs. Lyons was that she was surpassingly beautiful. Her eyes and hair were the same rich hazel color, and her cheeks, though heavily freckled, bloomed with the lovely flush of a brunette. I repeat, the first impression was one of admiration, but a second glance invited criticism. There was something subtly unpleasant about her face, perhaps a certain coarseness of expression or a hardness of gaze that marred her perfect beauty. These, however, were afterthoughts. At the moment, I was merely conscious that I stood before a very handsome woman who was demanding the reason for my intrusion. I had not realized until then just how delicate my mission was. "I have the pleasure of knowing your father," I said. It was an unfortunate opening, and she let me feel it. "There is nothing in common between my father and myself," she said. "I owe him nothing, and his friends are not mine. If it had not been for the late Sir Charles Baskerville and other kind hearts, I might have starved for all my father cared. It is about the late Sir Charles Baskerville that I have come to see you." The freckles stood out more clearly on her face. "What can I tell you of him?" she asked, her fingers playing nervously over the keys of her typewriter. "You were acquainted with him, were you not? I have already told you that I owe much to his kindness. If I am able to support myself, it is largely due to the interest he took in my unhappy situation. Were you in the habit of corresponding with him?" The woman shot a quick, angry glance upward. "What is the object of these questions?" she asked sharply. "The object is to avoid a public scandal. It is better that you should answer them here than let the matter come to a formal inquiry." She remained silent, turning deadly pale. At last, she raised her head and spoke with a bold, defiant air. Very well, I will answer. What are your questions? Did you correspond with Sir Charles? I certainly wrote to him once or twice to acknowledge his delicacy and his generosity. Do you remember the dates of those letters? No. Have you ever met him? Once or twice. We came into Coombe Tracy. He was a very retiring man, and he preferred to do good by stealth. But if you saw him so seldom and wrote to him so seldom, how could he be sufficiently informed of your affairs to come to your assistance? As you say he did? She answered readily enough. Several people knew my sad history, and united to help me. One of them was Mr. Stapleton, a neighbor and friend of Sir Charles. He is exceedingly kind, and it was through him that Sir Charles learned of my affairs. I already knew that Sir Charles had, on several occasions, used Stapleton as his almoner, so the words of Laura Lyons had the ring of truth to them. Did you ever write to Sir Charles asking him for a meeting? I continued. Mrs. Lyons flushed with anger. Really, sir, that is a most extraordinary question. I am sorry, madam, but I must repeat it. Then I answer, certainly not. Not even on the very day of Sir Charles's death? The flush died away from her face, leaving it a ghastly white. Her dry lips could not frame the no, which I saw rather than heard. Surely your memory deceives you, I said. I could even quote a passage from your letter. It ran, Please, please, as you are a gentleman, burn this letter and be at the gate by 10 o'clock. I thought she was about to faint, but she recovered herself with a supreme effort and whispered, Is there no such thing as a gentleman in the world? You do Sir Charles an injustice. He did burn the letter. But sometimes a letter may be legible even when it is burned. You acknowledge now that you wrote it? Yes, I did write it, she cried, pouring out her soul in a torrent of words. I did write it. Why should I deny it? I have no reason to be ashamed of it. I wished him to help me. I believed that if I could see him and speak to him, I should get help from him, and so I asked him to come. But why at such an hour? Because I had only just learned that he intended to leave for London the next day for several months. There were reasons why I could not go earlier. But why a rendezvous in the garden instead of visiting him at his house? Do you think a woman could go alone at that hour to a bachelor's house? And what happened when you went there? I did not go. Mrs. Lyons. No, I swear to you by all that I hold sacred that I never went. Something happened to prevent me from going. What was it? That is a private matter. I cannot tell it. You acknowledge, then, that you made an appointment with Sir Charles at the very hour and place at which he met his death, but you deny that you kept the appointment? That is the truth. I pelted her with questions again and again, but I could get no further than this. Mrs. Lyons, I said, rising at the end of this long and inconclusive interview, you are taking a very great responsibility and putting yourself in a very false position by not making a clean breast of all that you know. If I have to call on the aid of the police, you'll find how seriously you are compromised. If you are innocent, why did you at first deny that you had written to Sir Charles on that day? Because I feared that some wrong conclusion might be drawn from it, and that I should find myself involved in a scandal. And why were you so insistent that Sir Charles should destroy your letter? If you have read the letter, you know why. I did not say that I had read the whole letter. You quoted a part of it. I quoted the postscript. The letter itself, as I told you, was burned and could not be read. I ask you again, why were you so insistent that Sir Charles should destroy this letter, received by him on the very day of his death? It is a very private matter. All the more reason to avoid a public disclosure. Well, then, I will tell you. If you have heard anything at all of my unhappy history, you know that I made a rash marriage and had reason to repent it. I have heard as much. My life has been one incessant persecution from a husband whom I detest. The law is on his side, and every day I am faced with the fear that he may force me to live with him. At the time I wrote to Sir Charles, I learned that there was a prospect of my regaining my freedom if certain expenses could be met. It meant everything to me. Peace of mind, happiness, self-respect, everything. I knew of Sir Charles's generosity, and I thought that if I could tell him my story in person, he would help me. Then why did you not keep the appointment? Because I suddenly received help from another source. And why did you not write to Sir Charles to explain this? I should have done so had I not read of his death in the papers the next morning. The story was a coherent one, and all my questions could not shake it. I could only verify it by finding out if she had indeed instituted divorce proceedings at the time of the tragedy. It was unlikely that she would dare to claim she had not been to Baskerville Hall if she really had, for she would have needed a carriage to get there, and she could not have returned to Coombe Tracey until the early hours of the morning. Such an expedition could not be kept secret. Therefore, the probability was that she spoke the truth, or at least a part of the truth. I left her feeling baffled and disconcerted. Once more, I had run my head against a wall, which seemed to rise across every path by which I tried to reach the goal of my mission. And yet, the more I thought of Laura Lyon's face and her manner, the more I felt that something was being hidden from me. Why had she turned so pale? Why had she denied her actions until a confession was wrung from her? Why had she remained silent at the time of the tragedy? Surely the explanation could not be as innocent as she wished me to believe. For the moment, I could do no more in that direction. I had to turn to the other clue, the one to be sought among the stone huts upon the moor. And that was a most vague direction. I realized this as I drove back and saw how many hills bore the traces of the ancient people. Barrymore's only hint was that the stranger lived in one of these abandoned huts, and such huts are scattered by the hundreds across the length and breadth of the moor. But I had my own evidence to guide me, for I had seen the man himself standing upon the summit of the Black Tor. That peak, therefore, would be the center of my search. From that point, I would explore every hut until I found one that was inhabited. If the man were inside, I should learn from his own lips, at the point of my revolver, if necessary, who he was and why he had dogged us for so long. He might have slipped away from us in the crowds of Regent Street, but on the lonely moor it would be a harder task. On the other hand, if I found the hut and the occupant was away, I must stay there, however long it might take, until he returned. Holmes had missed him in London. It would indeed be our luck and our inquiries had turned against us. But now at last it came to meet me in the person of Mr. Franklin. He was standing at his garden gate, which opened onto the high road along which I was driving. "Good day, Dr. Watson," he cried, with unaccustomed cheerfulness. "Really, you must give your horses a rest, and come in and have a glass of wine with me, and congratulate me." After all that I had heard of his treatment of his daughter, my feelings towards him were far from friendly. But an opportunity presented itself for me to send Perkins and the carriage home, which I was anxious to do. I got out, sent a message back by the coachman that I should be in time for dinner, and followed Franklin into his dining room. "It is a great day for me, sir, one of the happiest days of my life," he cried, with a burst of laughter. "I have won both my cases. I'll show them that the law is the law, and that there is one man here who is not afraid to invoke it. I have established a right-of-way across the very middle of Old Middleton's Park, within 100 yards of his own front door. What do you think of that? We'll teach these magnates, damn them, that they cannot ride roughshod over the rights of the common people. And I've closed the wood where the folk of Fernworthy used to picnic. These devilish people imagine that there are no such things as property rights, and that they can swarm everywhere with their papers and their bottles. Both cases decided, Dr. Watson, and both in my favor. Not since I prosecuted Sir John Morland for shooting in his own warren have I had such a day. How did you come to do that? Here is the book, sir. It's worth reading. Franklin versus Morland, King's Bench Division. It cost me £200, but I got the verdict. And did it profit you at all? Not a bit, sir, not a single bit. I am proud to say that I had no personal interest in the matter. I acted entirely out of a sense of public duty. I have no doubt, for instance, that the people of Fernworthy will burn my effigy tonight. When they did it last time, I told the police that they must stop such disgraceful exhibitions. The county police is in a scandalous state, and it did not afford me protection to which I am entitled. The case of Franklin v. The government will bring that before the notice of the public. I told them that they would repent of their treatment of me, and my words are already coming true." "How is that?" I asked. The old man's face assumed a very meaning expression, because I could tell them what they are dying to know, but nothing would induce me to help the rascals. I had been trying to invent an excuse to escape his chatter, but now I was anxious to hear more. I knew enough of the old sinner's contradictory nature to realize that any show of interest would only stop his revelations. "Some poaching case, I suppose," said I, in an indifferent tone. "Ha ha, my young friend, something much more important than that. What if it concerns the escaped convict upon the moor?" I started. "Do you know where he is?" I asked. "I don't know exactly where he is, but I am sure I can help the police lay their hands on him. Has it never occurred to you that the best way to catch that man is to find out how he gets his food, and so track him?" He was coming unpleasantly near to the truth. "Indeed, no doubt," I said. "But how do you know the man is still on moor?" "I know it because I have seen with my own eyes the person who takes him his food." My heart sank for Barrymore. It would be no joke to fall into the hands of this malicious old busybody. But his next words relieved me. "You will be surprised to hear that it is a child who carries it. I see him every day through my telescope from the roof of my house. He goes along the same path at the same hour, and to whom could he be going but to the convict?" Here, indeed, was good fortune, and yet I suppressed every show of interest. A child. Barrymore had mentioned that our stranger was served by a boy, so it was our stranger Franklin had been tracking and not the convict. If I could get from him what he knew, it would save me a long and weary hunt. But disbelief and indifference were my strongest cards. I should say it was much more likely that it is the son of some shepherd upon the moor carrying his father's dinner. The least contradiction always set the old churl in a blaze. He looked at me with a cunning smile, and his gray whiskers bristled like those of an angry cat. "Indeed, sir," he cried, pointing over the wide waste of the moor. "Do you see that black tor yonder? Do you see the low hill with the thorn bushes upon it? It is the stoniest part of the whole moor. Is that a place where a shepherd would choose to be? Your guesses, sir, are ridiculous." I answered meekly that I had spoken without knowing the facts. My submission pleased him and made him more communicative. "Depend upon it, sir, I have excellent reasons for my conclusions. I have seen the boy many times with his bundle. Every day, and sometimes twice a day, I have been able— But wait, Dr. Watson, do my eyes deceive me, or is something moving upon the hillside yonder?" It was several miles away, but I saw clearly a small black that against a monotonous gray background. "Come, come," Franklin cried, rushing upstairs. "You shall see for yourself and judge." The telescope, a powerful instrument upon a tripod, stood upon the flat roof. Franklin put his eye to it and uttered a cry of satisfaction. "Quick, Dr. Watson, quick, before he passes over the hill." I saw him, sure enough, a small boy with a bundle upon his shoulder, slowly climbing the hill. When he reached the summit, I saw his ragged, uncouth figure outlined for a moment against the cold blue sky. He looked round him with a furtive, backward glance, like one who feared pursuit, and then disappeared over the hill. Well, am I right? Certainly, there is a boy who seems to have some secret business in hand. And what the business is, even a village policeman could guess. But not a word from me, and I place you under a bond of secrecy, Dr. Watson. Not one word. Do you understand? As you wish. They have treated me shamefully, shamefully. When the facts are made public in the case of Franklin v. the government, I think that the whole country will thrill with indignation. I will do nothing to help the police in anything. They would have liked to have these rascals burn me itself instead of my effigy. Are you going, then? Do help me to empty this decanter in honor of the great event. But I resisted all his solicitations, and I succeeded in dissuading him from his announced intention of walking home with me. I kept the road so long as I could be upon me, and then I struck off across the moor to the stony hill over which the boy had disappeared. Everything was working in my favor, and I swore that if I missed this chance, it would be through no lack of energy or perseverance upon my part. The sun was already sinking when I reached the summit of the hill, and its slopes were golden on one side and a somber gray on the other. A low mist was creeping across the far horizon, from which the fantastic shapes of Belliver and Vixen Tor thrust themselves upward over the whole expansive waste. There was neither a sound nor a sign of movement, only a great gray bird, a gull or a curlew, soar high in the blue vault of heaven. It and I seemed to be the only living creatures between the enormous arch of sky and the desert beneath it. The barren landscape, the sense of utter loneliness, and the mystery and urgency of my task all combined to chill my heart. The boy was nowhere to be seen, but below me, in a hollow between the hills, lay a circle of ancient stone huts, and one of them still retained enough of its roof to serve as a shelter against the weather. My heart leaped at the sight. This must be the burrow where the stranger lay hid. At last, my foot was upon the threshold of his retreat. His secret was within my grasp. Approaching the hut with as much caution as Stapleton uses when stealing upon a butterfly with his net, I saw with satisfaction that the place was indeed being used as a dwelling. A faint path, worn between the boulders, led to the ruined opening that served as a door. Inside, all was silent. Perhaps the stranger was hiding within. Perhaps he was prowling somewhere upon the moor. My nerves were tense with the anticipation of the coming adventure. Tossing away my cigarette, I closed my hand upon the revolver in my pocket and, stepping swiftly to the door, peered inside. The hut was empty, but there was ample proof that I had not followed a false scent. Beyond a doubt, a man lived here. A few rolled blankets lay upon the very stone slab where Neolithic man had once slept. A pile of ashes lay in a crude grate. Nearby stood a few cooking utensils and a bucket half filled with water. A heap of empty tins proved that the place had been occupied for some time, and as my eyes grew accustomed to gloom, I saw in a corner a cup and a small bottle half filled with brandy. In the center of the hut, a flat stone served as a table, and upon it lay a small cloth bundle, the very one, no doubt, that I had seen upon the boy's shoulder through the telescope. It contained a loaf of bread, a tin of tongue, and 2 tins preserved peaches. As I laid the bundle back down after examining it, my heart gave a sudden throb of excitement. Beneath it, I saw a slip of paper with something written upon it. I picked it up and read, "Dr. Watson has gone to Coombe Tracy." I stood with the paper in my hand, bewildered by its meaning. So this mysterious man was dogging me and not Sir Henry. He was not following me himself, but had set an agent, perhaps the boy, to keep watch upon my track. It might be that I had not made a single move upon the moor without being observed. I felt the presence of an unseen force, a subtle net woven around us with such masterful skill that only in the ultimate moments did we feel we were caught in its meshes. If there was one such report, there might be others, and I began to search the hut. However, I found no other papers, nor any sign by which I could judge the character or intentions of the man living in this singular place, save that his habits were Spartan and that he cared little for comfort. When I thought of the driving rains and looked at the gaping roof, I realized how powerful must be the motive that kept him in such an inhospitable dwelling. Who was he, our malignant enemy, or perhaps a guardian angel? I swore I would not leave the hut until I knew. The sun was very low, and the west was a blaze of purple and gold. The distant pools of the Great Grimpen Mire reflected the glow in great red patches. The 2 towers of Baskerville Hall were visible, and a far-off smudge of smoke marked the village of Grimpen. Between the two, behind the hill, lay Stapleton's house. All was soft, mellow, and peaceful in the golden evening light. But my soul was out of harmony with the peace of nature. It trembled with suspense and the dread of the meeting, which drew nearer with every passing second. With nerves strung high, but with a grim resolve, I sat in the dark corner of the hut and waited with somber patience for its master to return. At last I heard footsteps. From afar came the sharp ring of a boot upon stone. Then came another and a third, and the steps drew nearer. I shrank back into the deepest shadow and felt for the trigger of the revolver in my pocket, determined not to reveal my presence until I could see the stranger. The footsteps stopped. He had paused. Then they drew near once more, and a shadow fell across the opening of the hut. "It is a lovely evening, my dear Watson," said a well-known voice. "Really, I think you will find it more pleasant out here in the fresh air than in that hut." Arthur Conan Doyle, The Hound of the Baskervilles. Chapter 12. Death on the Moor. My breath caught in my throat, and for a moment I could not trust my own ears. Then my senses and my voice returned, and with them a crushing weight seemed to lift from my soul. That cold, incisive, ironical voice could belong to only one man in all the world. "Holmes!" I cried. "Holmes!" "Step out," said he, "and please be careful with that revolver." I took a step over the threshold and found him sitting upon a stone. His gray eyes were dancing with amusement at my utter amazement. His sharp face, bronzed and weathered by the elements, was thin and worn, yet it looked alert and keen. In his tweed suit and cloth cap, he looked like any other tourist upon the moor. He had even managed, through that feline passion of his for personal cleanliness, to keep his linen as white and his chin as smooth as if he were still in Baker Street. I have never been so glad to see anyone in my life, I exclaimed, wringing his hand, or so surprised. I must admit it. And you were not the only one surprised. I assure you, until I was within 20 paces of this hut, I had no idea that you had discovered my temporary retreat, much less that you were inside it. You saw my footprints, then? No, Watson, I fear I could not distinguish your footprints from those of any other man in the world. If you seriously wish to deceive me, you must change your tobacconist. For when I see a cigarette butt labeled Bradley, Oxford Street, I know that my friend Watson is in the neighborhood. You threw it down near the path at that momentous moment when you decided to storm the empty hut. Exactly so. I thought as much. And knowing your admirable tenacity, I was convinced that you were sitting in ambush with your weapon ready, waiting for the tenant to return. So, you really thought that I was a criminal? I did not know who you were, but I was determined to find out. Splendid, Watson. And how did you track me? Perhaps you saw me on the night of the convict hunt, when I was imprudent enough to let the moon rise behind me. Yes, I saw you then. And no doubt you searched every hut before reaching this one. No, your boy was seen, and that gave me the lead I needed. Seen by the old gentleman with the telescope, no doubt. I realized he was watching when I first saw the sun glinting off his lens. Holmes rose and peered into the hut. Ah, I see Cartwright has brought me some supplies. And what is this paper? So you've been to Coombe, Tracy? Yes. To see Mrs. Laura Lyons? Precisely. Well done. Our researches have evidently been running on parallel lines, and when we combine our results, I trust we shall have a clear view of the case. For my part, I said, I am glad from my heart that you are here. My nerves could no longer stand this wall of mystery. But tell me, for heaven's sake, how did you get here and what have you been doing? I thought you were in Baker Street working on that blackmailing case. That is exactly what I intended you to think. Then you use me, you send me on a mission of trust, and yet you do not trust me. I cried with some bitterness. I thought, Holmes, that I deserved better. My dear friend, you have been invaluable to me in this, as in so many other cases. I beg you to forgive me if I seem to have played a trick upon you. In truth, I did it partly for your own sake. I came here to investigate personally, because I realized the danger you were in. Had I stayed with you and Sir Henry, my presence would have warned our formidable enemies to be on their guard. Now, I am free to move about, which I could not have done at the Hall, and I remain an unknown factor, ready to throw my whole weight into the scale at the critical moment. But why keep me in the dark? Had you known of my presence, it would have been of no advantage to us, and it might have led to my discovery. You would have wanted to tell me things, or perhaps, in your kindness, brought me comforts, and that would have been a needless risk. I brought Cartwright with me, the lad from the messenger office, you remember, and he has looked after my simple wants. a loaf of bread, and a clean collar. What more does a man need? He has given me an extra pair of eyes and a pair of very active feet, both of which have been invaluable. Then all my reports have been wasted. My voice shook as I thought of the care and pride with which I had written them. Holmes pulled a bundle of papers from his pocket. Here are your reports, my dear fellow, and they have been most carefully read. I assure you, I made excellent arrangements for receiving them. They were only one day delayed. I must compliment you on the zeal and intelligence you have shown in this extraordinarily difficult case. I was still struggling to process the fact that Holmes had deceived me, but the warmth of his praise soon stifled my resentment. Deep down, I felt that he was right, and that it was better for our purpose that I had not known he was on the moor. "That's better," he said, seeing the shadow lift from my face. "Now, tell me the result of your visit to Mrs. Laura Lyons." It was not hard for me to guess you had gone to her, for I already knew she was the only person in Coombe Tracey who could be of use to us. In fact, if you had not gone today, I would likely have gone myself tomorrow. The sun had set, and twilight gathered over the moor. The air grew chilly, and we went into the hut to keep warm. There, I told Holmes of my conversation with Laura Lyons. He was so interested that I had to repeat parts of it. "This is most important," he said when I had finished. "It fills a gap in this complex case which I have been unable to bridge. Did you establish that there is a close intimacy between this lady and Stapleton?" "I cannot say for certain. There can be no doubt of it. They meet, they correspond, there is a complete understanding between them. Now, this gives us a very powerful weapon. If only I could use it to detach his wife." "His wife?" "I am giving you news now in return for yours. The lady who passes here as Miss Stapleton is, in fact, his wife." "Good heavens, Holmes! Are you sure? How could he allow Sir Henry to fall in love with her?" "Sir Henry falling in love could harm no one but Sir Henry. You notice yourself that Stapleton took great pains to prevent him from paying her too much attention. I tell you, she is his wife, not his sister. But why such deception? Because he foresaw that she would be very much more useful to him in the character of a free woman. All my unformed premonitions, my vague suspicions, suddenly took shape and centered upon the naturalist. In this colorless, impassive man, with his straw hat and his butterfly net, I seemed to see something terrible, a creature of infinite patience and craft, with a smiling face and a murderer's heart. It is he, then. He is our enemy. It was he who followed us in London. So I read the riddle. And the warning, it must have come from her? Exactly. Through the dark veil that had so long surrounded me, I began to glimpse the outlines of monstrous and systematic villainy. But are you sure of this, Holmes? How do you know that the woman is his wife? Because, in an unguarded moment, he told you the truth about a portion of his past life when you first met, a slip he has likely regretted ever since. He mentioned he had been a schoolmaster in the north of England. Now, there is nothing easier than to trace a schoolmaster. There are scholastic agencies through which one can identify any man who has followed the profession. After a little inquiry, I found that a certain school had met with misfortune under tragic circumstances, and that the man responsible, under a different name, had disappeared with his wife. The descriptions of the couple matched the Stapletons perfectly. When I learned that the missing man was a devoted entomologist, the last shred of doubt vanished. The darkness was lifting, yet much remained in the shadows. If this woman is his wife, where does Laura Lyons come in? I asked. That is one of the points upon which your own research has shed light. Your interview with the lady has cleared the situation immensely. I knew nothing of a projected divorce between her and her husband. Believing Stapleton to be unmarried, she no doubt expects to become his wife. And when she learns the truth, then the lady may become very useful to us. Our first task tomorrow must be to see her together. But tell me, Watson, do you not feel that you have been away from your post too long? Your place is at Baskerville Hall. The last red glow of sunset had faded in the west, and night settled over the moor. A few stars began to twinkle in the violet sky. One more question, Holmes. I said, rising. "Surely there are no more secrets between us. What does it all mean? What is he after?" Holmes spoke in a low, guarded voice. "Murder, Watson. Refined, cold-blooded, deliberate murder. Do not ask me for the details. I am weaving my net around him just as he weaves us around Sir Henry, and with your help, he is already almost in my power. There is only one danger, that he may strike before we are ready to strike back. Another day, 2 at most, and my case will be complete. Until then, guard your charge as a mother guards a sick child. Your mission today has justified itself, and yet I almost wish you had not left aside. Listen." A terrible scream, a prolonged, agonizing cry of horror, broke the silence of more. It turned my blood to ice. "Oh, my God!" I gasped. "What is that? What does it mean?" Holmes sprang to his feet. I saw his dark, athletic figure framed in the doorway, his shoulders hunched and his head thrust forward, peering into the gloom. "Quiet," he whispered. "Hush." The sound had been loud because of its sheer intensity, yet it had come from far away. Now, it reached our ears again, closer, louder, more urgent than before. "Where is it?" whispered Holmes. Even in the darkness, I could tell by the trembling of his voice that he, the man of iron, was shaken to the very soul. "Where is it, Watson?" "From over there, I think," I answered, pointing into the night. "No, from this direction." Once more, a scream of mortal agony rent the silent night, louder and far nearer than before. And to this cry was added another sound, a deep, muffled baying, musical yet menacing, like the low, constant roar of the sea. "The hound!" cried Holmes. "Come, Watson, come. Great heavens, let's not be too late." He dashed across the moor, and I followed hard at his heels. But suddenly, from somewhere among the rocks directly ahead, there came one last desperate groan, followed by a dull, heavy thud. We stopped listening. No further sound broke the heavy silence of the windless night. Holmes clutched his head in a gesture of despair and stamped his foot upon the ground. "He has beaten us, Watson. We are too late." No, no, surely not. What a fool I was to hold my hand. "And you, Watson, see what comes of leaving your post. But by heaven, if the worst has happened, we shall have our revenge." Blindly, we ran through the dark, stumbling over stones, tearing through gorse bushes, panting up hills and scrambling down slopes, always heading toward that terrible sound. At every rise, Holmes looked frantically around, but a thick gloom covered the moor, and nothing moved upon its sullen surface. "Do you see anything?" "Nothing. But listen." "What is that?" A low moan reached our ears. There was again, to our left, on that side, a ridge of rocks ended in a sheer cliff overlooking a boulder-strewn slope. On its jagged surface lay a dark, irregular object. As we ran toward it, the shape took the definite form of a man lying face down. His head was twisted under him at a terrible angle, his shoulders rounded, and his body huddled as if he had been mid-somersault. The position was so grotesque that I could not at first believe that the moan we had heard was the passing of a soul from that body. No further sound or complaint came from the dark figure over which we leaned. Holmes reached out his hand, then jerked it back with an exclamation of horror. He struck a match, and the flare illuminated his blood-stained fingers and a ghastly pool widening from the victim's shattered skull. The light revealed something else, something that turned our hearts to ice. It revealed the body of Sir Henry Baskerville. Neither Holmes nor I could forget that peculiar ruddy tweed suit he had worn on that first morning at Baker Street. We recognized it instantly. Then the match flickered and went out, just as the hope had died within our hearts. Holmes groaned, his face showing as a pale, white patch in the darkness. "The brute! The brute!" I cried, wringing my hands. "Oh, Holmes, I shall never forgive myself for abandoning him. I am more to blame than you, Watson. To have my case complete and rounded, I have sacrificed my client. It is the heaviest blow I have ever received in my career. But how could I know? How could I have known that Despite all my warnings, he would risk the moor alone. To think that we heard his screams. My God, those screams. And we cannot save him. Where is this beast? This hound that hunted him to his death. It may be lurking among these rocks even now. And Stapleton? He shall answer for this. He shall. I will see to that. Uncle and nephew both murdered. One frightened to death by the mere sight of a creature he believed supernatural. The other killed in his wild flight to escape it. But now we must prove the link between the man and the beast. Apart from what we heard, we cannot even swear to the hound's existence. For Sir Henry has evidently died from fall. But by heaven, cunning as he is, the man shall be in my power before another day is out. With heavy hearts, we stood on either side of the mangled body, overwhelmed by this sudden and irreparable disaster which had brought all our long toil to so miserable an end. As the moon rose, we climbed to the top of the rocks from which our poor friend had fallen, and looked out over the moor, now bathed in a ghostly light. Far away, miles toward Grimpen, a single yellow light burned. It could only come from the lonely dwelling of the Stapletons. With a bitter curse, I shook my fist at that distant spark. Why should we not seize him at once? Our case is not complete. This fellow is wary and cunning to the last degree. It is not what we know, but what we can prove, that matters. If we make one false move, the villain may yet slip through our fingers. What can we do, then? Tomorrow we shall have much to do. For tonight, we can only render one last service to our friend. We descended the steep slope and approached the body, which stood out clearly against the moon-silvered stones. At the sight of those crumpled limbs, a lump rose in my throat, and tears stung my eyes. We must send for help, Holmes. We cannot carry him back to the hall alone. My God, man, have you lost your mind? Holmes had uttered a sharp cry and bent over the body. Then he began to dance, to laugh, and to wring my hand. Was this my austere, self-contained friend? A beard! A beard! The man has a beard. A beard! It is not the baronet. It is my neighbor, the convict. With frantic haste, we turned the body over. A blood-matted beard bristled toward the cold, clear moon. There was no room for doubt. The high forehead, the sunken eyes. It was the same face I had seen by candlelight peering from behind the rock. It was the face of Selden the criminal. In an instant, the truth flashed upon me. I remembered the baronet telling me he had given his old clothes to Barrymore. Barrymore had passed them to Selden to aid his escape. The boots, the shirt, the cap, all were Sir Henry's. The tragedy remained. But at least this man had already earned his death under the laws of his country. I explained this to Holmes, my heart thumping with gratitude and relief. Then the clothes were the cause of the poor wretch's death, he said. It is clear the hound was put upon the scent after being shown some article of Sir Henry's, most likely the boots stolen at the hotel, and so the man was hunted down. Yet, one thing is very strange. How did Selden know, in the dark, that the hound was after him? He heard it. A man as hardened as this escapee would not, merely from hearing a dog on the moor, fall into such a paroxysm of fear that he would shriek for help and risk being recaptured. To judge by his cries, he must have run a long way after realizing the creature was on his trail. How did he know? To me, the greater mystery is why the hound, assuming our theories are correct. I assume nothing. Well then, why was the hound loose tonight? I don't suppose it wanders the moor at will. Stapleton would not have let out unless he had reason to think Sir Henry would be here. My mystery is the darker of the two, Watson, for I suspect we shall soon have the answer to yours, while mine may remain a secret forever. But now, what are we to do with this unfortunate man's body? We cannot leave it here for the foxes and the ravens. I suggest we move him into one of the huts until we can notify the police. Quite right. I think we have strength enough to carry him. Ha! Watson, what is this? It is the man himself. What audacity! Not a word to betray your suspicions, not a sound, or all my plans will go to ruin. A man was approaching us across the moor, and I saw the dull red glow of a cigar. The moon shone upon him, revealing the dapper figure and the light, jaunty step of the naturalist. He paused when he saw us, then continued his approach. "Dr. Watson, can it really be you? You are the last person I should have expected to see on the moor at this hour. But, good heavens, what is this? Has there been an accident? No, don't tell me it is our friend, Sir Henry." He hurried past me and bent over the dead man. I heard a sharp intake of breath, and the cigar fell from his fingers. Who is this?" he stammered. "It is Selden, the man who escaped from Princeton." Stapleton looked at us. His face was ghastly, but with a supreme effort, he mastered his shock and disappointment. He shot a keen, searching glance at Holmes, and then at me. "My God, how terrible! How'd he die?" "Apparently he broke his neck by falling from these rocks. My friend and I were strolling on the moor when we heard a cry. I heard a cry as well. That is why I came out. I was uneasy about Sir Henry." "Why about Sir Henry specifically?" I could not help asking. "Because I had invited him to come over. When he did not arrive, I was surprised, and then naturally alarmed for his safety when I heard cries upon the moor. By the way," he said, his eyes narrowing as he looked again at Holmes, "did you hear anything else?" "No," Holmes replied. "Did you?" "No, I heard nothing." "Then why did you ask?" "Oh, you know the stories the peasants tell about a phantom hound, and so on. They say its baying is heard on the moor at night. I merely wondered if you had heard anything of the kind tonight." "We heard nothing of the sort," I said. "And what do you make of this poor wretch's death?" "I have no doubt," I replied, "that the stress of his life and the terror of his surroundings turned his brain. He must have been running in a fit of madness, fallen here, and broken his neck." "That seems a most reasonable explanation," said Stapleton, with what seemed to me a sigh of relief. "And what do you think of it, Mr. Sherlock Holmes?" My friend bowed. "You are quick at identification," he said. "We have been expecting you in these parts since Dr. Watson arrived. You have come just in time for a tragedy." "Yes, indeed. I have no doubt my friend's explanation will prove to be the correct one. I shall carry an unpleasant memory back to London with me tomorrow." "What? You are leaving tomorrow?" "That is my intention. I hope your visit has cast some light upon the occurrences which have puzzled us." Holmes shrugged his shoulders. "One cannot always have the success one hopes for. An investigator needs facts, not legends or rumors. It has not been a successful case for me." My friend spoke in the most natural and tranquil of tones. Stapleton searched his face with a steady gaze. Then he turned to me. "I would suggest carrying this poor fellow to my house, but it would so shock my sister that I do not feel justified in doing it. I think if we cover his face, he may safely remain here until morning." And so we did. Turning down Stapleton's offer of hospitality, Holmes and I set off for Baskerville Hall, leaving the naturalist to return home alone. Looking back, we saw his figure diminishing across the vast moor, and behind him, that one dark spot upon the silvered slope which marked the place where the wretched man had met his end. "At last, we are at close grips," said Holmes, as we walked together. "What nerves the man has! How he pulled himself together when he found that the victim was not the man he had marked out. I told you in London, Watson, and I say it again now, we have never had a foe more worthy of our steel. I am sorry he has seen you, and so was I at first, but it could not be avoided. What effect do you think your presence here will have upon his plans? It may make him more cautious, or it may drive him to desperate measures at once. Like most clever criminals, he may rely too much on his own wit and imagine that he has completely deceived us. Why not arrest him at once? My dear Watson, you are a man of action. Your instinct is always for an energetic step. But suppose we arrest him tonight. What should we gain? We can prove nothing against him. Therein lies his devilish ingenuity. Had he an accomplice, we might find evidence. But even if we could drag the hound into the light of day, that would not help us put a noose around the neck of its master. But surely we have a case? Not a shadow of one, nothing but surmise and conjecture. We should be laughed out of court if we came with such a story and such evidence. What about Sir Charles's death? Found dead without a mark upon him. You and I know he died of sheer terror, and we know what frightened him, but how are we to make 12 literal-minded jurymen believe it? Where is the evidence of a hound? Where are the marks of its fangs? We know, of course, that a hound does not bite a dead body, and that Sir Charles was dead before the beast overtook him. But we must prove all this, and we are not yet in a position to do so. And what of tonight? Even tonight, we have made no progress. There is no direct link between the hound and the man's death. We did not see the hound. We heard it, but we cannot prove it was following the man. There is a complete lack of motive. No, my dear friend, we must face the fact that we have no case at present, and that we must run any risk to establish one. And how do you propose to do that? I have great hopes of what Mrs. Laura Lyons may do for us when the facts are laid before her. And I have a plan of my own as well. Sufficient for the day is the evil thereof, but I hope to have the upper hand before another 24 hours have passed. I could get nothing further out of him, and he walked in deep thought until we reached the gates of Baskerville Hall. Are you coming in? Yes. I see no reason to hide any longer. But one last word. Watson, say nothing to Sir Henry about the hound. Let him believe that Selden died just as Stapleton would have us think. His nerves will be the steadier for the ordeal he must undergo tomorrow when, if I remember your report correctly, he goes to dine with these people. I am invited as well. Then you must offer an excuse, and he must go alone. That can easily be managed. And now, if we are too late for dinner, I think we have at least earned our supper. Chapter 13. Fixing the Nets. Sir Henry was more delighted than surprised to see Sherlock Holmes, for he had been expecting the recent events to draw him out from London. He did, however, raise his eyebrows in some bewilderment when he realized that my friend had brought no luggage and offered no explanation for its absence. I supplied Holmes with all his necessities, and over a late supper we shared as much of our adventures with the baronet as was prudent for him to know. But first, I had the painful duty of breaking the news of Selden's death to Barrymore and his wife. To the husband, it was clearly a relief, but the woman wept bitterly, her face buried in her apron. To the rest of the world, Selden had been a violent man, half beast, half demon, but to her, he was still the wayward little boy she remembered from her own youth, the child who had once clung to her hand. Truly, a man must be wicked indeed if there is no woman left to mourn his passing. I've been moping about this house ever since Watson left this morning, said the baronet. I hope that counts for something, because I've kept my promise. If I hadn't sworn not to go out alone, I might have had a more lively evening. Stapleton sent me a note inviting me over. I have no doubt you would have had a very lively evening, Holmes said significantly. By the way, I don't think you quite appreciate how much we mourned you, believing you had broken your neck. Sir Henry's eyes widened. How so? That unhappy man was dressed in your clothes. I fear your servant, who gave them to him, may find himself in trouble with the police. Hardly. As I recall, there were no marks on any of those garments. That is fortunate for him, and in truth, fortunate for all of you, since you have all acted quite outside the law in this matter. As a conscientious detective, I'm not sure I shouldn't begin by arresting everyone in this house. Watson's reports are most incriminating documents. But tell us about the case, the baronet pleaded. Have you made any sense of this tangle? As for Watson and me, it seems we've learned nothing since we arrived. I believe I shall soon be in a position to clear the matter up for you. This has been an extraordinarily difficult and complex case. There are still a few points to be settled, but we are getting there. Watson likely told you that we heard the hound on the moor. I can swear it isn't just a matter of empty superstition. I've dealt with dogs in my time in America, and when I hear a bark, I know it's a dog's bark. If you can manage to muzzle that hound and put on a chain, I'll say you're the greatest detective since the dawn of time. I believe I shall muzzle him and chain him, if you will give me your help. I will do whatever you command. Excellent. I must also ask you to do so blindly, without always questioning my reasons. As you wish. If you do that, I believe the chances are very good that our little problem will soon be solved. I have no doubt. He broke off suddenly and stared fixedly over my head. The lamplight fell directly upon his face, which was so tense and motionless that it might have been a classical statue, the very personification of energy and expectation. "What is it?" we both cried. As Holmes lowered his eyes, I saw him struggle to suppress the emotion that had seized him. His face grew grave again, but his eyes danced with joyful triumph. "Forgive the enthusiasm of a connoisseur," he said, waving his hand toward the line of portraits on the opposite wall. "Watson refuses to admit I have any taste in art. But that is mere jealousy on his part, as our views on the subject differ. Truly, however, this is a magnificent collection of portraits." "I'm glad you think so," said Sir Henry, looking at my friend with some surprise. "I don't pretend to understand art myself. I'm a better judge of a horse or a steer than a painting. I didn't know you found the time for such things. If I see something good, I appreciate it, and I see something very good now. I would wager that the lady in the blue silk is a Kneller, and the stout gentleman in the wig is a Reynolds. These are all family portraits, I presume." "Every one of them." "And do you know their names?" "Barrymore has been coaching me, and I think I've learned my lesson well." "Who is the gentleman with the telescope?" "That is Rear Admiral Baskerville, who served under Rodney in the West Indies. The man in the blue coat with a roll of papers is Sir William Baskerville, chairman of committees of the House of Commons under Pitt. And the cavalier opposite me, in the black velvet with the lace? Ah, you have every right to know him. That is the cause of all the mischief. The wicked Hugo, who gave rise to the Hound of the Baskervilles. We are unlikely to forget him." I gazed at the portrait with interest and some surprise. "Dear me!" Holmes exclaimed. "He looks a quiet, even a mild-mannered man, yet I am certain there was a devil in his eyes. I had imagined him as a more robust figure, with a more villainous air. There can be no doubt as to its authenticity, for the name and the date, 1647, are inscribed upon the back of the canvas." After that, Holmes spoke very little, but the portrait of the old scoundrel seemed to fascinate him. Throughout supper, he hardly took his eyes from it. It was only later, after Sir Henry had retired to his room, that I was able to follow the train of my friend's thoughts. He led me back into the dining room with a candle in his hand and held it up to the time-dimmed painting. "Do you see anything there?" I looked at the broad, plumed hat, the long curling locks, and the narrow, austere face they framed. The features were not coarse, but they were pinched hard and severe, with thin, firmly set lips and cold, intolerant eyes. "Does he remind you of anyone you know?" "There is something about the jaw that suggests Sir Henry." "Yes, perhaps a hint of it. But wait." He stepped onto a chair, and holding the candle in his left hand, he curved his right arm so as to mask the broad hat and the long tresses. "Good heavens!" I cried in amazement. The face of Stapleton looked out at me from a frame. "Aha! You see it now. My eyes are trained to examine the face, not its ornaments. The first quality of a criminal investigator is the ability to see a man through his disguise. But it is staggering. The portrait might have been painted from him. Yes, it is a striking instance of atavism, both physical and spiritual. A man who studies family portraits might well become a believer in the reincarnation of souls. Our fellow is a Baskerville, that much is clear, with designs upon inheritance. Exactly. This portrait has given us one of the most vital missing links. We have him. Watson, we have him. I swear that by tomorrow night he will be fluttering in our net as helplessly as one of his own butterflies. A pin, a cork, and a card, and we shall have a new specimen for our Baker Street collection." As he stepped down and turned away from the portrait, Holmes broke into a sharp laugh. I rarely heard him laugh, and it always boded ill for someone. The next morning, I rose early, but Holmes had been up even earlier. As I dressed, I saw him coming up the drive toward the house. "Yes, we shall need the whole day," he said, rubbing his hands with the joyful anticipation of action. "The nets are spread, and soon we shall begin to draw them in. Before the day is over, we shall know whether our big, sharp-nosed pike is caught, or if he has slipped through the mesh. Have you been out on the moor already?" "I have been to Grimpen to report Selden's death to Princetown. I think I can promise that none of you will be troubled further over that matter. I also saw my faithful Cartwright, who would likely have pined away at the door of my hut like a dog at its master's grave, had I not reassured him of my safety. And now, where do we begin? First of all, we must see Sir Henry. Ah, here he is." "Good morning, Holmes," said the baronet. "You look like a general developing a battle plan with his chief of staff. An apt comparison. Watson was just asking for his orders. And I have come for mine as well." "Excellent. You are invited, I understand, to dine with your friends the Stapletons this evening. I hope you will both come with me. They are very hospitable, and I'm sure they will be delighted to see you. I fear that Watson and I must go to London." "To London?" "Yes, under the present circumstances. I believe we shall be more useful there." The baronet's face clouded with evident displeasure. "I had hoped you would not desert me in this business. The hall and the moor are not cheerful places for a lonely man. My dear friend, you must trust me blindly and do exactly as I say. You may tell your friends that we should have been happy to come with you, but that urgent business has called us to town. We hope to return to Devonshire very soon. You won't forget to tell them that. If you insist, I assure you there is no other way." I could see by the baronet's expression that he was deeply hurt. He clearly looked upon our departure as an act of desertion. "When do you wish to leave?" he asked coldly. "Immediately after breakfast. We shall drive to Coombe Tracey, but Watson will leave his things here as a pledge that he will return. And you, Watson, must send a note to Stapleton expressing your regret that you cannot attend in person." "I have a good mind to go to London with you," said the baronet. "Why should I stay here alone?" "Because it is your duty. Because you gave me your word that you would do as I ask, and I am telling you to stay. One more thing. I want you to drive to Merripit House. But send the carriage back and tell the Stapletons that you intend to walk home." "To walk across the moor?" "Yes. But that is the very thing you have so often warned me against. This time you may do it safely. Indeed, it is necessary. If I did not have the fullest confidence in your willpower and courage, I would not give you such advice. In that case, I shall walk. And if you value your life, go by no other way than the straight path that leads from Merripit House to the Grimpen Road, the path which is your natural way home." "I shall do exactly as you command." "Excellent. I should like to leave as soon as possible after breakfast, so as to reach London before evening." This plan of action surprised me greatly, though I remember Holmes telling Stapleton the night before that he would be leaving. However, it had not occurred to me that he would want to take me with him, nor could I understand how we could both be absent at what he himself called a critical moment. But there was nothing to do but obey blindly, and so we took our leave of our dejected friend, and 2 hours later were at Coombe Tracey Station, where we sent the carriage back home. A boy was waiting for us on the platform. "What are your orders, sir?" "You will take the next train to town, Cartwright. As soon as you arrive, you will send a telegram to Sir Henry Baskerville in my name. Tell him that if he finds a notebook I dropped, he is to send it by registered post to Baker Street." "Very good, sir." "And now, inquire at the station telegraph office if there is a message for me." The boy returned with a telegram, which Holmes handed to me. It read, "Telegram received. Coming with warrant. Arrive 5:40. Lestrade." That is the answer to my morning telegram. I consider Lestrade the best of professionals, and we may need his help. Now, Watson, I think our time will be best spent visiting your acquaintance, Laura Lyons. The plan of campaign developed by Holmes was becoming clear to me. He was using the baronet to convince the Stapletons that we had truly departed, while we would return the moment our presence became vital. Cartwright's telegram, if Sir Henry mentioned it to the Stapletons, would remove any lingering suspicions. I felt as though I could already see our nets closing in upon that sharp-nosed pike. Mrs. Laura Lyons was in her office, and Sherlock Holmes began his conversation with a frankness so blunt it left her stunned. I have been tasked with investigating the circumstances surrounding the death of Sir Charles Baskerville, he said. My friend, Dr. Watson, has informed me of what you told him, and also what you chose to conceal regarding this matter. What I concealed? She asked defiantly. You admitted that you asked Sir Charles to be at the gate at 10 o'clock. We know that he died at that very spot and at that very hour. You concealed the connection between those two facts. There is no connection. In that case, the coincidence is truly extraordinary, but I believe we shall succeed in establishing that link. I wish to be entirely frank with you, Mrs. Lyons. We consider this a case of murder, and the evidence may implicate not only your friend, Mr. Stapleton, but also his wife. Laura sprang from her chair. His wife, she cried. The fact is no longer secret. The person who passed as his sister is, in reality, his wife. Mrs. Lyons sat down again. Her fingers gripped the arms of her chair so tightly that I saw her pink nails turn white. His wife, she repeated. His wife. He was not married. Sherlock Holmes shrugged his shoulders. Prove it to me. Prove it to me. If you're only able to do so. The fierce light in her eyes spoke more than any words could express. I have come to you with the proofs ready, said Holmes, taking several papers from his pocket. Here is a photograph of the couple taken 4 years ago in York. It is labeled Mr. and Mrs. Vandeleur, but you will have no trouble recognizing him or her, if you have ever seen her. Here are 3 descriptions provided by trustworthy witnesses of the Mr. and Mrs. Vandeleur who kept a private school at that time. Read them, and you will see there could be no doubt as to their identity. She looked at the documents, then back at us, her face frozen with the cold stillness of a woman in despair. Mr. Holmes, she said, this man promised to marry me if I could obtain a divorce from my husband. The scoundrel lied to me in every way. He never told me a single word of truth. And why, I imagine it was all being done for my sake. Now I see that I was never anything more than a tool in his hands. Why should I remain loyal to him when he has always been treacherous to me? Why should I shield him from the consequences of his own evil deeds? Ask me whatever you wish, and I shall hide nothing. One thing I swear to you. When I wrote that letter, I never dreamt of harming the man who was my best friend. I entirely believe you, madam, said Sherlock Holmes. Relating these events must be very painful for you, and perhaps it will be easier if I tell the story as it happened, and you stop me if I make any essential error. Was the sending of that letter done at Stapleton's suggestion? He dictated the letter to me. I presume the reasons he gave were that Sir Charles could help you with the expenses inevitably connected to a divorce case? Exactly so. And then, once you had sent the letter, he talked you out of going to the meeting? He told me his self-respect would be wounded if another man provided the money for such a purpose, and that although he was a poor man himself, he would give his last penny to remove the obstacles that kept us apart. He is certainly consistent. And then, you knew nothing until you read the account of the death in the newspaper. Nothing. And he made you swear that you would say nothing about the appointment you had made with Sir Charles? Yes. He said the death had occurred under very mysterious circumstances, and that I would certainly be suspected if the facts became known. He frightened me into silence. Quite so. But you had your suspicions? She hesitated and lowered her eyes. I knew him, she said, but if he had remained faithful to me, I would never have betrayed him. I think, in truth, you had a fortunate escape, said Sherlock Holmes. You were in his power, and he knew it, yet you are still alive. For several months, you have been walking on the edge of a precipice. And now, Mrs. Lyons, we must bid you goodbye, but you will hear from us again very soon. The case is rounding out, and the difficulties are falling away one by one. Holmes said, as we stood waiting for the express train from town. Students of criminology will remember similar cases, But this one has features entirely its own. Even now, we have no clear proof against this extremely subtle man. But I shall be very surprised if we do not have it before the night is over. The London Express puffed into the station, and from a first-class carriage, a small, wiry, bulldog-like man jumped out. We shook hands with him, and I saw at once by the respect with which Lestrade looked at my companion that he had learned much since they had first worked together. I well remember the disdain with which the practical man used to treat the theories of the logician. "A good case?" he asked. "The biggest," Holmes replied. "We have 2 hours at our disposal before we must set out. I think we might spend them over dinner. And then, Lestrade, we shall clear your throat of London fog by giving you a taste of the pure night air Dartmoor. You have never been there? Oh, in that case, I think you will never forget your first walk in that region." The Hound of the Baskervilles, Chapter 14. One of Sherlock Holmes's defects, if indeed one can call it defect, was his extreme reluctance to communicate his plans to another person until the very moment of their execution. This arose, no doubt, partly from his own masterful nature, which loved to dominate and surprise those around him. Partly, too, it was due to his professional caution, which impelled him never to take a chance. Whatever the cause, the result was often trying for those who acted as his agents and assistants. I had often suffered from it, but never so much as during our long drive in the darkness. A great ordeal lay before us. We were at last close to our final effort, and yet Holmes said nothing, leaving me only to surmise what his course of action might be. My nerves throbbed with anticipation when at last a cold wind, blowing across our faces in the dark, desolate expanse, told me that we were upon the moor. Every stride of the horses and every turn of the wheels was bringing us closer to our ultimate adventure. Our conversation was hampered by the presence of the driver of our hired carriage, forcing us to speak of trivialities when our nerves were taut with excitement and suspense. I felt a sense of relief from this unnatural restraint when we passed Franklin's house, and I knew that we were nearing the hall and the scene of action. We did not drive up to the door, but stopped at the gate of the avenue. Having paid the driver and told him to return at once to Coombe Tracy, we set out on foot toward Merripit House. "Are you armed, Lestrade?" The little detective smiled. "As long as I have my trousers, I have a hip pocket, and as long as I have a hip pocket, there is something in it." "Good. My friend and I are also prepared for all emergencies. You seem to be deep in this case, Mr. Holmes. What is the game now?" "A game of waiting. Upon my word, it's not a very cheerful place," said the detective, looking with a shudder at the gloomy slopes of the hills and the vast lake of fog which lay over the Grimpen Mire. "I see the lights of the house ahead of us. That is Merripit House, the end of our journey. I must ask you to walk on tiptoe and to speak in whispers." We moved cautiously along the track toward the house, but when we were about 200 yards from it, Holmes halted us. "These rocks on the right will provide an excellent screen," he said. "Are we to wait here?" "Yes, we shall make our ambush here. Step into this hollow, Lestrade. You've been inside the house. Watson, have you not? Can you tell me the position of the rooms? Where are those lattice windows at this end?" "I believe they are the kitchen windows. And that one there, which is so brightly lit, that is surely the dining room. The blind is up. You know the ground best. Creep quietly forward and see what they are doing. But, for heaven's sake, do not let them know that they are watched." I tiptoed down the path and stopped behind the low wall which surrounded the stunted orchard. Creeping along in the shadow of the wall, I reached a point from which I could look straight to the uncurtained window. There were only 2 men in the room, Sir Henry and Stapleton. They sat facing each other at a round table, their profiles turned toward me. Both were smoking cigars, and coffee and wine stood before them. Stapleton was talking with animation, but the baronet looked pale and distracted. Perhaps the thought of that lonely walk across the ill-omened moor was weighing heavily upon his mind. While I watched them, Stapleton rose and left the room, while Sir Henry filled his glass with wine and, leaning back in his chair, puffed at a cigar. I heard the creak of a door and the crisp sound of boots upon gravel. The steps passed along the path on the other side of the wall, under which I crouched. Looking over, I saw the naturalist stop at the door of an outhouse in the corner of the orchard. A key turned in a lock, and as he passed inside, there came from within a strange sound of scuffling. He was in the shed for no more than a minute. Then the key turned once more, and he passed me again and re-entered the house. I saw him rejoin his guest, and then I crept quietly back to my companions and told them what I had seen. "You say, Watson, that the lady was not there?" Holmes asked, when I had finished my report. "No. Where can she be, then, since no room but the kitchen is lighted?" "I cannot imagine." I noted that a thick white fog was hanging over the Grimpen Mire. It was moving slowly in our direction, appearing like a wall, low, but dense and clearly defined. The moon shone upon it, giving it the appearance of a great shimmering ice field, with the distant peaks rising above its surface like islands. "It is moving toward us, Watson. Is that serious?" "Very serious. The one thing that might touch my plans. But Sir Henry must not delay now. It is already 10 o'clock. Our success, and even his life, may depend upon his coming out before the fog covers the path." Above us, the night was clear and beautiful. The stars drifted bright and cold, while the full moon bathed the whole countryside in a soft, uncertain light. Before us stood the dark bulk of the house, its jagged roof and chimneys sharply outlined against the starlit sky. Broad bars of golden light from the lower windows stretched across the orchard and on to the moor. One of them was suddenly extinguished. The servants had left the kitchen. There remained only the dining-room window, where the two men, the murderous host and his unsuspecting guest, chatted on over their cigars. With every minute, the white plain that covered half the moor drifted closer and closer to the house. Already the first thin wisps of it were curling into the golden square of the lighted window. The farther wall of the orchard was already invisible, and the trees were rising out of a belt of white vapor. As we watched, the fog wreaths came crawling round both corners of the house and rolled slowly into a dense bank, until the upper floor and the roof floated like a fantastic ship upon a ghostly sea. Holmes struck his hand passionately against the rock and stamped his foot in his impatience. "If he isn't out in a quarter of an hour, the path will be covered. In half an hour, we shall not be able to see our own hands. Shall we move back to higher ground?" "Yes, I think it would be as well." So, as the fog bank flowed onward, we fell back before it until we were half a mile from the house, and still that dense white sea, with the silver moon curling upon its surface, swept slowly and inexorably surrounding us. "We are going too far," said Holmes. "We must not run the risk of him being overtaken before he can reach us. At all costs, we must hold our ground." He dropped on his knees and pressed his ear to the earth. "Thank God, I think he is coming." A sound of quick steps broke the silence of the moor. Crouching among the stones, we stared intently at the silver-tipped bank of vapor in front of us. The steps grew louder, and out of the fog, as through a curtain, stepped the man whom we awaited. He looked round him in surprise as he emerged into the clear, starlit night. Then he came swiftly along the path, passed close to where we lay in ambush, and began to mount the long slope behind us. As he walked, he glanced continually over either shoulder, like a man who is ill at ease. "Quiet," Holmes whispered, and I heard the sharp click of his cocked revolver. "Look, it is coming." From the heart of that slowly creeping bank of fog, there came a series of rhythmic, crunching thuds. The fog wall stood 50 yards away, and the three of us peered into it, not knowing what horror was about to emerge. I was at Holmes's very elbow and glanced at his face. It was pale and exultant, his eyes shining bright in the moonlight. But suddenly they started forward in a rigid, fixed stare. His mouth fell open in amazement. In that same instant, Lestrade gave a cry of terror and threw himself face downward upon the ground. I sprang to my feet, my hand heavy upon my weapon, my mind paralyzed by the dreadful shape which had leaped out upon us from the fog. It was a hound, an enormous coal-black hound, but such a hound as mortal eyes had never rested upon. Fire burst from its open mouth. Its eyes glowed with a smoldering glare, and its muzzle hackles and dewlap were outlined in flickering flame. Never in the delirious dream of disordered brain could anything more savage, more appalling, or more hellish be conceived than that dark form and brute face which swept out upon us from the wall of mist. With long bounds, the huge black creature was racing down the track, following hard upon the heels of our friend. We were so paralyzed by its sudden appearance that it had passed us before we could recover our wits. Then Holmes and I fired together, and the creature's hideous howl told us that at least one of us had hit the mark. It did not stop, however, but bounded onward, far away along the path. We saw Sir Henry look back, his face white in the moonlight, his hands raised in horror, gazing helplessly at the frightful thing which was hunting him down. But that cry of pain from the hound had blown all our fears to the winds. If the beast was vulnerable, it was mortal, and if we could wound it, we could kill it. Never have I seen a man run as Holmes ran that night. I am reckoned fleet of foot, but he outpaced me as far as I outpaced the little detective. As we rushed along the path, we heard scream after scream from Sir Henry and the deep roar of the hound. I saw the creature leap upon his victim, hurl him to the ground, and fly at his throat. But at that very instant, Holmes emptied 5 barrels of his revolver into the creature's flank. With a last howl of agony and a vicious snap in the air, it rolled upon its back, its forepaws pawing frantically, and then fell limp upon its side. I stooped, panting, and pressed my pistol to the dreadful, glowing head, but there was no need to pull the trigger. The giant hound was dead. Sir Henry lay insensible. We tore away his collar, and Holmes breathed a prayer of gratitude when we found that there was no wound upon the throat, and that we had arrived in time. Already our friend's eyelids fluttered, and he made a feeble effort to move. Lestrade pushed his brandy flask between the baronet's teeth, and a pair of frightened eyes looked up at us. "My God," he whispered. "What was it? In heaven's name, what was it?" "Whatever it was, it is dead now," Holmes answered. "We have laid the family ghost forever." The creature which lay stretched before us was formidable from its very size and strength. It was not a pure bloodhound, and it was not a pure mastiff, but appeared to be a cross between the two, gaunt, savage, and as large as a small lioness. Even now, in the stillness of death, the huge jaws seemed to drip with a bluish flame, and the small, deep-set, cruel eyes were ringed with fire. I placed my hand upon the glowing muzzle, and as I held up my fingers, they too gleamed in the darkness. "Phosphorus," I said. "A cunning preparation of it," said Holmes, sniffing the dead animal. "There is no smell which might interfere with a hound's sense of scent. We owe you a deep apology, Sir Henry, for having exposed you to such a fright. I was prepared for a hound, but not for such a creature as this, and the fog gave us little time to receive him." "You have saved my life," said Sir Henry, "having first endangered it. Do you feel strong enough to stand? Give me another pull of that brandy, and I shall be ready for anything. So, now, if you will help me up, what do you intend to do?" "To leave you here. You are fit for no further adventure tonight. If you will wait, one of us will return to accompany you to the hall." Sir Henry tried to move, but he was still deathly pale, and every limb was shaking. We helped him to a rock, where he sat shivering, his face buried in his hands. "We must leave you now," said Holmes. "We have our work to finish, and every minute is precious. We have established the crime. It only remains to seize the criminal. 1,000 to 1 against finding him at the house now," Holmes continued, as we hurried back along the path. "The shots must have told him that the game was up. We were some distance away, and the fog may have muffled them. He would follow the hound to call it off, of that you may be sure. No, he is gone by now. But we shall search the house to make certain." The front door was unlatched. We rushed inside and hurried from room to room, to the amazement of a doddering old manservant who met us in the passage. There was no light save in the dining room, but Holmes took the lamp and left no corner of the house unexplored. No sign could we find of the man we sought. On the upper floor, however, one bedroom door was locked. "There is someone in here," cried Lestrade. "I can hear a movement. Open this door." A faint moaning and rustling came from within. Holmes swung his foot against the door just above the lock, and it flew open. Revolvers in hand, we all three rushed into the room. But there was no sign of the desperate villain we expected to find. Instead, we were faced by an object so strange and so unexpected that we stood for a moment staring in amazement. The room had been fashioned into a small museum, its walls lined with glass-topped cases full of a collection of butterflies and moths to capture, which had been the pastime of this complex and dangerous man. In the center of the room stood an upright beam, placed there to support the worm-eaten rafters. To this post a figure was tied, so swayed and bundled in sheets that one could not at first tell whether it was man or woman. One towel passed round the head and was secured to the pillar. Another covered the lower part of the face, and above it, 2 dark eyes, full of grief, shame, and a terrible questioning, stared out at us. In an instant we had torn away the bonds, and Mrs. Stapleton sank upon the floor. As her beautiful head fell upon her chest, I saw a raw red wheal across her neck. "The brute!" cried Holmes. "Lestrade, your flask. Put her in the chair. She has fainted from ill usage and exhaustion." She opened her eyes again. "Is he safe?" she asked. "Has he escaped?" "He cannot escape us, madam." No, I do not mean my husband. Sir Henry? Is he safe?" "He is." "And the hound?" "It is dead." She gave a long sigh of relief. Thank God! Thank God! Oh, the villain! See what he has done to me." She turned up her sleeves, and we uttered a cry of horror to see that her arms were all mottled with bruises. "But that is nothing. It is my soul that he has tortured and defiled. I could endure it all, the ill usage, the solitude, the life of deception, everything, so long as I could still believe he loved me. But now I know that I was but his tool, and that he has deceived me." "You bear him no goodwill, then," said Holmes. "Tell us, then, where we shall find him. If you have ever aided him in evil, help us now to make atonement." "There is but one place where he can have fled," she answered. "There is an old tin mine on an island in the heart of the mire. It was there that he kept his hound, and there also he had made a refuge for himself. It is there that he has gone." The wall of fog pressed against the very window pane. Holmes held the lamp toward it. "Look," he said, "no one could find his way into the Grimpen Mire tonight." She laughed and clapped her hands. Her eyes and teeth gleamed with savage joy. "He might find his way in, but never out. How could he see the guidepost tonight? We marked the path together with little wands to trace a way through the mud. Oh, if only I could have pulled them up today. Then he would have been in your hands." It was clear to us that any pursuit would be in vain until the fog had lifted. We left Lestrade to guard the house, while we accompanied the baronet back to Baskerville Hall. It was no longer possible to hide the history of the Stapletons from him, but he bore the blow bravely when he learned the truth about the woman he loved. However, the night's adventures had shattered his nerves, and by morning he lay in a delirious fever, with Dr. Mortimer watching over him. The two of them were destined to travel the world together before Sir Henry would again become the hale, hearty man he had been before he became the master of that ill-fated estate. And now I come rapidly to the conclusion of the singular narrative, in which I have tried to make the reader share those dark fears and vague surmises which so long shadowed our lives and ended so tragically. By morning the fog had lifted, and Mrs. Stapleton led us to the place where the path through the mire began. When we saw the eagerness and joy with which the woman set us upon her husband's track, we realized how terrible her life must have been. We left her upon a thin peninsula of firm peat, which ran out into the morass. From its end, small wands planted here and there indicated where the path wound from one clump of reeds to another, between the green scum pits of the mire, impassable to any stranger. A smell of decay rose from the rotting reeds and slime, and a heavy miasmic vapor struck our faces, while more than once a false step sank us to our knees in the black, quivering bog, which rippled in soft waves for yards around our feet. As we walked, it seemed to clutch at our heels like pincers, and as we sank, it was as if an enemy's hand were pulling us down into those sinister depths. Only once did we find a sign that someone had passed this perilous way before us. Amid a patch of marsh grass, a dark object was visible. Holmes, stepping off the path to seize it, sank to his waist, and had we not been there to drag him out, he would never have set foot on firm ground again. He held an old black boot in his hand. Inside, Myers, Toronto, was printed upon the leather. "This find is worth a mud bath," said Holmes. "It is the missing boot of our friend Sir Henry, which Stapleton dropped here in his flight." "Exactly. It remained in his hand after he had used it to set the Hound upon Sir Henry's track. He fled when he saw the game was up, and at this spot he flung it away. We know, at least, that he reached this point in safety. But more than this we were never destined to know, though there was much we could surmise. There was no chance of finding footsteps upon the mire, for the rising slime smothered them instantly, and when we reached firm ground and searched for tracks, we found not the slightest sign. If the earth did not speak falsely, Stapleton never reached that island refuge toward which he had struggled to the fog on that last night. That cold and cruel man is buried in the heart of the Grimpen Mire, deep in the foul silt of the great morass. Many traces of him we found upon the island where he had hidden his savage ally. A huge driving wheel and a shaft half filled with rubble showed that a mine had once been worked there. Scattered around it were the ruins of miners' cottages, driven away, no doubt, by the foul vapors of surrounding bog. In one of them, a staple and chain, with a quantity of gnawed bones, showed where the hound had been kept. A skeleton with a tuft of brown hair adhering to it lay upon the floor. "A dog," said Holmes. "By heavens, it is a curly-haired spaniel. Poor Mortimer will never see his favorite again. Well, I do not think this place contains any secrets which we have not already solved. Stapleton could hide his hound, but he could not silence its voice, and that was the source of those cries which were so unpleasant to hear, even in the daytime. In an emergency, he could keep the hound in the shed at Merripit, but it was a risk, and only on the final day, when he thought his work was nearly done, did he venture to do so. The paste in this tin is surely the luminous mixture with which he smeared the animal. He was, of course, inspired by the family legend of a hellhound and the desire to frighten old Sir Charles to death. It is no wonder the poor convict ran and screamed, just as our friend did, and as we might have done ourselves, when he saw such a creature leaping through the darkness of the moor upon his track. It was a cunning device, for what peasant would dare to look closely at such a beast, seen dimly upon the moor? I said in London, Watson, and I say it again now, that never have we pursued a man more dangerous than he who lies out there." As he spoke, Holmes stretched his hand toward the vast expanse of the mire, mottled with green patches, where it blended on the horizon into the desolate moor. Chapter 15, A Retrospection. It was the end of November, and Holmes and I sat on a raw, foggy evening on either side of a blazing fire in our sitting room in Baker Street. My friend was in high spirits as a result of the successful conclusion of a series of difficult and important cases, and I was thus able to draw him into a conversation regarding the details of the Baskerville mystery. I had waited patiently for this opportunity, for I knew that Holmes would never permit the mixing of cases, and that his clear and logical mind would not be diverted from its present work by memories of the past. Sir Henry and Dr. Mortimer were in London, preparing for the long voyage which had been prescribed for the restoration of the baronet's shattered nerves. They had called upon us that very afternoon, so it was natural that the subject should come up for discussion. "The entire course of events," said Holmes, from the point of view of the man who called himself Stapleton, "was simple and direct, although to us, who lacked a motive at the start and saw only fragments of the facts, it appeared exceedingly complex. I have had 2 conversations with Mrs. Stapleton, and the case is now so entirely cleared up that I do not think there is any secret remaining. You will find a few notes upon the matter under the letter B in my index files. Would you mind giving me a sketch of the course of events?" "Certainly, though I cannot guarantee that I carry all the facts in my mind. Intense mental concentration has a curious way of blotting out what is past. However, As far as the Hound case is concerned, I will give you the sequence as accurately as I can, and you must remind me if I overlook anything. My inquiries have proved beyond all doubt that the family portrait did not lie, and that this fellow was indeed a Baskerville. He was the son of that Roger Baskerville, the younger brother of Sir Charles, who fled under a cloud to South America, where he was said to have died unmarried. In reality, he married and had one son, this fellow, whose real name is the same as his father's. This young man married Beryl Garcia, one of the beauties of Costa Rica, and, having embezzled a considerable sum of public money, he changed his name to Vandala and fled to England. There he established a school in the east of Yorkshire. His reason for choosing this particular profession was that he had met a consumptive tutor on the voyage and had used the man's expertise to make the venture a success. Fraser, the tutor, died, however, in the school, which had begun well, collapsed into a shameful reputation. Vandala found it convenient to change his name to Stapleton, and he brought the remains of his fortune, his plans for the future, and his love of entomology to the south of England. I learned at the British Museum that he was a recognized authority in science, and that the name Vandal had been given to a moth which he had first described during his stay in Yorkshire. We now come to that part of his life which has proved so interesting to us. This fellow had evidently made inquiries and learned that only 2 lives stood between him and a valuable estate. I believe that when he went to Devonshire his plans were very hazy, but that he meant mischief from the start is evident from the fact that he took his wife with him in the character of his sister. The idea of using her as a decoy was clearly already formed in his mind, though he may not have been certain of the details. His goal was to obtain the estate, and he was prepared to use any weapon and run any risk to achieve it. His first act was to settle as near as possible to his ancestral home, and his second was to cultivate a friendship with Sir Charles Baskerville and the neighbors. The baronet himself told him the legend of the family hound, and in doing so he signed his own death warrant. Stapleton, as I shall continue to call him, knew that the old man had a weak heart and that a sudden shock might kill him. He had heard this from Dr. Mortimer. He also knew that Sir Charles was superstitious and took the grim legend seriously. His inventive mind at once conceived a way by which the baronet could be killed, and yet in such a way that it would be impossible to trace the death to a murderer. Having conceived this idea, he proceeded to carry out with extreme subtlety. An ordinary murderer would have been content with a savage hound. The effort to give it a diabolical appearance was a flash of genius on his part. He purchased a dog in London from Ross and Mangles on the Fulham Road. It was the strongest and most fearful beast they had. He brought it down by the North Devon line and walked at a great distance over moor, so as to reach home unobserved. In the course of his entomological wanderings, he had already discovered a way into the Grimpen Mire, and thus he found a secure hiding place for the creature. There he chained it up and waited for his chance. But time passed, and the chance did not come. The old gentleman could not be lured outside his grounds at night. Several times Stapleton lay in ambush with his hound, but without result. It was during these fruitless quests that he, or rather his ally, was seen by the peasants, and the legend of the demon dog received new confirmation. He had hoped that his wife would entice Sir Charles into a trap, but here she proved unexpectedly independent. She would not consent to lure the old man into a sentimental attachment, which would deliver him to his enemy. Neither threats nor, alas, blows could move her. She would have nothing to do with it, and for a time Stapleton was at a deadlock. He found a way out of his difficulties through the fact that Sir Charles, having taken a fancy to him, used him as an intermediary in his efforts to help the unfortunate Laura Lyons. By passing himself off as an unmarried man, Stapleton gained great influence over her, leading her to believe that if she could obtain a divorce from her husband, he would marry her. Suddenly, he realized his plans must be accelerated, for he learned that Sir Charles was about to leave the hall on the advice of Dr. Mortimer, advice with which he himself had feigned to agree. Not a moment was to be lost, or his victim might pass beyond his reach. He therefore pressured Mrs. Lyons into writing that letter, imploring the old man to give her an interview on the evening before his departure for London. Then, by a plausible pretext, He dissuaded her from keeping the appointment, and so obtained the opportunity for which he had waited. Returning from Coombe Tracey in the evening, he had just time to fetch his hound, smear it with his hellish concoction, and bring it to the gate where he knew the old man would be waiting. The dog, incited by its master, sprang over the wicket gate and pursued the wretched baronet, who fled screaming down the yew alley. In truth, it must have been a terrifying sight when, in that dark tunnel of greenery, the huge black beast with its flaming mouth and glowing eyes bounded after its victim. The old man fell dead at the end of the alley from heart failure and sheer terror. The hound had kept to the grassy border, while the baronet had run upon the path, and so only the human tracks were visible. Seeing him lie still, the creature had probably approached him and, finding him dead, had turned away. It was then that it left the prints which were observed by Dr. Mortimer. The hound was called back and hurried away to its lair in the heart of the Grimpen Mire, leaving behind a mystery which baffled the authorities, terrified the locality, and finally brought the case within the scope of our observation. So much for the death of Sir Charles Baskerville. You perceive the devilish ingenuity of it, for it was really almost impossible to make a case against the true murderer. His only confederate was a creature which could not betray him, and the grotesque, inconceivable nature of the device only made it more effective. Both the women concerned, Mrs. Stapleton and Mrs. Laura Lyons, had strong suspicions against Stapleton. Mrs. Stapleton knew that he had designs upon the old man, and she knew of the existence of the hound. Mrs. Lyons knew neither of these things, but she was struck by the fact of the death occurring at the very hour of an appointment which only Stapleton knew she had made. However, both were under his influence, and he had nothing to fear from them. The first half of his task was successfully accomplished, but the more difficult part remained. It is possible that Stapleton did not know of the existence of an heir in Canada. In any case, he very soon learned it from his friend Dr. Mortimer, who also gave him all the details of Sir Henry Baskerville's arrival. Stapleton's first thought was that this young Canadian might be disposed of in London, without ever coming down to Devonshire. He had mistrusted his wife since she had refused to help him lure the old man, and he dared not leave her for long out of sight, for fear of losing his influence over her. This was why he took her with him to London. I have learned that they stayed at the Mexborough Private Hotel in Craven Street, which was one of those searched by my agent. There he kept his wife a prisoner, while he himself, in a false beard, followed Dr. Mortimer to Baker Street, and afterwards to the station and to the Northumberland Hotel. His wife had some inkling of his plans, but she had such a fear of her husband, a fear founded upon brutal treatment, that she dared not write to Sir Henry and give him a direct warning. If the letter fell into Stapleton's hands, her own life would be in danger. Eventually, as we know, she adopted the device of cutting out printed words from a newspaper and pasting them together. For the address, she disguised her handwriting. The letter reached the baronet, and gave him his first warning of the danger which threatened him. It was of the utmost importance to Stapleton to obtain some article of Sir Henry's clothing, Holmes continued, so that, if it became necessary to use the hound, he might always be able to set it upon his track. With his characteristic swiftness and audacity, he set about this at once, and we cannot doubt that the hotel chambermaid was liberally bribed to help him in his purpose. However, it happened that the first boot obtained for him was a new one, and therefore useless for his end. He returned it and obtained another. This was a most instructive incident, for it proved to me finally that we were dealing with a real hound, as no other hypothesis could explain this persistent craving for an old boot rather than a new one. The more outre and grotesque an incident is, the more carefully it deserves to be examined, and the very circumstance which appears to complicate a case is the very one which, when properly and scientifically handled, is most likely to clarify it. The following morning, our friends were visited by us, and Stapleton continued to follow them in a hansom cab. From his knowledge of our rooms and my own appearance, as well as from his general conduct, I am inclined to conclude that Stapleton's criminal career is by no means limited to the Baskerville affair. It is significant that during the last 3 years, for considerable and daring burglaries have been committed in the West, and in none of these cases has the culprit been arrested. The last of them, at Folkestone Court in May, was remarkable for the cold-blooded murder of a policeman who surprised a masked, solitary thief. I cannot doubt that Stapleton found in this way the means of his subsistence, and that for many years he has been a desperate and dangerous man. We had a sample of his resourcefulness that morning when he escaped us so neatly, and of his audacity when he sent me a challenge by giving the driver my own name. From that moment, he realized that I had taken the matter up in London, and that there was no further chance for him there. He returned to Dartmoor and awaited the arrival of the baronet. "Wait," I said. "You have no doubt correctly traced a sequence of events, but there is one point which you have left unexplained. What became of the Hound while its master was in London?" "I have given that matter some thought, and it is certainly of some importance. There can be no doubt that Stapleton had a confederate, though it is unlikely that he ever gave himself away by sharing his full plans. There was an old manservant at Merripit House named Anthony. His connection with the Stapletons can be traced back several years to the time when they kept the school, so he must have known that his master and mistress were husband and wife. This man has disappeared. It is a suggestive fact that Anthony is an uncommon name in England, while Antonio is a very common one in all Spanish and Spanish-American countries. Like Mrs. Stapleton, the man spoke good English but with a curious accent. I myself saw this man crossing the Grimpen Mire by the path which Stapleton had marked out. It is very probable, therefore, that in his master's absence he took care of the Hound, though he may not have known for what purpose the beast was kept. The Stapletons then returned to Devonshire, followed soon after by yourself and Sir Henry. Now, a word as to my own proceedings at that time. You may remember that when I examined the paper upon which the printed words were fastened, I scrutinized the watermark very closely. In doing so, I held the paper within a few inches of my eyes, and I became conscious of a faint smell of white jasmine. There are 75 perfumes which it is very necessary that a criminal expert should be able to distinguish, and many a case, in my own experience, has more than once depended upon the prompt recognition of a scent. The smell of the perfume made me think of a lady's presence, and my thoughts already began to turn toward the Stapletons. Thus, I was convinced of the existence of the Hound, and had guessed the criminal before ever we went to the West. "It was my business to watch Stapleton," Holmes said, "but clearly I could not have done so had I been with you, for then he would have been on his guard. Therefore, I deceived everyone, yourself included, and came to Devonshire while all thought I was in London. I did not suffer as much as you imagined, though such trifling details must never count in a criminal investigation. Most of the time I lived in Coombe Tracy, and only used a hut upon the moor when it was necessary to be near the scene of action. Cartwright came with me, and, disguised as a country lad, was of great use. It was his duty to look after my food and clean linen. While I watched Stapleton, Cartwright often watched you, so that I knew everything at once. I have already told you that your reports reached me very rapidly, as they were forwarded immediately from Baker Street to Coombe Tracy. They were of great use to me, especially that accidentally accurate fragment of Stapleton's biography. I was able to establish the identity of both husband and wife, and knew exactly where I stood. The case was much complicated by the incident of the escaped convict and his relationship to the Barrymores. You cleared that up beautifully, though I had already reached the same conclusion through my own observations. By the time you found me on the moor, I was fully acquainted with all the circumstances, but I did not yet have a case which I could take before a jury. Even Stapleton's attempt on Sir Henry's life on the night the convict died did little to help us prove a premeditated murder against our client. There was no other way but to catch the murderer red-handed, and for that, we had to use Sir Henry as a decoy, alone and to all appearances defenseless. We did so, and at the cost of a severe shock to our client, we succeeded in finishing the case and bringing Stapleton to his ruin. I must confess that it is a reproach to my management of the case that I exposed Sir Henry to such an ordeal, but we had no means of foreseeing the terrifying spectacle which the Hound presented, nor could we predict the fog which allowed it to burst upon us so suddenly. We achieved our end at a price which both doctors, the specialist and Dr. Mortimer, consider to be merely temporary. A long voyage will allow our friend not only to strengthen his shattered nerves, but also to heal his heart. His love for Mrs. Stapleton was deep and sincere, And for him, the saddest part of this dark business is the fact that he was deceived by her. It only remains for me to indicate the part she played in all this. There can be no doubt that Stapleton had an influence over her which can be explained either by love or fear, or perhaps by both, as the two are quite compatible. In any case, his influence was very real, at his command. She consented to pass as a sister, though a limit was placed upon his power over her when he attempted to make her a direct accomplice in murder. She was ready to warn Sir Henry as far as she could without betraying her husband, and she tried to do so more than once. Stapleton himself seemed capable of jealousy, and when he saw the baronet paying court to his wife, even though it was part of his own plan, he could not help interrupting with a passionate outburst that revealed the fiery soul he so skillfully hid beneath his self-control. By encouraging the friendship, Stapleton was sure that Sir Henry would often come to Merripit House, and that, sooner or later, he would find the opportunity he desired. But when the critical moment came, his wife suddenly turned against him. She had heard something of the convict's death and knew that the Hound was to be locked in the outhouse on the evening Sir Henry was to come to dinner. She charged her husband with the intended murder, and there followed a wild scene in which he told her for the first time that she had a rival in his love. Her loyalty turned at once to burning hatred, and he saw that she would certainly betray him. He therefore tied her up to prevent her from warning Sir Henry, hoping, no doubt, that when the whole countryside attributed the baronet's death to the family curse, as was bound to happen, he would again win her over, forcing her to accept the accomplished fact and keep silence. In this, I think, he miscalculated. A woman with Spanish blood in her veins does not easily forgive such an insult. And now, my dear Watson, without referring to my notes, I cannot give you a more detailed account of this curious case. I think that nothing of importance remains unexplained. He could not hope to frighten Sir Henry to death with his ghost hound, as he had done with the old uncle. I asked. The beast was savage and hungry. Even if its appearance had not frightened the victim to death, it would at least have disabled him and left him helpless to resist. No doubt, there remains one more question. If Stapleton had succeeded in obtaining the inheritance, how would he have explained the fact that he, the heir, had lived so near the estate under a false name? How could he have claimed the property without exciting suspicion and inquiry? He would have been in a formidable difficulty, and I fear you ask too much of me if you expect me to solve it. The past and the present are within the scope of my inquiries, but what a man may do in the future is a hard question to answer. Mrs. Stapleton says that her husband had more than once discussed the dilemma. There were 3 ways out of it. He could, after establishing his identity in South America, claim the fortune from there without ever coming to England, or he could have adopted an elaborate disguise for the short time he needed to be in London, or, finally, he could have found an accomplice to whom he would have handed over the proofs of identity and papers, passing him off as the heir and claiming a share of the income. From what we know of him, we cannot doubt that he would have found a way out of the difficulty by one means or another. And now, my dear Watson, we have had some weeks of severe work, and I think that for one evening we may turn our thoughts to more pleasant subjects. I have a box for Les Huguenots. Have you heard the Duresques? May I ask you to be ready in half an hour, and we can stop for dinner at Marcini's on our way to the opera?